Chapter 23. Contest. Sleep was impossible. Since her strangely intimate exchange of confidences with Lujan, Mara felt no urge to converse. The Acoma force commander had shown no indication to sleep and settled cross-legged on his mat. The Chojar had confiscated his armour, along with his sword. Left the padded underrobe designed to protect his skin from chafing, he looked both undressed and vulnerable. Battle scars, normally concealed by his raiment, were exposed. And although he was as fastidious as any Sirani officer, his last opportunity for a bath had been in an icy river current while enduring Thuril jibes. His clothing was greyed with dirt, and his hair spiked up into whirls from long hours under his helm. Muscled as he was, he seemed somehow diminished without his trappings and officer's plumes. Looking at him, Mara was forced to recognise his human side, his maleness that would never know fatherhood, and the incongruously tender comfort he had given with hands better accustomed to the grip of a killing sword. As if his coming fate held no consequence, he meditated peacefully, his soldier's discipline forcing worries aside to husband strength against demands of battle. Mara, despite every training of the mind garnered in the Temple of Lashima, was left without such solace. This time, her mind found ease in ritual. If she was not feeling regret for loved ones who had been lost, she felt rage against an intolerant fate that condemned her to failure in protecting those still alive. Try as she might, her thoughts could not be forced to subside toward anything approaching tranquility. The ignominy of imprisonment without any way to contact her captors left her galled. The magical chamber effectively sealed the condemned away from all other living beings. Sourly, Mara wondered whether even gods could hear prayer in such a place. And, with no windows, nor even the sounds of outside activity, the minutes dragged. Darkness itself would have carried a blessing of change, but the Chojar globe drifted always, its light stark and constant. The dawn would come, inevitably. And yet, for all the creeping agony of waiting, daybreak caught Mara unprepared. Her racing, trapped thoughts still circled, repeatedly reviewing events and questioning whether this action or that word or that decision differently handled might have won them alliance and freedom. Her futile pondering left her with a crushing headache. With the flashing magical whirl of light that signalled the dissolution of their prison, Mara felt tired and depressed. A double-file guard of Chojar marched forward to take custody of the condemned. Mara retained enough presence of mind to rise and cross to where Lujan waited, awake and already on his feet. She took his dry hands into her own clammy ones. Then she regarded his expressionless face and intoned the ritual words. "Warrior, you have served in highest honour. You have leave from your mistress to claim what death you choose. Fight well, fight bravely, go singing to the halls of Turakamu." Lujan sank into a bow. His return courtesy seemed to exhaust the patience of their captors, for Chojar guards advanced and hauled him to his feet. Mara also was grasped and tugged away, as a herder might drive a Nidra calf to slaughter. She lost sight of Lujan as the bodies of Chojar warriors closed around her. They allowed her no chance for protest, but set her on the march through the maze of hallways that riddled the city of Chakaha. She raised her chin high, though pride seemed meaningless. The Chojar of these lands were not impressed by honour or courage, nor did they have any care for human dignity. She presumed that very soon she would be greeting the spirits of her ancestors, but not as she had always expected. Here, now, the most glowing of her Sirani attainments and even her illustrious title of Servant of the Empire seemed empty. Now she would have traded all for a last glimpse of her children, or one tender embrace from her husband. Kevin had been more right than ever she knew. Honour was only a glorified word for emptiness, and no sane replacement for the promise of continued life. Why had it taken until now for her to fully understand what prompted the opposition of the Assembly? And if help to break their stagnating hold upon Suranuani could not be found here, and these Thuril Chojar would make no alliance, where would Hokanu seek for resources to end the tyranny the magician so jealously guarded? If there were answers, they must remain a mystery. The Chojar Guard were indifferent as beings of stone. They moved briskly through the corridors and across two catwalks that sparkled like glass. Mara regarded the clear sky, never so green and fresh before now. She smelt the fragrance of rich earth and jungle greenery, threaded through with the perfumes of tropical flowers. And, on the breeze, she drew in the scent of ice carried on the winds from the mountain peaks. She drank in these pleasures of life, and also the beauty of Chakaha's tracery of towers. And her spirit shrank from this senseless end to come, the giving up of all hope and the end of all dreams. Too soon the Chojar Guard escorted her into the translucent purple dome where the tribunal had judged her the day before. Now there were no officials present, not even scribes. The chamber was occupied by the spindly presence of a single Chojar mage. It stood in a domed alcove. Upon the marble floor at its feet was a scarlet line that described a perfect circle. Mara recognized the figure's significance. Set to a diameter of 12 paces, with a simple symbol scribed at east and west, where two warriors would stand confronting each other, she beheld the circle of death, traditionally drawn within the Empire for time out of mind. Here would two warriors battle until one lost his life, in the ancient rite of challenge that Lujan had chosen in place of honourless execution. Mara bit her lip to hide an unseemly apprehension. She had once stood to witness a husband's ritual suicide with less trepidation in her heart, for then she had regretted the waste of a young man whose own family's neglect had left him open for her exploitation. That, indeed, had been the first moment when the game of the council had shown itself to be less than a rigid code of honour, and more a licence to indulge any excuse to exploit another's human faults. Now, honour itself seemed empty. Mara beheld Lujan, standing between the Chojar guards on the opposite side of the room. She knew him well enough to read his stance, and she saw, with a terrible pang, that the human warrior who would take up his weapons to die no longer subscribed to the beliefs he had been raised in. He valued the esteem he might gain in the Red God's halls far less than the lost chance to marry and rear children. To Mara, Lujan's challenge to combat was a tragic and meaningless gesture. The honour he might win for his shade was like the fool golds that Midkemian swindlers foisted upon the unsuspecting merchant. And yet the charade would be played through to its senseless conclusion. Lujan was both more and less than the grey warrior she had rescued from masterless oblivion in the mountains. Guilt for her own responsibility in that change closed her throat. She had difficulty breathing, far less holding herself expressionless and erect, as a noble Surani lady must in public. The Chojar mage waved a forelimb, and an attendant scurried into view, bearing Lujan's confiscated weapons and the plain, unmarked armour he had worn into Thuril. Not without disrespect, it crouched and deposited the gear at the warrior's feet. "Our hive has no knowledge of the manner of usage of these protections," intoned the Chojar mage, which Mara interpreted as an apology that the worker could not offer Lujan the courtesy of helping his arm. On impulse, she stepped forward. "I will assist my force commander." Her words echoed across the dome. But unlike in a gathering of humans, no Chojar present turned its head. Only the mage twitched a forelimb to permit Mara to cross to Lujan's side. She bent and selected one of his greaves from the floor, then flashed a glance at his face. By the slight arch to his brows, she saw he was surprised at her gesture, but also secretly pleased. She gave him a surreptitious half-smile, then bent to lace on the first of his accoutrements. She did not speak. He would understand by her unprecedented behaviour how highly he was regarded by her. And, in truth, the handling of armour was not unknown to her. She had girded on Hokanu's sword many times, and, before him, her first Lord Buntakarpi's. And as a child she had played at adult behaviour with her brother Lanakota when he had carried his wooden practice sword to workouts with Kyoke. Lujan gave her a nod to indicate that she had the lacings right, tight enough to bind, but not so much that they would restrict his movement. She finished with the heavy laminate sword that had more than once stopped enemies at her door. When the last buckle of the sword belt was clasped, she arose and touched Lujan's hand in farewell. "May the gods ride your blade," she murmured, which was the ritual phrase one warrior might say to another who sallied forth expecting to die. Lujan touched her hair and tucked a drifting strand back behind her ear. The familiarity might have been an impertinence had Lujan not come to hold the place of her dead brother in her heart.
"Lady, feel no sorrow. Had I the choices of my youth to make over, I would live them all again."
His mouth quirked with a ghost of his old insolence.
"Well, maybe not quite all. There were the instances of an unwise wager or two, and then the fat madam of that brothel whom I once insulted."
The Chojar mage rapped a hind limb upon the paving with a sound like the crack of a mallet. "The time appointed for the combat is at hand," it intoned. And at no other discernible signal, one of the Chojar guard advanced to the edge of the circle. It waited there, its bladed forelimbs shining in the soft light under the dome. Lujan flashed Mara his most insouciant grin, then sobered, his mien as taut as any time he had waited poised for battle. Without a look back or any sign of regret, he walked to the circle and took his place on the side opposite his Chojar opponent. Mara felt alone and vulnerable. Uneasily she noticed that her Chojar guard had closed the space that she had crossed. They now stood arrayed at her back, as if prepared to block her retreat or any other desperate move she might attempt. Her knees shook. It embarrassed her that even that small weakness showed. She was Acoma. She would not flee her fate, nor would she demean Lujan by shirking her place at the circle's edge. Still, when the Chojar mage intoned the procedure that, at its signal, both Lujan and the Chojar warrior appointed to face him should cross within the line and commence the contest, the lady fought back an overpowering wish to close her eyes, to shut from view the petty striving that was all Lujan might claim for his epitaph. Lujan gripped his sword. His hand was firm, and his sinews did not quiver from apprehension. Nervousness seemed to have fled him, and indeed, to Mara's eyes, he seemed more assured than before other forays in the past. This battle was to be his last, and that knowledge eased him. Here, on the edge of the circle of challenge, there were no unknowns to worry over. The outcome of this fight would be the same whether he fought well or not, whether he won or he lost. He would not leave the circle alive. To wish events had been otherwise was a waste of his strength, and a lessening of the courage he had been born and raised to exhibit. According to the creed of the Surani warrior, he had let no one down. He had served his mistress well and fully. He had never turned his back on any foe. By all that he had been taught to believe, his death by the blade here was a fitting thing, the culmination of honour that was more sacred to the gods than life itself. Quiet in his readiness, Lujan inspected his sword edge one last time for flaws. There were none. He had drawn it for nothing but sharpening since departure from Saranuani. Then all considerations were ended as the Chojar mage spoke out. "Hear me, combatants! Once the line of the circle is crossed, the ward of its making will activate. To step over the line again, either from within or if another should try to intervene from without, will bring death. The terms of the battle shall be according to Surani tradition. Either the condemned shall die in combat inside the circle, or if he proves the victor, he shall be permitted to choose the hand of his executioner. I, mage of the city-state of Takaha, stand as the witness that these proceedings require." Lujan gave the Chojar mage a crisp salute. The Chojar warrior he was to fight gave no acquiescence at all beyond a change in stance, from a position of rest to the angled crouch that signalled its readiness to charge. Beads of reflected light glanced off the knife-sharp edges of its forelimbs, and its eyes sparkled inhumanly. If pity and regret were part of the hive mind, such emotion was not reserved for the fighting arm of its society. The Chojar warrior held but one directive: to do battle and to kill. In Surani conflicts, Lujan had seen companies of the creatures turn a battlefield into a butchery, for unless the weather was cold, the speed and reflexes of a human warrior were inferior. At best, he judged by the humid air that wafted through this chamber, he might get in a few parries before his body was diced up. His passage to Turakamu would be quick and almost painless. His mouth tipped into a ghost of a crooked grin. If he was lucky, he would be drinking Huat beer with his old friend Papewayo in Turakamu's halls before sundown. "Cross the line and commence on my signal," intoned the Chojar mage, and it stamped its hind limb against the floor with a sound like the chime of a gong. Lujan's levity faded. He sprang into the circle, barely aware of the red flare of heat at his back that spelt the activation of the death ward. The Chojar warrior came on with all of the speed he had anticipated, and he barely completed 3 steps before his guarding blade crashed into Chitin. Against this foe, his peril was doubled, for Chojar possessed 2 forearms with which to sally and chop at him. He, with his longer blade, had the better reach, and that humans were more naturally inclined to 2-legged stance meant he could sometimes snatch the advantage of height as well. But the Chojar was superbly armoured. Only a lunge with the point or the most hefty of 2-handed chops could wreak any damage through Chitin. Their joints were their sole point of vulnerability, yet too often their speed precluded tactics. Lujan parried and parried again. His footwork stayed light to deflect the Chojar's double-sided attack. He squinted, circled, and spun his blade in the tight-knit forms proven over time to best defend against a Chojar opponent. Blade clashed with Chitin as he tested. The creatures usually had preferred sides. The right limb might tend more to guard, while the left was cultivated for attack. Sword and bladed forelimbs whirled in deadly dance. Lujan became aware of a stickiness to his grip. Exertion had set him sweating. Inwardly he cursed. Once the leather wrappings of his sword hilt became saturated, they would loosen. His hold might slip, making his blade work sloppy. And against a Chojar adversary, even the slightest change of angle must be fatal. The strength behind their blows was such that a direct hit on the outer curve of a laminate Surani sword could shatter its cutting edge. Lujan beat back another attack, snapped straight as the guard limb of the Chojar effected a stroke that would have severed him at the knees. His leap back saved him from harm, but a burning sensation in his heel as he landed warned how near to the edge of the ward circle his evasive manoeuvre had carried him. He feinted, using a disengage that Kevin the Barbarian had taught him, and was nearly fatally surprised when his stroke rasped across Chitin and snicked the edge of a leg joint. The Chojar warrior hissed and clattered back, its claws stiffened with alarm. And Lujan was nearly taken in the neck by its return stroke, so unprepared for his small success that he had dangerously overextended. He half-turned on reflex and caught a glancing slice in the shoulder that peeled through armour and grazed enough flesh to sting cruelly. The parry he barely brought up to deflect the guard limb jarred him down to his sandals. It took the spinning leap of an acrobat to escape from being cornered. He ducked away from the milling whirl of the Chojar's attack, desperately aware of his peril. He needed to catch his breath. The fight would give him no chance. As his toughened hide blade clashed together with chitin again, he used his bracer to deflect the guard blade, while the attack blade whistled for his throat. He lunged, trusting impetus to carry him inside the arc of the Chojar's main thrust. He hit its jointed forelimb on the unbladed inside of the elbow, and it folded, its sharpened side deflected harmlessly against the backplate of his armour. The blow still had force enough to wind him. Lujan danced back a half-step to bring his blade back in play, while the Chojar warrior huffed in astonishment. Lujan followed with the classic riposte, and his curved sword stabbed in at the juncture where a mid-limb joined its thorax. The Chojar scrabbled back, wounded. Its mid-leg was no longer neatly folded, but dragged limp at its side. Caught in wonderment that his attack had gone through, Lujan felt the dawn of revelation. These Chojar were unexperienced at fighting humans. They were well enough schooled to combat the ancient forms of Sirani swordsmanship that they had faced in ages past, but the shutdown of information across the borders must have prohibited any experience with the innovations that had followed the Sirani Treaty. The newest refinements of blade work, introduced by the wars with Midkemia and styled on their barbarian way of fencing, had never been encountered by the hives outside the Empire. Chakaha's warriors held to the old ways, and, despite their superior speed, despite their double-bladed style, a Sirani human held an advantage. His newer techniques were not predictable, and Lujan had drilled against Chojar warriors in the past. Thought during battle slowed the warrior. Lujan took a cut to his calf and another to his forearm behind his left-hand bracer. Despite his wounds, he realised that the Chojar was holding back. Perhaps it was the tiniest bit hesitant because of Lujan's unorthodox attack patterns, because either one of its blows could as easily have lopped off a limb. Something had caused it not to follow through with its full strength and capability. Lujan paid special heed to his footwork, which was paramount to the Midkemian style. He slapped the Chojar's neck stroke aside as he might have dispatched a practice stick, then tried another disengage. To his gratification, the Chojar retreated, proving his theory that it did not understand Midkemian fencing tactics. Lujan grinned in a wild, adrenaline-sharpened exultation. He had crossed practice sticks with Kevin the Barbarian many times and, better than most of his peers, had mastered the foreign technique. More suited though it was to a straight sword than to the broader blade his own culture favoured, there were forms a Sirani swordsman could execute with good effect. The Chojar was now disadvantaged and uncertain, and for the first instant since Lujan had claimed his right to challenge, he entertained the hope of victory. He feinted, lunged, and felt his next stroke connect. Grinning wider, he saw a spurt of the milky liquid that served the Chojar as bodily fluid. His opponent dropped briefly to its unwounded midlimb as it counter-attacked, but four-legged posture was sure sign of a Chojar prepared to retreat. Lujan lunged for his opening, a clear stroke to his foe's neck segment. Never mind that its dying follow-through would take him in the heart. His would be the victory. His the first lethal stroke. He would gain the time-honoured Sirani reward of death in battle by an enemy's blade. Yet, even as his trained body responded and on ingrained reflex began the stroke that would end all contention, his mind shied away. What was such a death if not futile? Had he learned nothing in his years of service to Mara? Would killing this Chojar, against whom he had no quarrel, achieve one single bit of good toward her goal? It would not, he saw in a rush of cheated anger. Nothing would be served except to confirm Sirani ways in the hive mind of the Chojar of Chakaha. What is my life or my death worth? Lujan thought, trapped in a split second between motion. To become the victorious warrior? No. To kill his opponent out of hand would serve no living thing. Not Mara, not this hive, and not the captive nation of Chojar within Sirani borders. Gods! He raged in a moment of lacerating inner anguish. I cannot live by the warrior's code alone, and neither can I die by it. His hand followed the heresy of his thoughts. Lujan pulled his stroke. The move was awkwardly timed of necessity, and it cost him. He gained another slash in the thigh, this one deep enough to cripple. Back he stumbled, hopping on his good leg. His Chojar opponent sensed his weakening resolve. It reared up, a whirling forelimb sliced down from above, and Lujan deflected the cut barely. His forehead was laid open to the bone, and as blood ran down his face and blinded his eye, he was aware of Mara's stifled outcry. He stumbled back. The Chojar pursued. He felt hot pavement beneath his heel and knew relief. He had reached the outermost edge of the circle. If he crossed over, he would die. He would perish anyway, but perhaps not entirely for nothing. His end could still make a point. Even as his opponent scuttled to finish him, he parried furiously and cried out to the looming figure of the Chojar mage who stood yet in judgment over him.
I did not come here to kill. You Chojar of Chakaha are not the enemies of my mistress, Lady Mara.
Chitin rang against his blade as, desperate to be heard, he parried again.
I will not fight any longer against a being she would have for a friend.
He parried again, lunged to drive his opponent momentarily back, and, in that half-second of respite, threw down his sword in disgust. On his good leg, he spun, turning his back to the killing stroke. Before him glowed the scarlet line of the circle. He was grateful in that arrested moment of time that he had got his positioning right. The Chojar warrior could not cross in front of him without violating the ward's spell. If it killed, it must use the coward's stroke, the murderer's cut, and butcher him from behind. He drew a shuddering breath, eyes raised to the Chojar mage.
Strike my back, who would be your friend and ally, and see your unjust execution done.
Lujan heard the whistle of the air parted by the Chojar warrior's bladed forearm. He braced himself, prepared for the bone-rending finish to its descent. The end was foregone conclusion. At this point, a man with a sword could not curb inertia and snatch back the stroke as it fell. But the reflexes of a Chojar were not human. The blade stopped, soundless and motionless, a hair's breadth from Lujan's neck. The Chojar mage reared back, its sail-like wings upraised as if in alarm. "What is this?" it rang out in what plainly served as astonishment. "You break the tradition of the Sirani? You are a warrior, and yet you give up your honour?" Shivering now in the aftermath of nerves and adrenaline, Lujan managed a steady answer.
What is tradition but habit?
He shrugged stiffly, feeling the sting of his wounds.
Habits can be changed. And as any Sirani will confirm, there is no honour in killing an ally.
Blood dribbled into his left eye, obscuring his vision. He could not see to tell whether Mara approved of his gesture. A moment later, it did not matter, for the blood left his head in a rush. His wounded leg gave way, and he fainted and fell with a grinding crash of armour to the floor. The red circle died in a fizzle of sparks, and the great domed chamber hushed. Lujan wakened to a sharp tingle of pain. He gasped, opened his eyes, and saw the head of a cho-jar bent within inches of his own. He lay on what felt like a couch. Pointy, claw-like appendages gripped the wounds in his forearm and thigh, and, by the prick of what felt like a needle, he realised he was being sewn up by a cho-jar worker physician. While the medicinal skills of the creatures were exemplary, and they did neat, careful work, they had spent little time in the art of practising upon humans. Lujan stifled a second grimace of discomfort, and judged that their knowledge was decidedly lacking in the area of anaesthetics. Even on the field, he would have been given spirits to dull his awareness of the pain. So it was that he took a moment to notice the secondary, more pleasant sensation of small, warm fingers gripping the hand of his unwounded arm. He turned his head.
"Mara!"
Her smile met him. She was close to weeping, he saw, but with joy, not sorrow.
"What happened, lady?"
Belatedly, he realised they were no longer in the domed chamber of judgment, nor restored to confinement, but installed instead in a beautifully appointed chamber high up in a tower. A window behind Mara showed sky and clouds, and left the lady awash in bright sunlight. She squeezed his hand in youthful excitement, though in truth this trial had aged her. The grey shot through her dark hair had grown more pronounced, and her eyes showed deep crow's feet from prolonged exposure to the weather. And yet never before had her face seemed more beautiful. Maturity had given her depths and mysteries impossible to the trackless face of youth. "Lujan, you have won for the Acoma highest honour," she said quickly. "By your act in the circle, you proved to these Choja of Chakaha that Surani tradition is not the all-consuming way of life they believed it to be. For ages, they have seen Surani demonstrate a lie. They understood all I said, even knowing through their magic that I believed in my convictions, but their own past taught that such displays of peaceful ways were but preludes to more violence and betrayal." She took a deep breath of relief. "You have won us reprieve through your courage and innovation. Your actions lived as one with my words and convinced them that perhaps we are different from our ancestors. The Choja mage in attendance was astonished by your act and was convinced to review the memory stone left to us by Gitania. On it were records of my meeting with the Hive Queen on the old Acoma estates, and her entreaty made an impression."
"Our sentences are rescinded? We're to go free?"
Lujan gasped out, as he could when the Choja physician paused in its labours. "Better than that!" Mara's eyes glowed with pride. "We are to be given safe passage through Thuril to our ship, and with us, when we return to Suranuani, will travel 2 Choja mages. The city-state of Chakaha has decided it will aid us in the hope that the liberation of the Surani Choja may be accomplished by the Emperor. I have pledged to use my office to intercede. I am almost certain that once I explain to Ichinda the truths we have learned, he cannot say no."
"Gods!"
Lujan exclaimed.
"Everything we could have asked for has been granted."
He was so excited, he forgot his hurts and attempted to move. At this, the Choja physician said, "Lady Mara, this warrior's wounds are severe. Excite him not, for he must rest for several weeks if his leg is to heal as it should." Black, faceted eyes swivelled toward Lujan. "Or would the estimable force commander prefer to limp?" Lujan felt suddenly flooded with strength, and he laughed.
"I can be patient while my body repairs itself, but not so patient that I can stay in bed for weeks on end."
He rolled his head on the pillow, warmed afresh by Mara's smile. "Rest you easy," his mistress commanded. "Never mind the delay. Word will be sent back to Hakanu by way of the Thurl settlements, and from thence with the traders overseas. For we have time now, Lujan. And while your wounds are knitting, I shall prevail upon our host hive to show us wonders." Chapter 24. Homecoming. The barge left the shore. Mara leaned on the rail and drew a deep breath of the warm breeze. The familiar smell of dank earth, fresh lake water, wet planking, and the slight taint of sweat from the slaves who manned the oars made her shiver. Home. In scarcely another hour she would reach the estates. She savoured the heat of the sun on her flesh. This was the first glimpse of sky and daylight she had had since a stealthy night debarkation from Kolteka and weeks of underground travel across the Empire by Chojar tunnels. For the Chojar mages had confirmed what heretofore had been her surmise, that the assembly of magicians could not spy through the dark earth. What transpired in the Chojar tunnels lay beyond their ability to scry, a difficult concession at the time of the treaty. And so, her band of picked warriors, her servant Camleo, and the 2 Chakaha Chojar had thus proceeded to re-enter the Empire in secret. This they had accomplished with neither permission nor help from the local Chojar who dwelt there, lest harbouring the Chakaha mages in any fashion void the terms of the treaty. The mages' presence was shunned with scrupulous precision, so that none of the Empire Chojar could claim to have seen them pass or to have known of their existence. Mara's request that all Chojar vacate the tunnels before her until after she had passed had been accepted without question by the Surani Chojar queens. They might suspect, but they could answer truthfully they had no knowledge of what Mara had attempted. As a result of near-total isolation, Mara felt distressingly uninformed. Only a few scraps of news were given her by those Chojar workers she encountered while waiting for the answer from the local queen that she might pass through the hives unobserved. The only important information was that a Great One yet maintained surveillance over the entrance of the Red God's temple in Sulenke, waiting for her to break her seclusion. That might have been amusing, had it not revealed her danger. Even after the passage of months, that any member of the Assembly, however minor, still should deem such a watch to be necessary, meant her next few actions must be well plotted and executed, without flaw. She felt in her bones that only her unique rank was keeping her alive, for certainly some members of the Assembly must be at the end of their patience. Mara had dared not pause to establish contact with Arakasi's network of agents along the way. The pace she had set to reach the Empire's heartland had been relentless. As she had not cared to risk her own exposure or to compromise the hives that gave her shelter, she had no way to determine how Jiro might have spent the months of her absence. She didn't even know if her husband had successfully dealt with his dissident cousins and clan rivals who had ambition to upset his inheritance. Mara had learned only moments before from workers on the docks that Hokanu had returned to their lakeside estates, and that Lady Isashani had teasingly tried to pair him off with a concubine who had in some way failed to please one of her dead husband's many bastards. Hokanu had sent a charming refusal. Although in such social gossip Mara could find no implication of threat, she asked out of caution for the foreign mages to stay closeted within an unused chamber in the hive nearest to the estate. With them she left 2 warriors to attend their needs, and these bound strictly to secrecy. They would emerge to forage only at night, and would not divulge their duties to any of the Acoma patrols or local Chojar. Mara gave the soldiers a paper affixed with her personal chop as servant of the Empire, instructing anyone that the 2 soldiers should be permitted to go their way without question. Such precaution would give no protection from her adversaries, but it would prevent friends or allies from blundering into her secret. Mara leaned into the breeze and faintly smiled. She had so much to tell Hokanu. The wonders she had seen during Lujan's convalescence in Chakaha defied rational description. From the exotic flowers the Chojar workers cultivated that bloomed in combinations of colours not seen anywhere else, to the rare liquors distilled from red bee honey and other elixirs that they traded with their eastern human neighbours. Within her baggage she had brought medicines, some made of moulds, others extracted from seeds or rare mineral springs that her healers would call miraculous in their curative properties. She had watched the heated forging done in the glassworks, where they created everything from vasery to cutlery to building stone that shone in clear colours like gems. She had watched apprentice mages master their first spells, and seen the fine scrollwork of patterns appear on their unmarked carapaces. She had watched the most ancient of the mages, who was lined in a maze of colours, at his work. He had shown her visions of the far past, and one, misty with a haze of unresolved probability, that showed the future as yet unformed. It had looked much like dyes awash in a fishbowl, but sparkling with flecks like golden metal. "If that is my future," Mara had said laughingly, "I shall perhaps die a very wealthy woman." The Chojar mage had said nothing in return, but for a moment his shiny azure eyes had looked sad. Mara could not contain her high spirits. She watched a flock of marsh birds take flight over the reed beds and remembered the models that had flown like birds in Chakaha, and other living, untamed birds beguiled to sing in counterpoint. She had seen animals grow fur in colours as brilliant as exotic silk. Chojar magic held ways for stone to be spun into fibres and woven, and ways for water to be fashioned into braided cable that flowed uphill. Between times, she had been feasted with exotic foods and dishes seasoned with spices that were as intoxicating as wine. There existed enough trade possibilities in Chakaha to tempt Jikan to commit sacrilege, and, with excitement akin to any schoolgirl's, Mara longed for her perilous quandary with the assembly to be resolved, so that she could resume more peaceful pursuits. Her problems were not yet ended. Yet, in her high spirits, she could not help but feel that things must work out in her favour. The mood of frivolous excitement had overruled Sarek's more sober advice to remain in the Chojar tunnels until close to her estate house. Mara was so homesick for the sights and smells of Suranuani that she brought her company above ground near the lake shore, and then commandeered a barge from her own Acoma tradesman to finish her journey by water. A shadow fell over her. Musing cut short, Mara looked up. Lujan had crossed the deck and paused at her side. His inspection of her honour guard was complete, and if the armour they wore was unmarked in house colours, their lacquer accoutrements sparkled. Lujan had decked his helm with officer's plumes of Acoma green. He moved yet with a limp, but his wound had healed cleanly under the ministrations of the Chojar physicians. In time, he would recover fully. At present, his eyes glinted with mischief, and by that Mara knew his excitement equalled her own.
"Lady,"
he greeted with a salute.
"Your men are ready for their homecoming."
The corners of his mouth bent wryly upward.
"Do you suppose we'll give the dock sentries a fright? We have been gone for so long they might see our colourless armour and think us all spirits returned from the dead."
Mara laughed. "In a way, we are." A second figure approached and paused on her other side. Sunlight glowed on a mantle of Chojar silk, patterned by the Chakaha mages with an intricacy that might be the envy of any of the Emperor's wives. Mara saw a fall of gold hair beneath the hood, and her heart warmed. "Camleo," she greeted, "you look extraordinarily pretty." In fact, this was the first time Mara or any of the warriors who had ventured off into Thuril territory had seen the girl dress other than plainly. Camleo lowered her eyelashes in shy silence. But the building embarrassment caused by Lujan's stare of admiration a moment later gave rise to her reluctant explanation.
After our experiences with the Thuril, I learned to trust my lady's word, that I will not be married off or given to any man I do not choose.
She gave a self-conscious shrug that set the coloured fringes on her garment flying free in the wind.
There is no need here on your estate to hide in tattered clothes.
She sniffed, perhaps with disdain, perhaps with relief. Lujan received a flickering glance that hinted at temper.
Our men do not steal their wives by raiding. And if the spymaster Arakasi chances to be at the docks, I would not wish him to think me ungrateful for the raised station bestowed upon me.
Oh-ho!
Lujan laughed.
You have come far, little flower, that you speak his name without spitting.
Camleo tossed back her hood and gave the force commander a sultry pout that might have been prelude to a slap. At least Lujan thought it might, for he raised his hand in mock fear to ward off the result of womanly fury. But Mara interceded, stepping between her officer and the former courtesan.
Behave, you two, or else the dock sentries will not mistake you for ghosts, but for miscreants fit to be sent off for punishment. Doubtless there are enough dirty latrines in the barracks to keep you both cleaning for a week.
When Lujan gave no insolent reply to this threat, Mara raised her eyebrows and looked to see what was amiss. She found his levity banished, and his expression as stern as any he might wear in the moment before charging into battle, as his eyes turned to the distant shoreline.
Lady,
he said, in a tone grim as granite.
Something is wrong.
Mara followed his gaze, her heartbeat accelerated by sudden fear. Across a narrowing strip of water lay the landing and the stone walls and peaked cornices of the estate house. At first glance, all seemed tranquil. A trader barge, much like the one her party rode upon, lay warped to the bollards. Bales and boxes lay piled on the dock from the offloading, presided over by a tally clerk and 2 stalwart male slaves. Recruits in half-armour were dashing from the practice field, as if they had just finished sparring. Smoke rose in a spiral from the kitchen chimneys, and a gardener raked fallen leaves off a walkway between courtyard gardens. "What?" Mara asked impatiently, but the answer became obvious as the sun caught and flashed on a sparkle of gold. The anomaly drew her eye, and she saw the imperial runner who raced away down the lane leading from the great house. Mara's unease crystallized into dread, for such messengers rarely brought good news. No longer did the sweetness of the breeze offer comfort, or the beauty of the green hillsides lift her heart.
"Bargeman!" she cracked out. "Get us to shore with all speed!"
A string of orders answered her command, and the rowers bent over their looms in double time. The clumsy trader barge bored ahead, spray flying in sheets from its blunt bow. Mara restrained an urge to pace in rank impatience. She was paying for her brash impulse now. Had she listened to Sarek's more prudent suggestion and continued underground to the hive entrance nearest to the estate, she might already be getting information from a runner sent to meet her. Now she was powerless to do other than watch and wait, while every possible scenario of disaster played through her imagination. Camleo looked terrified, and Lujan sweated in feverish anticipation lest the troops he should rightly be commanding be called to the field without his knowing why. He might be wielding his sword all too soon, Mara thought. Judging by the furious activity on the docks, it was plain that no time could be spared to allow his scars the restful recovery they required. Already, drums boomed from the estate house, the heavy, deep-noted ones that signalled a marshalling of the garrison.
It will be war,
Lujan surmised, an edge to his words.
The rhythm is short, patterned in threes. That code spells a call for total mobilization, and Irilandi would never stir his old shank so fast for less than serious trouble.
Kyoke must have shared in that decision, Mara thought aloud. Even before he was appointed advisor for war, he was not an officer to take extreme measures without reason. If Jiro's hands are presumably still tied by the assembly, what could have happened? Is it possible some hothead has called upon Clan Honor, or worse, that House Shinzawai might be under attack?
Lujan stroked his sword grip, as miserable with taut nerves as she.
We cannot know, lady, but I cannot shake off the hunch that what we see is the beginning of something worse.
Mara turned her back to the rail. She found her advisor Sarek looking on, and at her tight-lipped silence he offered, "Should I shake up the barge master to force more speed from the rowers?" Her face as pitiless as fine marble, the lady of the Acoma nodded.
"Do so."
The barge was commodiously built to carry cargo, and its lines took unkindly to speed. The increase as the oar slaves applied themselves to extremity was negligible. The bow seemed only to carve up more spray, and the roil of the oar strokes raised deeper eddies. Mara saw the bodies of the rowers run with sweat before many minutes had passed. Activities on the docks at the landing intensified even as she steeled herself to look. The bales and boxes that only minutes before lay spread out for tallying were now trodden by a massive wedge of warriors. The trader barge had been cut loose half unladen, and the tallykeeper set on board in frantic arm-waving dismay. He sprang, shouting, into the stern as a shove from a plumed officer carried his craft from the dock. 2 brawny stevedore slaves were all he had left to man the craft to safe anchorage, and his cries of outrage flew across the water like the yips of fisher-birds, soon lost in the boom of the drums. Like the massing warriors, Mara had little concern for the fate of the clerk and the barge. The length of the shoreside warehouses' great double doors had opened along the waterline, revealing the wooden rails of the launching ways for the craft stored in the dry sheds. Slaves swarmed in the shadows inside. Out of the dimness deployed the Acoma war-boats, long double-hulled craft steadied with outriggers and planked across their lean length with archer platforms. More slaves rowed these toward the landing, where company after company of bowmen boarded. As each boat was filled, it pushed off into the lake, with the outriggers lowered, like a waterbird's great wings dipping to touch the water. Before the outriggers were fully lashed into place, archers had taken position along the narrow firing platform along the top of each pontoon. Lujan ticked numbers off on his fingers. After counting a dozen boats, and noting the banners that flew at the prow and stern of each, he knew which companies had been called to action. His conclusion was chilling.
This is a complete defensive deployment, Mara. An attack must be in the offing.
Mara's apprehension burned away in a surge of fierce anger. She had not crossed the sea and treated with barbarians and nearly lost her life in Chakaha to see all fall to ruin upon her return. She had sent Hokanu word that she was on her way back to the Empire, but detailed communication was too dangerous, an invitation to enemies to set an ambush should it fall into wrong hands. And when the need of secrecy was past, for her own selfish pleasure, she had held out at the moment of reunion in the hope of giving her loved ones a joyful surprise. But there would be no celebration upon her return. Setting aside both her anticipation and disappointment, she hardened her manner and turned to Sarek.
"Break out the Acoma standard, and let my personal pendant fly beneath." It is time to make our presence known. Let us pray there is one sentry not racing to put on war armor who can carry word of our arrival to Hokanu, that his lady is back on Acoma soil.
The honour guard on the trader's barge decks raised cheers at her brave words, and directly the green banner with its shatterbird symbol was run up the pole at the stern. No sooner did it unfurl upon the breeze than an answering cry arose from the shore. One of the tiny figures on the dockside pointed, and there followed a great shout from the army gathered and engaged in boarding. The noise settled into a chant, and Mara heard her name called over and over, along with the title bestowed upon her by the Emperor, Servant of the Empire, Servant of the Empire. Her concern nearly gave way to tears, that her people could raise such a commotion of affection at her return, with dire trouble afoot. The barge-master shouted himself hoarse with frantic orders, and slowly his craft was poled into the gap that opened in haste at the jammed dockside to receive Mara's landing. A figure in scarred blue armour hurried out from the press. Beneath the crested helm that denoted the Lord of Shinzawai, the lady saw Hokanu's face, concern and gladness struggling to burst through proper Surani reserve. That her husband wore his scarred, sun-faded battle armour and not the decorative ceremonial gear reserved for state occasions was sign enough that bloodshed was imminent. For lords did not march with their troops for any but a major engagement. Yet, after close to a half-year of absence and the months and agonies of misunderstanding, Mara paid that detail little heed. She could not pause for formal greeting, but ran forward the instant the gangplank spanned the gap from rail to dock. She rushed like a girl ahead of her officers and threw herself headlong into her husband's arms. As if she had performed no breach in proper manners, Hokanu gathered her close. "Gods bless your return," he whispered into her hair. "Hokanu," Mara replied, her cheek pressed to the unyielding curve of his breastplate. "How I have missed you." And then the worries of the moment marred their reunion, killing their fleeting surge of joy as she recalled the absence of her little ones. "Husband, what passes? Where are the children?" Hokanu set her back at arm's length, his dark, worried eyes seeming to drink in the sight of her face. She was so thin and sunburned and vital. His longing to ask the most simple question after her health was painful to read on his face. But the smothered panic behind her question demanded answer. Urgency warred with Hokanu's native tact, and, in the end, he settled for bluntness. "Justin and Kasuma are safe as yet. They are still in the Imperial Palace, but ill news has come." He took a quick breath, as much to brace himself as to allow her a moment to prepare. "My love, the light of heaven has been murdered." Mara rocked back, as if physically pushed off balance, but Hokanu's fast grip prevented her from falling backward into the lake. Shock drained the blood from her face. Of all the calamities she had imagined might happen in her absence, and after all of the perils she had escaped to bring back the Chakaha mages, the death of the Emperor was the last event she could have anticipated. From somewhere she summoned enough presence of mind to ask, "How?" Hokanu gave an unhappy shake of his head. "The news just came. Apparently an Omechan cousin attended a small imperial dinner yesterday. His name was Lojawa, and before 30 witnesses, he stabbed Ichindar in the neck with a poisoned table knife. The vial of poison must have been hidden in the hem of his robes. A healing priest was brought within minutes, but help came too late." Quietly, almost kindly, Hokanu finished, "The poison was very fast." Mara shivered, stunned. This atrocity seemed impossible. that the slender, dignified man who had sat on the golden throne, hag-ridden with worries and driven nearly to distraction by the quarrelling of his many wives, should never again hold audience in his grand hall. Mara mourned. No more would she offer counsel in the lamplit privacy of his apartments, or enjoy the man's gentle and dry wit. He had been a serious man, deeply concerned for his people, and often careless of his health under the crushing burdens of rulership. Mara's delight had been to try to make him laugh, and sometimes the gods had allowed her some success, giving his sense of humour free rein. Ichindar had never been the figurehead for her that he had been for the multitudes he had ruled. For all of his grand state, and all of the pomp that his office demanded, that he should always seem the image of God on earth to the nations, he had been a friend. His loss was overwhelming, and the world was poorer. Had he not seized courage and opportunity, and sacrificed his own happiness for the burden of absolute rule, none of the dreams that Mara had journeyed to Thuril to save the world ever would have grown beyond idle fantasy. The Lady of the Acoma felt old, too shaken to look beyond the horizons of personal loss. And yet the bite of Hakanu's fingers on her shoulders reminded her that she must. This tragedy would bring terrible repercussions, and if their combined household of Acoma and Shinzawai were not to sink in the backlash, she had to renew her grasp on current politics. She fixed first on the name Hokanu had mentioned, that of a total stranger. Lojawa! Dismay cracked her Surani facade. I don't know him. You say he is Omechan? In desperation, she appealed to her husband, whose advisers were versed in recent events and presumably had offered some theories. What possible motivation could have driven an Omechan to such an act? Of all the great families that might vie to restore the warlord's office, the Omechan stand the furthest from claiming the power of the white and gold. 6 other houses would see their own candidate enthroned before the Omechan. The news just came, Hokanu repeated, at a loss himself. He gestured to a waiting strike leader to continue directing troops into the boats. Over the stamp of hobnailed battle sandals across the dock, he added, Inkomo hasn't had time to make sense of the details yet. No, not a warlord's office, Sarek broke in, too fired by a sudden insight to observe proper protocol. Mara's eyes swung and locked with his, but she whispered, No, you are right. Not a warlord's office. Her face went from pale to deathly white. The golden throne itself is now the prize. The stooped, grey-haired figure who elbowed his way through the press to Hokanu's side overheard. Inkomo looked rumpled, red-eyed, and more shriveled with age than Mara recalled. The cares of the moment made him querulously shrill. But there is no imperial son. Sarek spoke fast in correction. Whoever takes the hand of Ichindar's eldest daughter, Jahilia, becomes the 92nd Emperor of Suranuani. A girl barely 12 years old is now heir to the throne. Any of 100 royal cousins who might bring a war host to storm the walls of the imperial palace could try to claim her in marriage. Jiro, Mara cried. This stroke is brilliant. Why else should he be studying and building siege engines in secret all these years? This is the plot he must have been working on all along. It meant that her children were not just unsafe, but in jeopardy of their lives. For if the Anasati were to break into the imperial palace with their armies, any child with both enemies and a tie to the imperial line would be at risk. Interpreting her appalled silence, Sarek burst out, Gods! Justin! Mara choked back panic at her advisor's cruel understanding. Even her highest honour now worked against her. As servant of the Empire, she had been formally adopted into Ichindar's family. By law and tradition, her boy was legitimately of the blood royal. Not only were her issues subject to royal privilege, but Justin could arguably be a claimant to the throne as a royal nephew, and Ichindar's closest male relation. Jiro would delight in arranging the demise of Justin and Kasuma as a normal action in his feud with the Acoma. But, with the throne as a goal, he would be doubly implacable in seeing Justin dead. Nor would any other candidate for Jahilia's hand be inclined toward mercy where a rival heir might be concerned. Justin was but a boy, and fatal accidents could easily happen in time of war. Mara reined back a terrible urge to shriek curses at the gods for this ugliest twist of fate. She had the assembly to contend with all along, but counted on its edict to hold Jiro at bay until they were neutralized. But this tragic assassination had placed the lives of her children once again in the moil of politics, and had set them down at the heart of the conflict. Hokanu's eyes betrayed his realization of the peril, and a half-stunned Inkomo voiced their worst fears aloud.
Both Acoma and Shinzawai could be rendered airless at one stroke.
Awakened to remembrance that such momentous matters must not be discussed among troops on the dock, Mara responded to Hokanu's urging and made her way through the surging ranks of warriors toward the great house. In a flat tone of foreboding, she said,
"I see you have mobilized our home garrison already. For the sake of our children, we must also send runners to our allies and vassals and command them to make ready for war." Hokanu steered her across the threshold with hands that, by some miracle, did not tremble. He did not pause to object that such a call to arms must certainly draw reaction from the assembly, but in a stony voice said, "Inkomo, see to this. Send our fastest messengers, and ones who are loyal enough to give their lives in this service." To Mara he added, "In your absence, I have set up relays of messengers to pass between here and the Shinzawa estates. Arakasi helped, though he did not approve of the project. It was done in haste, and requires much manpower, but precaution was needed to see our dispatches through without delays. My cousin, Devakai, has caused difficulties enough that he might as well be acting as one of Jiro's allies." As Inkomo hurried off, his spindly legs pumping beneath the flapping hem of his advisor's robe, Mara waved for Lujan and Sarek to stay and give counsel. Spotting Camleo looking lost as she trailed in their wake, Mara indicated that the girl should follow also. Then her mind returned to the trouble at hand as Hokanu added, "Our supporters will be brought to the field in swift order. For a while we may be able to hide some of our troops under the banners of our allies, but that won't suffice for long. God smile on our cause and send chaos and dust to confuse the eyes of the Great Ones. It will be a relief to see an end to this inactivity at last." His eyes narrowed. "The Anasati have too long avoided Shinzawai revenge for ordering my father's assassination." Then he paused and spun Mara into the longer embrace he had withheld in the public view of the docks. "My dear, what a terrible homecoming. You left on your journey to Thuril to avert the ugliness of war, and now you return to find the game of the council causing bloodshed once again." He gazed down at her face and waited, tactfully not inquiring about the success of her mission. Mara caught the drift of his unspoken questions, among them a wonderment that she no longer seemed to hold his mishandling of Kasuma's birth against him. Her near brush with death had reordered her priorities. As if all the world had not thrust pending disaster upon their combined house, she murmured answer to the matter that lay closest to her heart. "I have been told of a certain fact that you should have revealed to me, and at once." Her lips curved in a sad little smile. "I know I can have no more children. Let that not be an impediment to your begetting the son you desire." Hakanu's brows arose in protest, first, that she seemed to receive such news with equanimity, and second, because the greater significance of her journey had been ignored by her. But, before he could speak, Mara added, "Husband, I have been shown wonders, but we must speak of them later and in private." She stroked his cheek and kissed him, and then, still loving the sight of him, she demanded without averting her eyes, "Has Arakasi sent any messages?" "A dozen since you left, but nothing since yesterday. Not yet, anyway." Hokanu's hands firmed around her waist, as if he feared she might draw away as the exigencies of ruling lady stole her attention. To Sarek, Mara commanded, "Send word through the network that I want Arakasi back here as soon as possible." Mara turned to see Camleo standing with a look both fearful and determined. Whatever she had said to Mara in the distant mountains of Thuril about dealing with the spy master now vanished with the realization that he would soon be here. The former courtesan saw Mara's eyes upon her, and she threw herself prone on the floor in the lowliest obeisance of a slave. "Lady, I will not displease you." "Then do not distress Arakasi at this time," the lady replied, "for all of our lives may come to depend upon him. Rise." Camleo obeyed, and Mara said more kindly, "Go and refresh yourself. Gods know we have endured a harsh journey, and there will be little enough time to rest in the days to come." As the girl crept away, Mara said briskly to Lujan, "Help Irilandi finish deploying our warriors, and when they are away to their mustering point—" Here she paused and asked of her husband, "Which mustering point did you designate?" Hokanu gave her a half-smile, in which anxiety outweighed amusement. "We gather on the riverbanks at the edge of the estate, on the assumption that Jiro will float his main army down the Gagajin. The Assembly cannot fault us for defying any edict if we maneuver within our own borders. Under clan colours, Shinzawai forces will march toward Kentasani from the north, and a mixed garrison of Tuscarora and Acoma forces split off from your estate near Sulankur will march by road to intercept any companies of traditionalist allies or Anasati troops that take the slow route over land." Mara speculated. "Jiro would have prepared for this day." Lujan expanded her thought.
"The siege engines? Do you think he has them hidden in the forest south of the Holy City?"
"South or north?" said Hokanu. "Arakasi reports that the location of the Anasati engineers is a closely kept secret. Several of the messages he sent in your absence mention their being dismantled and shipped via circuitous routes to points unknown. He also wrote that the saboteurs we sent in with the toy maker's plans have reported back only once. By the code, we can assume all is well, and that they are in place with the siege engines, but their location has been effectively guarded." "I would have hidden troops away also were I in Jiro's place," Mara mused, then finished her last orders to Lujan before dismissal. "I want conference with you and Irilandi before the last boat leaves the docks. We do not know any of Jiro's plan of deployment." She read the negative on Hokanu's face and knew that they shared the same thoughts, that Arakasi's fears might be realized, and that Chumaka's spy network had evolved to surpass the Acoma's. How else could such massive engines be moved without observation? Mara went on. "We can only guess and design our campaign to match all contingencies." While the Acoma force commander saluted and hurried out, Hokanu looked upon his wife in fond exasperation. "My brave commander of armies, Do you think we have been idle during your absence?" And he drew her through the archway into the scriptorium, where cushions were clustered for a council meeting and a sand table now replaced the copy desks. There, shaped of clay, was a replica of Zetak Province, complete with the arrays of pins and markers that a tactician would use to represent companies of warriors in the field. Mara glanced over it. Her body took on a rigid set, and her face became stamped with purpose. "What I see is a defensive deployment." Her gaze travelled from the sand table and lingered on Sarek, her last adviser still present. She ended with an entreaty directed toward her husband. "What we sought to prevent, an all-powerful warlord, has brought us to a worse pass. There is no High Council to ratify the girl Jahilia's blood right of ascension to the throne as Empress. Unless the Assembly itself intervenes, Justin is caught between the jaws of a coup as a legal claimant. As such, he is a dead puppet, or a sharp weapon that any dissident contingent can use as an excuse to rip this land asunder in civil war. Bereft of the council, we cannot appoint a regent to bind the government to stability until the rational solution of marriage can reinstate a new emperor of the line. Even if we had enough loyal supporters in the imperial precinct to seize control and reconvene the council, we would have deadlock and bickering and murder to make the Night of the Bloody Swords look like a practice match between companies of green recruits. The violence would continue until one house emerged strong enough to force support to favour his cause." Sarek looked grim. "Which cause, Mistress? After Ichindar's boldness in seizing absolute rule, what lord's ambition would be sated with the restoration of the warlord's title?" "You do see," Mara's words were crisp, "a ratification will not happen. Even with all of our backing, can you imagine a girl of 12 ruling? With Ichindar's pampered first wife as regent? If Lord Kamatsu were still alive as Imperial Chancellor, perhaps with our resolve we might see a woman where now there is a girl. But if I read your comments aright, Hokanu, Kanazawai clan support has fragmented under pressure from your rivals and discontented cousins. You hold the office, but not yet the unified clan that your father had forged. Possibly Hopara of the Zacatekas would stand forth as our ally, but Frasai of the Tonmagu is still Imperial Overlord. Feeble old man that he is, he still commands Hopara's office, and as clan brother to Jiro, if chaos breaks loose, I doubt he can hold out for a stalwart and independent course. No, a new council could not stem the bloodshed now. Instead, the First Lord who can take control of the palace will force the priests to place Jahilia upon the throne, then take her to wife and see himself anointed emperor." Sarek concluded, as always, with another question. "You believe that Jiro was behind the Omechan assassination of the emperor?" But his words went unheard. Hokanu was staring into the deep eyes of his wife in something close to outright horror. He said very quietly, his voice edged with menace, or a note of great pain, "You are not thinking of defences, lady. You will not be calling out our troops to join with the Imperial Whites against the storm that must soon beset Kentosani?" "No," Mara admitted into an icy quiet. "I will not. If I get to the Holy City first, I mean to attack." "Justin." Sarek's voice held a high note of awe. "You would set your son on the throne as Jahilia's husband?" Mara spun around fast as a cornered beast. "And why not?" Her whole body quivered with stressed nerves. "He is a lawful contender for the divine office of Emperor." Then, into the shocked stillness that followed, she cried out in heart-wrung appeal, "Don't you see?
Don't any of you see at all? He is just a little boy, and it's the only possible way to save his life."
Sarek's mind had always been nimble. He was the first to sort the ramifications and see past Mara's wounding fear. To a stiff-faced Hokanu, he added, with no trace of his customary tact, "She's right. Justin alive would pose a threat to any outside faction who took the girl and forced wedlock. No matter how strong the self-styled Emperor's army, he would draw his enemies to the throne with him. No point of law would be overlooked, and Mara's popularity as servant must force recognition of Justin's adoptive blood tie. Dissidents would seize upon Justin's cause as a rallying cry, whether we willed it or no. Others might be willing to kill us all to win the opportunity to put the boy on the throne as their puppet."
"Civil war,"
Mara sighed, sounding wrung to her very core.
"If Jiro or any other lord gains the crown, we would have no emperor, no revered light of heaven, but only a more glorified warlord. It would be a merging of the worst of both offices, when we would hope to wed the best."
Hokanu moved suddenly. He caught her shoulders, turned her face into his chest in time to conceal her dissolution into tears, then stroked her in sad gentleness.
"Lady, never fear to lose my support. Never fear that."
Muffled into his warmth, Mara said,
"Then you don't disapprove?"
Hokanu smoothed back the hair torn loose from her headdress in the fever of their earlier embrace. His face looked suddenly lined with care and no small foreboding.
"I cannot pretend to love the idea, lady of my heart. But you are right. Justin will make a wise ruler once he reaches maturity. And until then, as his guardians, we can continue to reject the atrocities of the game of the Council and enforce a new stability in the nations. The people must all bow before his and Jahilia's combined claim, and the gods know the unfortunate girl deserves a mate close to her own age and inclinations. She would indeed be miserable as a puppet, wed to a man viciously driven by ambition, as Jiro is."
Then, as if sensing that Ayaki's loss lay very near to the surface of his wife's thoughts, and that with this chilling threat to Justin her need for solace at this moment must outweigh all other matters, Hokanu lifted his lady bodily in his arms. He cradled her tenderly against the breastplate of armour and bore her out of the scriptorium. As he turned down the corridor in the direction of their bedchamber, he called to Sarek over his shoulder, "If you have brought back from Thyril some means to stay the hand of the Assembly of Magicians, pray to the gods it will work. For unless I am totally mistaken, it must soon be Jiro of the Anasati we face across the field of war." Once in the privacy of the master suite, Mara pushed impatiently against Hokanu's cradling embrace.
"So much to do, and so little time."
Ignoring her struggles, Hokanu bent and laid her down on the sumptuous cushions of their sleeping mat, and only his fighter's reflexes permitted him the necessary speed to catch her wrists as she immediately tried to shove herself erect.
"Lady, we are not caught unprepared. Arakasi has kept us well informed. Kyoke is a craftier strategist than you or I, and Sarek will waste no time in giving them word that Justin's claim must of necessity be pressed."
As Mara's eyes bored furiously up into his, he gave her an ungentle shake.
"Take an hour. Your people will all be the better for being left free of distraction. Let your force commander consult with Irilandi and Kyoke and do his job. Then, when he has had time to assemble his ideas, we can hold council and forge the wisest course between us."
Mara looked again as if she might crumble.
"You are not worried for your Shinzawai holdings in the north, or your cousin Devakai's meddling?"
"No." Hokanu was bedrock firm.
I inherited Dogondi for Shinzawai first advisor, remember? My father relied on him for years, particularly when he was absent from home as Imperial Chancellor. Dogondi's as crafty as any man alive, and with our new messenger relay in place, he will hear of your need for aid in Justin's cause before sundown tomorrow. Incomo and he have worked together like old cronies. Trust the efficiency of your good officers, lady. My own servants you have won over shamelessly. Not one who wears Shinzawai blue would do less than give their lives for you. But not if you throw your uninformed opinion into their works just now. Another, more violent tremor coursed through Mara's body. How have I done without you all these months? She marvelled, in a voice shaved thin by jangled nerves. Of course, you are right. Hokanu felt her relax. When he judged it safe, he released her from restraint and waved for a maid to remove her travel clothing. As the woman set about her ministrations, he soon found he could not resist joining in the unwrapping. As the lady's overrobe came off and the ties to the underrobe were loosened, he played his hands along the smooth warmth of her flesh. A bitter homecoming, he mused. Not the one I would have chosen, husband. I have missed you. The maid attendant might as well have been invisible. Hokanu smiled. And I you. He reached to unbuckle the fastenings of his breastplate, then lost his concentration at even so simple a task as the maid let Mara's inner robe fall away. The sight of his lady, even tired and dusty from the road, with her hair tumbling loose from its pins, took Hokanu's breath away. She noticed his bemusement and at last managed to smile. Putting her hands over his, she began to work the leather straps through the buckles until he laid his lips upon hers and kissed her. After that, neither noticed as the maid took over the task of his undressing, then bowed to master and mistress and softly stole from the room. Later, when the couple lay replete with their love-making, Hokanu ran his finger gently along the line of Mara's cheek. The light through the screen silvered the streaks of age starting to grow in her black hair, and her skin showed weathering from the harsher sun of the southern lands. Even as he caressed her, she stirred and murmured again, "There is so much to do, and little time." Mara pushed herself up onto her elbow, a restlessness to her manner that now could not be denied. Hokanu loosened his embrace, knowing he could not hold her. A war waited to be fought, in open repudiation of the Assembly's disapproval. Young Justin's life depended upon the outcome. Yet, as Mara did arise, and clapped for her maid to return to attire her in battle dress, her husband stared after her with a terrible, gnawing poignancy. Hereafter, nothing between them would be the same. Either Jiro would sit on the golden throne, and Mara and all he loved would be destroyed, or they would perish in their attempt to make Justin emperor, or, perhaps most painful of all, Lady Mara would become ruler of Suranuani. Still, he simply had no choice. For his own daughter's sake, he must add his knowledge of war and trust that the legendary luck of the good servant would keep both them and their children alive. He pushed away from the mat, reached Mara in one stride, and while she had one arm helplessly caught in the process of her robing, took her face in his hands and gently, lovingly kissed her. Then he said, "Take time for a bath. I will go ahead of you and take counsel with Lujan and Irilandi." Mara returned the kiss and flashed him a brilliant smile. "No bath would ease me so much as one we could share." Hokanu let that cheer him, but as he slipped into his discarded clothes and hurried to the Council of War, he could not help but recognize that whether they would survive or fall in this full-scale conflict, inevitably their lives would embrace change.
He could not shake the foreboding that the events must force distance between him and the lady he held most dear. Chapter 25. Assembly. Chumaka smiled. He briskly rubbed his hands together as a man might do to warm them, but the day outside his window was hot. What the Anasazi first advisor reacted to was a chill of deep excitement. At last, he muttered. He swooped amid his clutter of papers and correspondence to grab what looked to be a nondescript notation of tally marks on a creased scrap of paper. But the markings hid a complex code, and the embedded message was precisely the one that Chumaka had prodded and plotted and cajoled to bring about. Ignoring the raised eyebrows and questioning manner of his clerk, Chumaka hurried out to seek his master. Jiro preferred to pass midday in indolence. He never took a siesta, nor, like so many ruling lords, did he amuse himself through the heat in lascivious play with concubines. Jiro's tastes were ascetic. He considered the chatter of women distracting, so much so that on a whim he had once ordered all of his female cousins consigned to chaste service in the temples. Chumaka chuckled at the memory. The girls would have no sons to become rivals, which made the master's short-tempered arbitration a wiser move than he knew. Jiro instinctively preferred privacy. At this hour he would be found at his bath, or else reading in the cool, breezy portico that connected the library with the scribe's copy chamber. Chumaka paused at the junction of the two inner corridors, dimly lit since no lamps burned in the heat, and faintly scented with the wax and oil used to treat the wood floors. His thin nostrils twitched. "Not the baths today," he muttered, for he could smell no trace of scent borne on the air by the passage of Jiro's bath slaves. The master was fastidious to the point of fussiness. He liked his food spiced to briskness to keep his breath sweet, and favoured perfumes in his wash-water. The old drooping ulo trees that edged the portico outside the library cooled the air even in the most sultry summer weather. Jiro sat on a stone bench, a scroll in his hand, and more heaped haphazardly around his feet. A deaf-mute slave attended him, ready at the twitch of his master's finger to attend to the slightest need. But Jiro's needs were notably few. Beyond the occasional request for a cold drink, he often sat at his reading until mid-afternoon, when he would meet with his Hadonra to discuss estate finances, or arrange for a recital of poetry, or walk in the pretty gardens designed by his great-grandmother, which it had been his pleasure to see replanted and restored. Immersed in his reading, Jiro did not immediately respond to the rapid tap of Chumaka's sandals against the terracotta tile of the portico. When he did notice the sound, he looked up as if at an intrusion, his brows pulled down in vexation, and his manner stiff with restraint. His expression changed at once to resignation. Chumaka was the most difficult of his servants to dismiss without the fuss of enforcing his rank as ruling lord. Somehow, Jiro felt it demeaning to deliver bald-faced demands. They were crude, and he prided himself on subtlety, a vanity that Chumaka was well versed in the art of exploiting. "What is it?" Jiro sighed, then checked his bored exhalation, realizing that his first adviser was showing the unabashed toothy smile he reserved for felicitous news. The Lord of the Anasazi brightened also. "It is Mara," he second-guessed. "She has arrived home to find herself disadvantaged, I hope?" Chumaka waved his coded note. "Indeed, master, and more. I have just received word directly from our spy implanted in Hokanu's messenger service. We have precise descriptions of how she plans to deploy her troops." Here, the Anasati First Advisor's manner dampened as he recalled how difficult it had been to break the private cipher of Hokanu's correspondence. As if sensing that a lecture on such subtleties might be forthcoming, Jiro pressed the discussion ahead. And? Chumaka for a moment looked vague as his train of thought recentered. But his eyes never once lost their sharpness, and his mind worked impressively fast. And our ruse worked. Jiro reined back a frown. Always, Chumaka seemed to expect him to follow the vaguest of references without any accompanying explanation. Which ruse do you speak of?
Why, the one concerning the engineers of the siege engines and the toy makers' plans. Lady Mara believes we were duped into hiring her false workers. She has arranged for no attack on our forces that are positioned to storm Kentosani.
Here Chumaka gave a wave of dismissal.
Oh, she has cozened her husband to call out the Shinzawai troops from the north. They will attack our northern flank, she believes, while we are in disarray and still struggling to recoup from the death she expects will happen in the mishap that results from the first firing of our battle rams and ballistas.
They won't fail, Jiro mused, his narrow face softening at last. They will shatter those ancient fortifications, and our men will already be inside. He gave a short bark of laughter. The Shinzawai troops will arrive only to do homage to a new emperor.
And to bury their boy heir,
Chumaka added in a low voice. Again he rubbed his hands together.
Justin, now. Should we say he was killed by fallen masonry, or that he was mistaken for a servant boy and given over to the slave master as spoils? There are many unpleasant ways for a boy to perish in the slave pens.
Jiro's lips thinned in disapproval, and his eyes narrowed. He was not comfortable with practices he considered brutal or purposefully crude. After a childhood spent being bullied by his younger brother Buntakapi, he had no patience in that respect. I want it done quickly and cleanly, without unnecessary pain. A miscast spear should do well enough, he snapped. Then his tone turned thoughtful. Mara, though. If the living body of the servant of the Empire were to fall into the hands of our troops, she would be another matter. Now it was Chumaka's turn to shy from the discussion. Surani enough to arrange for men to be tortured or killed when matters made such measures necessary, still he did not relish the idea of causing pain for the servant of the Empire. The look in Jiro's eyes whenever he contemplated the Lady Mara inevitably gave him an inward urge to shiver.
I shall arrange to send your Force Commander Omelo this latest news of Acoma and Shinzawa deployment, with your leave, my master.
Jiro gave a languid gesture of acquiescence, his thoughts still focused upon revenge. Barely waiting for this signal of approval, Chumaka backed off, bowing, his spirits reviving almost at once. Before Jiro had retrieved his scroll and returned to reading, the Anasati First Advisor was hurrying off, muttering ideas and plans half under his breath.
Those Minwanabi warriors who did not swear service at the time of Mara's ascension to the title of good servant now,
he mused, a wicked gleam flashed into his eyes.
Yes, I think the time is appropriate to call them in from that frontier garrison and add their ranks to the confusion of our enemies.
Chumaka hastened his step, loudly, whistling now that he was out of his master's earshot.
Gods!
He broke off his tune to whisper,
what would life be without politics?
The Empire mourned. On the announcement of Ichindar's death, the gates to the imperial precinct had boomed shut, and the traditional red banners of mourning had unfurled from the walls. The land roads and the waterways of the Gagajin had come alive with messengers. The rare metal gongs and chimes in each of the temples of the 20 higher gods then rang in homage at the passing of Ichindar, 91 strokes, one for each generation of his line. The city would stay closed to trade for the traditional 20 days of mourning, and all merchant shops and stalls not essential for the maintenance of life had their doors sealed with red bunting. Inside Kentasani, the streets were subdued, the hawking cries of food sellers and water brokers stilled, and the chanting of the priests in prayer for the holy departed rang out in the morning quiet. By tradition, conversation was forbidden in the streets, and even the city's licensed beggars had to seek alms in pantomime. The red god Turakamu had silenced the voice of heaven on earth, and while Ichindar's embalmed body lay in state amid a circle of lit candles and chanting priests, the holy city also observed its silence of respect and sorrow. On the 21st day, the light of heaven would be placed atop his funeral pyre, and the chosen successor anointed by the priests of the higher and lesser gods would ascend the golden throne as the ashes cooled. And, in anticipation of that day, plots seethed and armies massed. The assembly was not oblivious to the restlessness of humanity. Outside the city gates, anchored along the riverside or cramming the dockside of Silmani and Sulankur, rested the trader barges caught outside the gates by the observance of the emperor's mourning. Prices for rental of warehouse space soared to a premium as merchants vied to secure shelter for perishable goods caught in transit or for valuables too choice to be left on boats under insufficient guard. The less fortunate factors bid for space in private cellars and attics, and the least fortunate lost their wares to the rising tides of war. Clans gathered and house companies armed. The roads became clouded with late summer dust raised by thousands of tramping feet. The rivers became jammed with flotillas of barges and warcraft, and all oared or poled transport were engaged to ferry warriors. The merchants suffered as trade goods were tossed wholesale into the river to make way for human cargo, and shortages in the cities ensued as provender was brought up by the cartload from the costermongers, who many times sold out their produce before it could arrive at the city markets. Bartering by the roadside was often conducted at spear point. The farmers suffered. The rich complained of high prices, the merchants of desperate shortfalls, while the poorest went hungry and mobbed the streets in unrest. The ruling lords, who might have lent patrols to quell the masses and restore order, were busied elsewhere, sending their warriors to support this faction or that, or using the upset of routine to stage raids against enemies whose garrisons were pared down for field battle. Riots threatened in the poor quarter, while profiteers grew fat on inflated prices. The Empire's various factions armed and banded together into vast war hosts, and yet, for all of the house colours that sent troops to converge upon Kentasani, the banners of 3 prominent houses were conspicuous by their absence: Acoma green, Shinzawai blue, and Anasati red and yellow. In a high tower in the City of the Magicians, closeted within a study cluttered with books and scrolls and dominated by a dented, hard-fired clay samovar of foreign craft and origin, the Great One Shimon sat with bony fingers laced around a teacup. He had developed a fondness for the Midkemian delicacy in its myriad varieties, and servants kept the brazier under the samovar hot day and night. The cushions the black robe perched on were as thin as his ascetic tastes. Before him rested a low 3-legged table whose top was inlaid with a seeing crystal, through which danced the images of mustering war hosts. It showed brief glimpses of Mara and Hokanu in conference with advisers, followed by a view of Jiro gesticulating to make some point with a stiff-lipped Ometchen lord who looked reluctant. Shimon sighed. His fingers tapped an agitated rhythm on his tepid cup. But it was Fumitar, sitting almost invisibly in the shadows opposite, who voiced the obvious thought. They fool nobody. Least of all, us. Each waits for the other to move, so that when we appear they can say with clear conscience we were but defending ourselves. Neither magician belaboured the sad, self-evident conclusion that despite their personal endorsement of Mara's radical ideas, the Assembly's prevailing sentiment ran against her. Acoma and Anasati had sounded the horns of war. Whether or not Mara and Jiro officially unfurled their standards, whether or not they had formally announced their intentions and petitioned the priest of the war god to smash the stone seal on the Temple of Jastur, all but the splinter factions in some way took their lead from Anasati and Acoma. The Assembly of Magicians would unavoidably be forced to take action. In the sad, strained silence that followed between Fumitar and Shimon, a buzzing sound could be heard beyond the door. This was followed by a heavy thump and a fast tread, and the wooden latch tripped up. "Hotshapepper," Shimon said, his deep eyes seeming lazily half-closed. He set down his cup, flicked his hand, and the vistas in the seeing crystal muddied and faded away. Fumitar arose. "Hotsho in a hurry can only mean that enough of our number have gathered for a quorum," he surmised. "We had best join him in the great hall." The door to Shimon's private chamber creaked open, and a red-faced Hotshopepper shoved through, his large girth hampered by the clutter.
"You'd better make haste. One hothead down there in council just proposed to blast half the population of Setek province to cinders."
Fumitar clicked his tongue. No discrimination was made between spear-carrying warriors and peasant families driven to flee the path of the armies? Hotshopepper sucked in fat cheeks. "None." He backed, wheezing, out of the doorway, beckoning for his companions to follow. "And for worse news, the point you just made was the only argument that stayed the vote. Otherwise, some fool would be down there right this moment, turning everything in sight to smoking char." He turned down the hall without waiting to see if the others followed. At this, Fumitar was through the doorway hard on the stout mage's heels. "Well, I think we have the imagination between us to trump up a few more objections and slow them down a while longer." He glanced over his shoulder to admonish Shimon, who could seem as reluctant to move quickly as to use words. "It can't be helped, my friend. This time you are going to have to talk as much as the rest of us to help the cause along." The ascetic mage's eyes snapped open to show a spark of affront. "Talk is quite different an expenditure of energy from empty chatter." As the thin magician's glare swivelled toward the portly leader of the party, it was Hotshopepper's turn to look offended. Yet, before he could find something heated to say in his own defence, Fumitar hustled him ahead. "Save your energy," he said, hiding a grin behind solemnity. "What inspiration we have, we'd better muster for the council chamber. They're probably quarrelling like McKemian monkeys down there, and here we go rushing in to make it worse." Without further discussion, the three hurried down the corridor to the entrance to the great hall. The debate Mara's supporters hastened to join continued for days. Many times in the course of the Empire's history, arguments had divided the Assembly, but none before had raged so long and so hotly. Stray winds ripped through the great chamber that served as meeting hall in the City of the Magicians, as more and more members gathered. The high-tiered galleries were nearly filled to capacity, an event only equalled in recent times by the occasion of the debate of Milamber's exile and the abolition of the office of warlord. The only absentees were great ones in their dotage.
The air grew stuffy with the crowding, and since no meeting of the Assembly ever adjourned without a final decision, the proceedings dragged on day and night. Yet another dawn seeped grey through the high windows of the dome, silvering the lacquer floor tiles and revealing weariness in every face present. It lit in drab colours the only activity. In the middle of the vast chamber, a stout magician paced back and forth, declaiming. Fatigue etched Hotchapepper's face. He waved one stout arm and grated on in a voice made hoarse by hours of non-stop oratory.
And I urge every one of you to consider. Great changes have begun that will not be undone.
He raised his other arm and clapped his palms together to emphasize his point, and several of the elderly black-robes started in their seats, roused from dozing.
We cannot simply wave our hand and have the Empire return to the old ways. The days of the warlordship are finished.
Shouts of disagreement sought to interrupt his argument.
Armies are marching while we deliberate,
cried Motecha, among the more outspoken of the great ones who disapproved of the late Ichindar's policies. On the floor, the stout magician held up his hand for silence, actually grateful for the momentary respite. His throat was scratched raw from speaking.
I know!
He waited for stillness to settle and went on.
We have been defied. So I have heard many of you repeat over and over.
He glanced around the room, aware of a change that rippled like the movement of the tide through his audience.
And over and over.
Even the more staid members of the council were now shifting in their seats. Their backsides were numb from sitting, and no longer were they content to settle back and politely listen. More than just the impatient had started to cry out in interruptions, and not a few were standing belligerently on their feet. Hotchapepper admitted to himself that he would have to yield the floor at last, and hope Fumita or the wily Teloro could find a strategy to draw the discussion out further.
We are not gods, my brothers,
Hotchapepper summed up.
We are powerful, yes, but still merely men. For us to intervene rashly with force from pique or fear of the unknown would but increase the chance of lasting damage being visited upon the nations. I caution all that no matter how inflamed passions may be, the effect of our act will be lingering. When emotions at last cool, shall we regret having done that which even we cannot undo?
He ended his speech with a slow lowering of his arms and an even slower shuffle across the floor. The heaviness in him as he sank into his seat was not feigned. He had successfully tied up the floor for 2.5 days. The current spokesman for the Assembly returned onto the floor, blinking as if a bit bemused.
We thank Hotchapepper for his wisdom.
While the huge chamber echoed with the rising buzz of conversation and dozens of black robes vied to speak next, Fumita leaned across Shimon and whispered to his wilted companion, "Well done, Hotcho." Dryly, Shimon interjected, "Perhaps for the next few days we will be blessed with a less loquacious companion when we gather over our wine." Spokesman Hodiku said,
We shall hear Motecha.
The short, hook-nosed elder whose 2 cousins had once been known as the warlord's pets arose from his seat. Motecha moved with spry steps across the floor and spun with a flutter of robes. His sharp, narrow-set eyes passed over the assembly briefly, and he said,
While it has been interesting in no sparse measure to hear our brother Hotchapepper recount the history of events in great detail, this does nothing to change fact. edict. 2 armies are, even now, jockeying to engage in combat. Skirmishes have already occurred between them, and only those of us who are fools do not see through the sham of masking their house colours behind the banners of clan cousins or allies. Mara of the Acoma has defied our edict. Even as we speak, her warriors march and engage in illicit warfare. Why name her ahead of Jiro of the Anasati? The impulsive Sevian called back.
Teloro seized the opportunity of the interruption to add fuel to the argument.
You call the actions of these armies defiance. I urge remembrance upon us all. The light of heaven has been murdered. It must be contested, Motecha, that circumstances have forced a call to arms. Lord Hokano of the Shinazawai would naturally defend the royal family. Mara was Ichindar's staunchest supporter. Jiro, I submit, builds siege engines and hires engineers to plot for his own ambition, not to stabilize the empire.
Motecha folded his arms, emphasizing his round-shouldered posture.
Was it circumstance that led both Jiro of the Anasati and Mara of the Acoma and her consort to order their armies into the field? Neither of their home estates was threatened. Is this conflict in truth inevitable? Did the supposed good of the empire force Mara to order the secondary garrison from her natal estate to prevent Anasati forces and allies from their use of the public roads to Sulankur?
Come now,
cracked Shimon. He had an authoritative voice when he chose to raise it, and now his stillness held pent-up ire.
How do you know it was Mara who instigated the attack, Motecha?
I heard of no battle, but only a skirmish that ended with a drawing of lines. Do we whimper civil war when there has been little but a calling of names and an exchange of insults and some sporadic bowfire? Teloro expounded a second point.
I would have you note, the banner at the fore of the lines near Sulankur was not Acoma, but that of Lord Jiddu of the Tuscarora. He may be Mara's vassal, but his estate lies directly in the path of Jiro's march. The Lord of the Tuscarora could legitimately be defending his lands from invasion.
Motecha narrowed his gaze.
Our colleague Tapek went to the field and observed, Teloro. I may not be the student of history that your friend Hochopeba is, but I can certainly hear the difference between a defensive position and an army launching an assault.
and Jiro's collection of siege engines in the forests outside Kentosani are for defense?
Shimon cried back, but his point was drowned by the hubbub of other voices. The spokesman shouted for order.
Colleagues, the business at hand requires order.
Motecha shrugged his robe straight like a jiggercock puffing its feathers. He stabbed a finger at the galleries.
Arrows have been fired between a vassal of Mara's and Anasati warriors masquerading under the banner of Clan Ionani. Are we going to sit about arguing until our edict is defied a second time? Tapek reports that troops have felled trees for buttresses to give their archers better cover.
Clearing his throat, Hochepepper croaked hoarsely,
Well then, Tapek could have ordered a stop to the shooting.
This brought laughter and an upwelling of derogatory comments. Or was it the fact that stray arrows show little regard for the majesty of a black robe that gave our friend Tapek pause?
At this, Tapek sprang to his feet, his red hair brilliant against the black robes behind. He shouted,
"We already told Mara to stop once. Has she so swiftly forgotten the troop of warriors we destroyed as an example upon the field?"
Motecha has the floor,
objected the spokesman. You will stay seated unless you are formally given leave to lead the discussion, friend Tapek.
The red-haired magician subsided to his seat, muttering to the contingent of young friends who sat with him. Motecha resumed his point.
I submit that Jiro of the Anasati has made no move in aggression. His siege engines may surround the walls of Kentosani, but they do not fire. And they may never do so if Mara is prevented from linking up with her support inside the Imperial precinct. What support? Do you imply that Mara has been party to treachery? Called Shimon. That she had no hand in the Omechian plot to kill Ichindar has been documented.
Again the assembly erupted into disorder. For several minutes, spokesman Hodiku had to hold up his hands to restore quiet. The muttering subsided reluctantly, with Sevian Court still gesticulating as he expounded some point to a colleague. He lowered his voice, looking sheepish. Hot Pepper mopped sweat from his brow.
It begins to look as if I did not need to spend my voice in speech-making.
He chuckled under his breath.
Our opponents are doing a fair job of tangling the issue by themselves.
Not for much longer, I fear, Shimon said ominously. Motecha added further accusations more outspoken than any of his predecessors.
I say Mara of the Acoma is the culprit. Her disregard, no, her contempt of tradition is well documented. How she came to wear the honoured title of Servant of the Empire is for others to conjecture. But I suggest that she and the late Emperor had an understanding. It is Mara's son, Justin, she would raise as pretender to the throne, and I endorse Jiro's right to defend against this unconscionable show of Acoma ambition.
That ends it, Fumita said gloomily. Sooner or later, the adoptive privilege of Mara's children had to be raised. Someone had to drag the boy into the quarrel. There was true sadness in his tone, perhaps in his personal remembrance of the son he had renounced upon his call to join the assembly. Yet, whatever else he might have added became drowned in a wave of shouting. Magicians sprang to their feet, and several seemed to glow with the light of inner anger. Through the tumult, spokesman Hodiku waved his staff, and when he was ignored, gave over the floor to a young mage named Akani. That many a seasoned elder had been passed over in favour of a black robe barely out of his apprenticeship effected an immediate and resounding silence. Akani kept command of it with the voice of a powerful orator.
Assumption of facts not in evidence, he summed up crisply. We know nothing of any plotting by Mara of the Acoma. We cannot deny she has lost her firstborn son. Justin is her sole heir. If she were party to a plot to raise him to the Emperor's station, she would hardly have set such intrigue in motion while she was absent from the court. Only a fool would leave the boy to fend for himself through a change in succession without Acoma or Shinzawai defenders. Justin is housed with Ichindar's children in the Imperial Nursery, which, I remind you, was quarantined upon his death for 20 days of mourning. A child's life could be lost to 1,000 mishaps in such a span of time. If Acoma troops march, they do so to spare their future lord. Companions, I suggest, Akani finished tartly, that we not be swayed by speculation and street gossip in the making of our decisions.
Shimon raised his grey-furred eyebrows as the young magician continued a reasoned, dispassionate argument.
Good choice of argument. The boy thinks like an imperial court litigator.
Hotchepepper chuckled.
Akani studied for that post before his magical powers forced him to be recognized as a black robe. Why do you think I called in a favor to ask Hodiku to choose him when the discussion swung toward violence? Jiro's supporters, like our outspoken Tapek, must not be permitted to stampede us into acting rashly.
And yet, even Akani's skills as litigator could not keep the floor tied up for long. Feelings ran hot, and by now even those blackrobes who had been neutral to the contention were clamouring for decision, if only to bring the long, tiresome session to an end. Pressure from all sides erupted to draw the proceedings to a close. Akani had exhausted his eloquence, and, in fairness to his earlier ruling, the spokesman Hodiku had to yield the floor to allow Tapek his say.
Trouble now?
Shimon said flatly. Hotchepepper's brow wrinkled, and Fumita became statue still. Tapek wasted no time in convincing oratory.
It is fact, companions, that the assembly acted as a body once before, and ordered Mara not to attack Jiro. For the good of the Empire, I demand her life be forfeit!
Hotchepepper shot to his feet, astonishingly fast for one of his girth.
I dissent!
Tapek spun on his heel to face the stout magician.
What mortal in all our long history has ever been allowed to live after defying our edict?
I can count several,
Hotchepepper shot back.
But I doubt that would settle the issue.
The stout magician's voice was stripped down to gravel. Now he abandoned flowery, long-winded phrases.
Let us not act impulsively. We can kill Mara at our leisure, should we so decide. But at this moment, we have more pressing problems to consider.
He's going to force a vote, Fumita murmured worriedly to Shimon. That could precipitate disaster. Shimon's brows seemed frozen into a glower as he replied, Let him.
Disaster is inevitable anyway.
Hotchepepper moved down the aisle. Clown-like in his bulk, red-faced and smiling with good nature, he did not seem at all contentious, and such jovial posture in the face of tense proceedings lent him liberty, if only for comic relief. Spokesman Hodiku did not reprimand him as he wandered out onto the floor and began to pace in step with Tapek. His naturally short stride was forced to extend to ridiculous length to match the taller magician. Hotchepepper's fat jiggled under his robe, and his cheeks puffed with exertion. He capped his ridiculous appearance by waving a pudgy hand just under Tapek's nose in vehement gesticulation. As Tapek sucked back his chin to avoid being stabbed by a fingernail, Hotchepepper said,
I suggest we try other expedients before we obliterate the servant of the Empire.
Several members of the assembly winced at such bald reiteration, and Hotchepepper boldly seized the advantage to drive home his point.
Before we commit an act never before done in the history of our nations, to destroy a holder of the most honorable title a citizen may obtain, let us consider.
We have considered, Tapek interjected, stopping dead. Hotchopepper kept walking, with apparent clumsiness, seeming to slam into his younger colleague, knocking him off balance. Tapek was compelled to stumble ahead or fall flat. Flustered and caught at a loss for words, he was swept on as Hotchopepper continued his monologue.
We should stop the bloodshed first, then order Mara and Jiro to the Holy City. There they can be held while we judge this issue in a less muddled fashion. Shall we vote?
The spokesman called,
A question is on the floor.
I hold the floor,
Tapek objected. Hotchopepper at that moment trod heavily upon the redhead's slippered toe. Tapek's mouth opened, his cheeks turned white, then burned bright red. He rounded angrily upon Hotchopepper, who stood with his full weight bearing down as if oblivious. And while Tapek was distracted by discomfort, Hodiku pressed on with the proceedings.
Now, it's been a long and boring session,
Hotchopepper whispered to Tapek.
Why don't we both sit down and regain our composure before the very serious matter of casting our vote?
Tapek growled between clenched teeth. He knew it was now too late to disrupt protocol and countermand the call for a formal vote. As Hotchopepper raised his bulk off Tapek's toe, the offended magician had little choice but to limp off, grumbling, to rejoin his cadre of young bloods. The spokesman raised his hand.
Here the options, yea or nay. Shall we order the fighting halted and Mara and Jiro to the Holy City for accounting before our body?
Each magician in that vast chamber held up one hand. Light sprang from their upraised palms, blue indicating agreement, white abstention, and red disagreement. The blue glow clearly dominated, and the spokesman said,
The issue is settled. Let the assembly adjourn for food and rest, and gather again at a later date to decide who should be sent to deliver word of our summons to the parties, Mara of the Acoma and Jiro of the Anasati.
Brilliant, exclaimed Shimon, seemingly oblivious to the black looks shot in his direction by Tapek and Motecha. All around them, magicians were rising stiffly to their feet, sighing in anticipation of a meal and a long rest. The session had stretched out to the point where it might take days to recapture the enthusiasm to gather another quorum and see an official spokesman appointed. And when a matter had been formally voted to resolution by the full assembly, individuals like Tapek were denied their option of independent action. Shimon's aesthetically thin lips stretched in a way that suggested a smile. Personally, I think I could sleep for at least a week. You won't, Fumita accused. You'll be snuggled up with a bottle of wine and hunched over your scrying crystal just like the rest of us. Hotchopepper sighed deeply and said,
We have narrowly averted what would have been perhaps the most destructive action in all of our long history.
He glanced around to ascertain that no bystanders were paying undue attention, then whispered,
And we have won a few days' grace. I pray that Mara has some clever plan in play that I don't see, or that her voyage into Thuril won her some protection that she can deploy quickly. If not, and we lose her, we fall back into the atrocities of the game of the Council for another span of ages.
Fumita was blunter. Chaos. Hotchopepper stiffened his spine.
I feel the need for something wet and soothing for my throat.
Shimon's deep eyes sparkled. I have some of that Keshian wine you love so much stashed away in my quarters. Hot Pepper's brow puckered in abject surprise.
I didn't know you had dealings with Midkemian traders.
I don't, Shimon sniffed in reproof. There's a shop near the docks in the Holy City that always seems to stock a supply. My servant doesn't ask how the proprietor came by such without imperial tax stamps on each bottle, and who would argue with what seems a reasonable price? As the three magicians made their way out of the vast assembly hall, their conversation turned toward the commonplace, as if light words and camaraderie might somehow stave off the immensity of the crisis about to overwhelm their land and culture. Chapter 26. Battle. The camp burned. Smoke swirled across the battlefield, acrid with the stench of burnt hide and the fine-woven wool of cushions and hangings that customarily adorned the field tents of Sirani lords and officers. War dogs yapped and snarled, and a boy runner raced to find a healer to attend to a wounded officer. Mara blinked watering eyes and turned her back on the soldiers who picked through the ashes to gather up corpses and weapons. The raid at dawn had been a success. Another of Jiro's traditionalist allies had died in his command tent, while his officers and warriors had rolled out of their blankets in disarray. Lujan was unsurpassed at ambush and surprise raids. Better than his counterparts, who had never known the hardships of a grey warrior's existence, he knew how to take advantage of subterfuge and guile. Most of the fighting had involved minor allies and vassals of the Acoma and the Anasati. Other clashes had happened between houses that had old blood debts to settle. And while the magicians would be swift to condemn a massed attack on a formal plane of war, smaller struggles, such as these, had so far passed unpunished. Such forbearance could not long continue, Mara knew, as she turned wearily toward the small, unadorned shelter hastily thrown up on a space of ground unhacked by fighting. Lujan knew it too. He threw himself into each skirmish with near-to-fanatical energy, as if he could not rest until one more enemy was dead. Hot, tired, and rubbed raw by the unaccustomed weight of full armour, Mara passed through the flap into the shade of her personal quarters. Swirls of dust entered with her. She waved, and a maid scurried out of the dimness to unlace the straps of her battle sandals. The sumptuous comforts of the pavilion-sized Acoma command tent had stayed packed away at the estate, its substitute a simple tent borrowed from stores that had previously served as shelter for Nidra herders. Since her trip to Thuril, Mara's view of certain Sirani customs had soured, and, anyway, the green-dyed command tent, with its silken banners and trappings and tassels, would only serve as announcement to the magicians of her whereabouts. The herder's tent was dry-hot. It filtered out the direct sun and some of the noise as officers called orders and wounded men moaned in the throes of their pain. "Water," Mara requested. She raised a grimy hand and unfastened the chin-strap of her helm. "Great lady, let me help." Camleo hastened around the rude flap that divided the structure in half. Better schooled than the maid to answer the needs of men, the buckles of armour were familiar to her. Expertly, she applied herself, and as the encumbering layers of lacquered platework were lifted from her mistress, Mara sighed in relief. "Bless you," she murmured, and nodded her thanks to the maid who handed her a cup of cool water. Never again would she take such service for granted. Camleo freed another buckle and noticed Mara's slight flinch. "Blisters, lady?" Mara gave a rueful nod. "Everywhere. I can't seem to grow calluses fast enough." The trappings of the war chief of Clan Hadama were items she seldom wore. But now, more than ever, every badge of office and sign of rank must be displayed. She was on a field of war, commanding troops and an alliance of forces not seen in modern history. They might march under the banners of 100 minor houses, or be her own forces masked under the standard of her clan, but they numbered 70,000, fully half the might of the empire. Their lives, if not their ultimate survival, were her responsibility. "This war has come too fast," she raged inwardly, while Camleo removed greaves and breastplate and finished with the straps of the braces. War hosts had gathered before she had been able to settle a single plan of action, nor even to arrange a consultation between Kyoke and the Chojar mages from Chakaha. Ichindar's assassination had happened while she had all the necessary pieces for victory within her grasp, but before she had any chance to assess how best to use them. Camleo had just unfastened Mara's breastplate when footsteps sounded outside the tent. As the heavy ornate helm with its bosses and plumes and cheek plates was lifted off, Mara closed her eyes in weariness. She pushed back the hair plastered in wet streaks to her forehead and neck. "Open the tent flap," she commanded her maid. "If that's Lujan back already, I fear bad news." The maid flipped back the Nidra hide that curtained the door, while Camleo rummaged for refreshments and cups of water. The warriors had been on the field since daybreak, and whichever officer approached to report, he would be hungry and thirsty. A shadow crossed the light, limned in a drift of smoke. Mara blinked stinging eyes and made out the plumes of her force commander as he saluted fist over heart. Her expression must have shown apprehension, for his mouth split at once in a smile of reassurance, made the more vivid by the soot that darkened his face.
"Lady, the Zanwai and Sajayo are in full flight. The day is ours. If one can rejoice over winning a pitiful strip of Ngagi swamp, the ashes of some tents, and 6 mongrel war dogs that are inclined to tear the throat out of anything that moves, one of the casualties was their handler, then rejoice. The strike force that attempted to organize a retreat was quickly routed, mostly because the officer in charge had little more brains than House Sajayo's dogs."
Mara regarded a sky fouled grey with smoke, then spoke with bitterness.
"How much longer are we going to have to remain here in defensive line to keep the Anasati forces pinned to the southeast of Sulenkur?"
It irked her to know that Jiro had other forces hidden to the north. Any day she expected word that the holy city was under siege. With the Shinzawai army under Hokanu in forced march, but still several days away from Silmani and the Gargajin, she had no choice but to rely on the toy-maker's plans and the engineers she had sent to infiltrate Jiro's operation. She could only lie awake each night and pray that her carefully planned sabotage would work, and that when Jiro ordered his great engines to breach the walls, the mechanisms would misfire and create havoc. The Chojar mages could not help in this war. Their magic must be kept secret until the most desperate moment, when the Assembly at last acted. For with rival factions massing to descend on Kentasani, full-scale conflict was only a matter of time. The rival armies could only face off for so long, abiding skirmishes and small encounters. Neither would be deterred by the dozen or so smaller armies that jockeyed for the most advantageous positions from which to pick over what bones the great houses might leave in their wake of destruction. Mara motioned for the force commander to enter her quarter.
"How long?" "Jiro must make a move soon, either to break our lines or to order his allies from the west in siege of the holy city. How much longer can we hang back without jeopardizing support to Hokanu? If something goes wrong—"
Her voice trailed off. She felt beaten down by the forced agony of waiting, fully armed and at the ready, yet unable to advance. If she ordered her main army to march on Kentasani, she left open a way for the Anasati forces to reach the river or the trade roads, or to attack her from the rear. As long as the Acoma forces held their lines, Jiro's force commander could not attack and break through to Sulankur without inciting retribution from the assembly. But it pained her to hold firm, knowing that Ichindar's assassination was but the first step in a complex linked plot. Jiro had not spent years building siege engines or paid lavish bribes and won alliances in the estates surrounding the Inradaka for nothing. The threat to Justin would come from the west, she was sure, and were her enemies to break through the defences of the Imperial precinct before she could get there, her children would lose their lives. The Imperial Whites were good warriors, but with Ichindar dead, who would command their loyalty? Ichindar's first wife could not even control her own daughter. The Imperial Force Commander would defend the Imperial precinct, but without a clear authority from above, his men would be an unknown factor. They would fight, but would they defend with the same dedication and selflessness her own forces gave to her? Any warrior might be expected to falter if the Lord ordering the assault upon the Imperial precinct might be the next Emperor. Now, more than ever, Mara perceived the flaws in the Surani order of rule.
"Gods!" she exclaimed in frustration. "This campaign would be bloody but straightforward if we could plan without interference from the assembly."
Lujan considered his mistress's restlessness with concern. Experienced as he was in the frailties of men kept too long at battle pitch with no fighting. His mistress was stretched near to breaking with tension. The padded robe she wore under her armour was wringing wet with sweat. She had been stubborn and had overseen the action while standing directly in the sun. He kept his voice mild as he said,
"You should take every opportunity you can to sit down and rest, my lady."
As example, he pointedly removed his helm and sank cross-legged on the nearest cushion.
"Action could break out at moment's notice, and little good you will be to your people if you are worn out or in a faint from the heat."
He scratched his chin, unable to fully silence his own gnawing worry.
"Though it is certainly obvious to everyone that the magicians are conspicuous by their absence."
"A bad sign," Mara allowed. "Hokanu's guess is that they deliberate over a united ultimatum. If either Jiro or I engage our forces directly, they will act. Be sure of that."
She let the maid peel off her underrobe and gestured for a dry replacement.
"I'll bathe later, when the smoke has settled and things have a chance of staying clean."
Lujan rubbed at a bruised elbow, but broke off the motion as Camleo handed him water. He drank deeply, his eyes turned toward the command map unrolled on the bare earth beside the table. Stones weighted the corners, and the middle held walls and lines of coloured tiles that displayed the disposition of every faction's forces up to the latest report. The spoiling impatience that ate at his lady was shared by every man in the ranks. Action was needed, Lujan knew, to keep their wits sharp and to prevent rash moves born of frustration. Even a small engagement would serve, focusing attention and discipline to keep the troops whetted to keenest edge. He considered the map in depth, then pulled his sword to use as a pointer.
"It's clear that a group of neutrals has set up a defensive position along the eastern branch of the River Gagajin, between the fork north of the Great Swamp and the city of Jamar. They could march west and harry Jiro's flank, but more likely they'll be satisfied to wait and declare for the winner at the last."
Mara spoke around the efforts of the maid, who sponged and dried her face, then slipped on her clean robe.
"What are you thinking? A diversion? If we could stir them up and make them move around, could we confuse things enough to hide an advance by a few of our companies?"
Kyoki suggested we might take them captive, steal their armour and banners, then slip a company of our men north under their false identity.
Lujan's mouth quirked in amusement.
Not at all honourable, lady. But there are men of yours who are loyal enough not to care.
His eyes held frank admiration for Mara's slim fitness and for the blisters she bore without complaint.
But the question came down to what forces we could break away to start the skirmish that would not be obvious to our enemies.
I could arrange that, I think,
offered a velvet-toned voice. A shadow emerged out of the blown smoke, poised in the gap of the doorway. As always, Arakasi's appearance had been silent. Accustomed as Mara was to his unexpected arrivals, she barely masked her flinch. Camleo, taken unawares, spilt the water crock over the map. Counters washed awry in the flood, and water pooled ominously in the hollow that represented Kentasani. Movement in the tent was arrested as Arakasi caught sight of her for the first time since she returned from Thurl. His eyes widened for an instant, showing depths that beseeched. Then he recovered cool control, and his gaze flicked back to the map. Fast as reflex, he kept talking.
The spilled water has nicely summed up the situation we have building. Lady, did you get my reports?
Some of them.
Mara touched Camleo's hand and urged her to leave or sit down.
Let the maid take care of mopping up,
she murmured kindly. Camleo had never looked more like a gazan caught vulnerable under thin cover, and yet Thurl had changed her. She did not turn sullen and stiff, but gathered her courage and sat. Arakasi took a quick breath, and his eyebrows twitched quizzically. Then, all business, he knelt by the table and laced his hands in plain view on top, as if, with other eyes watching, he dared himself to fidget or shake. He did not look tired, Mara judged, but simply harried, and he wore no disguise beyond a plain black robe edged with white. Although communications had passed between them since her return from the south, this was the first chance he had had to make a personal appearance since the Emperor's assassination.
Lady, it is as we feared. The Inrodaka and their 2 vassals were in league with Jiro. Their declarations of neutrality were feigned. The siege engines were hidden in the forests and are now moving toward Kentosani.
Where?
Lujan asked crisply. Arakasi caught the drift of the force commander's concern.
Southwest of the Holy City.
He summed up the worst.
There are traditionalists from Neshka province involved as allies, and to the north, the Inrodaka have sent out flanking troops that will certainly harry Hokanu's march south. He has better numbers. He will not be stopped, but will suffer losses and be delayed.
Allies from Neshka,
Mara said.
These we can fight.
To Lujan she asked,
Could the garrison from my estate by Sulenkur march to the west and intercept?
Arakasi interrupted, uncharacteristically blunt.
The troops are too close to Kentosani already. You could only harry the rear guard and maybe force them to turn a few companies to engage us. That would thin out the forces left for the siege, but not stop them.
And the lands of your birthright would be left stripped too thin to be defended effectively,
Lujan added. He frowned in furious thought.
Your original bargain with the Choja Queen gives you 2 companies of warriors. They would be adequate to repulse any independent force who tried looting or raiding, but not Jiro's army if he chooses to concentrate Anasati effort in that direction.
The magicians forbid such a move,
Mara countered, leaning to one side to allow the maid to pass with towels to soak up the puddles on the tactical map.
My estates by Sulenkur should be sacrosanct.
She tapped her fingers together in painful decision.
Kentosani must be our first concern. If Jiro wins the Golden Throne, all of our causes are lost. We have only the Toymaker's plans to foil him. And if our plot there is successful, many of the enemy will die when the siege engines are set into play. That will make numbers of troops critical. Pare them down, and Jiro might not have enough men left to scale the walls before Hokanu can win through. No, the estates by Sulankur must be risked. The unknown to be feared is the assembly. What will the magicians do if we strip the Acoma lands by Sulankur and engage these traditionalists from Neshka province?
No man can know, Arakasi allowed.
As if he were not aware of Camleo watching his every move, he helped himself from the tray of refreshments brought in when Mara's maid finished with the clean-up.
But it is my guess that there the Lord of the Anasati may have outsmarted himself. He has taken best care that his supporters from Neshka appear to be acting on their own. If Jiro wins the throne, and the assembly accuses him afterward of overly ambitious action, he has left himself a convenient appearance of non-involvement. He can demur and say that the alliance was formed out of popular opinion, and his bid for the imperial crown was not his doing at all, but one launched by traditionalists in his behalf as the most worthy candidate.
Between bites of bread, the spy master added,
Mistress, your opposition to such a move might be encouraged by the assembly as a natural balance of power.
The Sulankur property might be sacrificed on such a supposition,
Lujan warned. He stirred through sopped counters with his sword to bear that section of the map. Mara's exasperation showed as she said,
We are like two duelists who have been told that certain moves will cause the judge to strike the offender down, yet not told which moves they are.
Arakasi set aside his crust to manipulate the pieces into fresh positions, and, under his hands, an ominous clot of assorted colours fanned out toward Kentosani.
Jiro may command the more critical position for assault on the Imperial precinct, but we are a larger force, with more resources.
Mara took up his unfinished thought.
We have deep support from Lord Hopara of the Zacatecas, but he is mewed up in Kentosani. His office gives him no leave to act without an emperor, save to defend, and Isashani in Ontoset can only send Zacatecas forces to him to catch up with events.
Mara sighed.
Politically, we are disadvantaged. There are more who favour a return to the old council than who stand with us. No, this will not be a drawn-out war. Either we win decisively and early, or Jiro will gain a broader base of supporters.
Lujan fingered his sword edge, as if annoyed by the nicks that had yet to be sharpened out following the morning's minor action.
You fear desertion and betrayal?
I do not fear them, answered Mara. But should we falter, I expect them.
As order was restored to the map, she chewed her lip and decided,
We must threaten the siege at any cost. The estates by Sulankur must be risked. Lujan, how should we proceed?
The Acoma force commander gathered up his sweat-damp helm.
We can ask our friend Lord Benshai of the Chekawara to begin moving northward towards your old estates, but keep him on the western bank of the river. Let Jiro wonder if he goes to reinforce our garrison there, or if he will continue on to the Holy City.
Mara gave back a smile of fierce satisfaction.
Tempt him to commit even a fraction of his Anasati troops to hamper House Chekawara, and his hand will be tipped for the assembly to read.
Should Jiro move across the river to intercept him, Benshai will run like a frightened collie bird,
Arakasi said dryly. His houseservants say behind his back that Benshai mumbles words of cowardice in his sleep.
Mara sighed. If we're lucky, Jiro doesn't know that. Now, Arakasi spoke, an edge of frustration to his tone.
Jiro certainly knows. His advisor Chumaka might as well have his ear by the Lord of the Chekawara's fat mouth listening to his every breath. My agents have proof that he kept Clan Hadama in disarray through the years he served as clan war chief. Despite his rich robes and stern-looking soldiers, he is all appearance and no substance. No. He might march resolutely up the river, but the first suggestion of an Anasati attack will send Benshai of the Chakawara running south. Jiro will know the moment your estates near Sulanku are unguarded, since half of Benshai's courtesans are Chumaka's spies.
An underlying vehemence in Arakasi's tone caused Camleo to straighten. Almost she drew breath to address him before a flush swept her cheeks. She glanced down in painful embarrassment. Mara noticed, slightly ahead of Lujan. She touched her force commander's wrist beneath the table to still the discussion of weighty matters and force the cross-current of tension between spy master and ex-courtesan to develop into reaction. Arakasi spoke first, a ring like barbarian iron beneath his soft-spoken manner.
I don't like the Lord of the Chekawara's habits.
His distaste was plain as he added,
Young girls who are spies are a specialty of Chumaka's. Mara was once nearly killed by such a one. Her name was Tiani.
He paused, his eyebrows tipped upward in inquiry.
If you want to know anything of my thoughts on this or any other subject, you have only to ask. Only, please, leave off staring at me as if I were a book scroll or a puzzle or some sort of talking pet.
Camleo started to her feet, confusion on her face. I don't think of you that way. She seemed breathless, as if she had been running. She started to bow, her mouth parted to ask Mara's leave to depart, but the bland expression on her mistress's face gave her no promise of quarter. She blinked, raised her chin, and looked at the spy master in wide-eyed vulnerability. I don't know what to ask you. I don't know what to think of you. But you frighten me to the depths of my heart. There is the truth. Her soft almond eyes filled with tears. I am scared, and I don't know why. For an instant, the spy master and the girl confronted each other in tortured confusion. Lujan stayed riveted, his hand too tight on his sword. After an unbearable second, Mara realized she must be the one to break the tension. Camleo, you fear because at last you know what it is to have something to lose. Go now, and find cold water and wash your face. As if the girl had been bound by invisible strings that had been cut, she bowed in grateful relief and hurried off around the curtain into privacy. At the wounded look on Arakasi's face, Mara gave a youthful grin. You're winning, she whispered. The girl has let you see into her feelings. Arakasi let his wrists fall limp across his knees. Strained and transparent with hope, he said, You think so? Lujan burst into a broad laugh and gave the spy master a comradely clap on the shoulder.
Man, take my word for it. Most of us endure this nonsense when we are still in boyhood, but your youth seems to have arrived later than most. Lady Mara's right. You'll have the lass in the blankets if you're only willing to show her a bit of you that needs her help.
Arakasi sat with his brows peaked in comic puzzlement. What? She has to see that you need her,
Mara offered. When the spy master's mystified expression failed to clear, Lujan said,
"Gods, she's never seen you make a mistake. You killed Tong assassins and lived. You made love in her master's bed, and if you sweated, it was in passion rather than fear. You touched her in ways few men could, I would wager, which means you were the first person alive who saw into her feelings. That frightened her, because it meant that her beauty or her training failed, or that you were too smart to succumb to her allure. A man in her arms is not supposed to be left with the wits to think beyond his stiff organ, so she's scared. None of her skills will avail her where you are concerned. She can wear no mask for protection. She is offered a man who can understand her, but whose feelings she can't read in return. Bedroom pleasures she's bored with, because caring for a man is outside her experience. She'll have to be led and shown, but for that she must lose her awe of you. Try tripping on a stone and falling at her feet one day, and see if she doesn't jump down beside you and start doctoring your skinned knees."
Mara said, "For a lout who takes advantage of women, you can be surprisingly insightful, Lujan." While the Force commander grinned, Arakasi said, "I'll think on it."
"If you think even once with a woman, you're lost,"
Lujan grinned.
"At least, no one I know has ever fallen in love for logic."
"Lujan's right," Mara encouraged, innately aware of the truth. Hokanu and she shared perfect understanding, a harmony of body and intellect. But with the headstrong, outspoken Kevin, who had argued with her and sometimes made her scream in frustration, she had known passion that the years had not dimmed. For a moment, her heart quickened at his memory, until a gust of smoky air swirled through the tent, reminding her of battle and the weight of today's problems that demanded immediate attention. "Send for our advisor for war," she said. "We must make plans for every contingency and do one thing until matters come to a head. Stay alive." The tent fell silent for a moment before anyone moved. Wind carried the noise of an armed camp in the throes of what could all too soon become a great war, or else a circle of cinders at a stroke from the great ones of the assembly. The squall passed, and the drip of wet trees mingled with the shouts of officers directing their troops to set up camp. The armour worn by the warriors was without marking, and the tents they laboured to set drab-brown. To casual observation, there was nothing to distinguish this company's encampment from thousands of others in key locations throughout the Empire, except that this one appeared to guard no crossroads, bridge or ford or holding of significance. Miles removed from the possibility of a fight, this troop prepared to bed down in the trackless forests at 4 days' march to the northwest of Kentasani. The discipline was no drill and far from slack as servants and rank-and-file warriors laboured to drive tent pegs and set ridgepoles. On a slight rise beneath a stand of sodden evergreens, one man paced in agitation, while a shorter, leaner figure swathed in an oiled wool cape hopped at his heels to keep up.
"How much longer must I wait?"
Jiro snapped in exasperation. A servant crossed his path and bowed. Jiro stepped around. Well accustomed to the master's dicey mood since the armies had marched, the servant pressed his face to the wet leaf mould. "Your command tent shall be ready shortly, my lord." Jiro whirled, eyes narrowed in displeasure.
"I wasn't speaking to you!"
While the wretch so addressed abased himself headlong in the mud to atone for his master's displeasure, the Lord of the Anasazi switched his glare to the first adviser, who just then caught up to him. "I said, how much longer?" Chumaka brushed a water drop off the end of his nose.
He looked smug, despite wet clothes and the day's march through pathless wilderness.
Patience, master. A wrong move now will spoil the planning we have labored for years to bring about.
Don't talk circles around my question, Jiro said, in no temper to suffer his first advisor's rhetoric. I asked you how long. We cannot leave siege engines in place around Kentosani and keep them idle indefinitely. Every day that passes brings us risk. The Omechan lord we have left in charge could grow restless or pursue his ambitions on his own, and delay only allows the Shinzawite forces to march that much closer to the aid of the Imperial Guard. We dare not presume that the Assembly will not be spying on our actions. They could intervene and forbid an attack at any time. What in the name of the gods, Chumaka, are we waiting for?
If the Anasati first advisor was surprised by this tirade, he did no more than stop in his tracks. His leathery features stayed expressionless, while Jiro kept pacing ahead. 6 energetic steps later, the Lord finally noticed that the servant he had commanded to answer no longer flanked him. He restrained himself from snarling a curse. As always, Chumaka had allowed for every contingency. Either Jiro must acknowledge his fidgeting by walking back for his answer, or he must command his first adviser to return to his side, and the distance between them was just wide enough that the master must raise his voice, showing all within earshot that he needed to assert himself to make a petty point. Jiro might have shouted just to vent his spleen, but since he had an Omechan contingent as guest, he was forced to capitulate and stride back to Chumaka. Annoyed as he was for other reasons, this personal setback left no rancour. In fact, Jiro admired his first advisor's finesse. A lord who displayed nerves and temper had no inherent dignity, and one who aspired to an emperor's crown must learn to set insignificant irritations aside. Always the instructor, Chumaka was far too masterfully subtle to issue a reproach before warriors and servants that might reveal his master's poor self-control. It was just such traits that would make Chumaka the ideal imperial advisor, Jiro mused, with a curl to his lips that just missed being a smile. His mood now much improved, he regarded his adviser, whose habitual stoop was emphasized by the drag of his wet garments. Why should we grant Mara more time to advance her interests? Your intelligence confirms that she intends to claim the Golden Throne for Justin. Chumaka tapped his cheek with one finger, as though considering. But, by the calculating glint in his eyes, Jiro knew he was under close observation. Master, Chumaka said presently, your command tent is prepared. I suggest we discuss this issue inside, in comfort and privacy. Jiro laughed. You are slippier than a fresh-caught fish, Chumaka. Well then, we shall dry off, and the servant shall heat us tea. But after that, no more roundabout talk. By the gods, I will have my answer from you. And, after all these delays and excuses, it had better be revealing. Now Chumaka smiled. He bobbed a quick, self-deprecating bow. Master, have I ever failed to match my actions to your desires? His temper, changeable as the wind-blown clouds overhead, Jiro answered through clenched teeth. Mara is still alive. Bring me her head, and then I will agree that you have not failed me. Not the least discomforted by what another man might regard as a plain threat from the Lord of the Anasati, Chumaka said, Indeed, Master. That is what I am working myself to achieve. Ha! Jiro moved through the gloomy woods toward the largest tent. Don't try me, old man.
You'd work yourself to the bone for the sheer love of intrigue.
Chewmarker wrung out the hem of his dripping cloak and followed his master into the command tent.
My lord, it is a fine point, but if I should do such a thing for its own sake, that would be vanity. The gods do not love such faults in a man. Therefore, I work for the glory of your cause, my lord, and there the matter ends. I am ever your loyal servant.
Jiro ended the discussion with a deprecating wave. He preferred his philosophy out of books, which did not have Chewmarker's irritating tendency to belabour every issue half to death. The interior of the command tent was still in the process of being set up. One lantern had been lit, and servants bustled about unpacking cushions and hangings. From the outside, Jiro's quarters might appear plain, but inside he insisted on his comforts, his fine silk tapestries, and 2 chests of book scrolls. Lately, he had been reading up on obscure issues of law, imperial state functions, and precisely which ceremonies must be officiated by which priests of the 20 gods to make the crowning of an emperor proper in the eyes of heaven. The reading had been tedious, made worse because the lanterns attracted bugs and cast poor light. The Lord of the Anasazi snapped his fingers, and a boy body servant jumped to attend him. "Remove my armour. See that all the leather straps are oiled so they do not dry stiff." Jiro waited, statue still, as he suffered the boy to undo the first buckles. Although his high office allowed the attentions of a servant, Chewmarker hated the pretension. He shucked his damp wool and found a seat. Jiro's silent, efficient house staff had just brought him a steaming pot of tea when a buzzing sound cut the air.
"A great one comes,"
he called in warning. Jiro jerked free of his last bracer and spun around, while behind him, to a man, his serving staff fell prone upon the floor. As a gust fanned the tent and the hangings rippled from their supporting poles, Chewmarker set down the teapot and faded into the shadows toward the back of the tent. The magician appeared in the centre of the one rug that had been unrolled from its bundle. His fiery red hair trailed out from under his hood, and he seemed not to care that he trod over silk cushions as he approached the Lord of the Anasazi. The eyes beneath his cowl were pale and sharp as they darted from side to side, and fixed at last on the lord who waited with his armour heaped at his feet.
"My Lord of the Anasazi,"
greeted Tapek of the Assembly of Magicians,
"I am sent as delegate to command your presence in the Holy City. Troops have been deployed, and for the good of the Empire, the Assembly requires an accounting to avert the outbreak of open war."
Glad of the wet hair that concealed the fact that he was sweating, Lord Jiro raised his chin. He gave a perfectly deferent bow. "Your will, Great One. It shall not be the Anasazi who break your edict. But I make so bold as to point out, if I go, who will see that Mara of the Acoma and her Shinzawai husband keep the edict against armed conflict?" Tapek frowned.
"That is not your business, Lord Jiro. Do not presume to question."
Although the Great One was far from unsympathetic to the Anasazi cause, he disliked the idea that any lord dared to voice even token objection. But, as Jiro bent his head in deference, Tapek relented.
"The Lady Mara has been issued a like summons. She is also commanded to appear in Kentosani. As you are, she is given 10 days' leave in which to do so. The day after the Imperial mourning ends, you will both convene with members of the Assembly to state your cases."
Jiro thought rapidly and repressed a smile of satisfaction. 10 days' fast march would barely be sufficient to allow Mara to reach the Holy City. His position was closer,
Not with his main army to the south, as all would suppose, but in this secret location near Kentosani in preparation for his planned siege. Mara would need to scramble to meet the Assembly's demand, while he would have days of leeway to seek advantage. To cover the bent of his thinking, the Anasazi Lord said, "These are unstable times, Great One. Travelling the roads is not safe for any lord, with every other ambitious noble stirring about with his army. Mara may have your sanction against attacking my personal train, but she has other supporters and sympathizers. Many friends of the late Emperor have political cause to see me dead for my leadership of the traditionalist faction."
"This is true."
Tapek gave a magnanimous gesture.
"You are permitted to travel with an honor guard to ensure your safety. When you reach the Holy City, you may take 100 warriors within the walls. Since the Imperial Whites still enforce order inside the city, that number should be proof against assassins."
Jiro bowed deeply. "Your will, Great One." He held his deferential pose through the buzzing sound that signalled Tapek's departure. When he arose, he found Chumaka once again seated upon the cushions, dusting at the footprints left by the magician between sips of his tea. His manner was inscrutable, as if no great visitation had happened, except that a flash of unholy satisfaction coloured the first advisor's craggy face. "Why are you so full of yourself?" Jiro demanded, half snatching the dry robe brought to him by his servant. The Lord stepped over his discarded armour and, checking to be sure no grit sullied his personal cushion, sank cross-legged across from his adviser. Chumaka set down his cup, reached for the teapot, and calmly poured for his master.
"Send your runner to fetch in the Ometchen air."
The Anasazi first adviser handed his master the tea, then rubbed his hands together in bright-eyed anticipation.
"Our plot ripens well, my lord. In fact, all unknowing, the Assembly has helped it along."
Jiro took the cup as if it were filled with foul-tasting medicine. "You equivocate again," he warned. But he knew better than to stall in sending his runner off on the errand Chumaka suggested. As the messenger boy left, Jiro peered at his adviser over the rim of his teacup, then took a sip. "We will be inside the walls of Kentosani in 4 days, with 100 of my best fighting men," he allowed. "What else do you have brewing in that head of yours?"
"Great deeds, master."
Chumaka raised a hand and ticked off points on his fingers.
"We will leave this camp and set off for Kentosani in strict compliance with the Great One's summons. Next, assuming Mara acts in compliance. That's safe, since if she doesn't, she's as good as dead by the hand of the Assembly, and we have won. Anyway, assuming she is no fool, while she is still many days' march to the south of Kentosani, we are inside the walls and covertly prepared for a raid on the Imperial precinct."
Chumaka grinned and tapped his ring finger.
"The Ometchen force commander, meantime, acts on his lord's orders and begins the siege of the Holy City, as we have planned all along. But here is the change for the better, courtesy of the Assembly. You, my master, are innocent of this attack, being inside the walls. If the magicians protest the breaking of the Imperial peace, you cannot be implicated. After all, you cannot be expected to answer for a popular move to set you on the throne. But, alas for the Imperial Whites, the old walls prove weak indeed. They are breached, and a war host invades the streets."
Chumaka's eyes sparkled. Less excitable, ever cynically cautious, Jiro set down his tea.
Our allies under Ometchen break into the Imperial precinct, he responded. Mara's children suffer an unfortunate accident, and lo, the Imperial mourning ends, and there is a new emperor upon the Golden Throne by the time Lady Mara arrives in Kentosani, and his name is Jiro.
Now, Jiro's faintly underlying scorn surfaced to outright irritation. First Advisor, your ideas have several flaws, if I may point them out. Chumaka inclined his head, his enthusiasm like banked coals that at any moment might ignite a bonfire.
Mara, he second-guessed, I have not accounted for the Acoma bitch that you want dead so badly.
Yes, Mara! Tired of his advisor's conversations, which at times seemed convoluted as his Shah tactics, Jiro vented his annoyance. What about her?
She will be dead.
Chumaka let a dramatic pause develop as he shifted his haunches to allow a servant behind him to spread another carpet on the tent floor. Then he said,
Do you think the Assembly would stay its hand if her troops were to attack your main army by Solanke?
This time Jiro caught his drift. The Great Ones will kill her for me. He leaned forward, almost slopping the tea on the table. But that's brilliant! You think we can goad her into attacking? Chumaka smiled in satisfaction and poured himself a second cup of tea. Through the dimness of the tent, his teeth gleamed.
I know so, he allowed. Her children's lives are at stake, and she is a woman. She will risk all to defend her babies, depend on it. And unless she calls an attack, your troops in the south will break camp and march around her lines to support your newly established rule by controlling the lands outside the walls of Kentosani. This her clever spy master will tell her with absolute certainty, for it will be the truth.
Bemused by the implications, Jiro mirrored his first advisor's smile. The magicians will be busy chastising Mara while I seize the Golden Throne. Of course, we may lose all of our Anasati army, but that will not ultimately matter. The Acoma will be obliterated, and I will be left with the highest honor in all the Empire. 5,000 Imperial Whites will answer to me then, and all lords will bow to my will. The tent flap opened, interrupting Jiro's enraptured speculation. His face went expressionless at once as he turned to see who entered. A young man ducked through the doorway, striding briskly. His armour also was unmarked, but his snub nose and flat cheeks identified him unmistakably as a scion of the Ometchen.
You called for me, Lord Jiro?
He demanded in an arrogant alto. The Lord of the Anasati arose, still slightly flushed with excitement. Yes, Kadamoji. You will return to your father at speed and tell him the hour has come. 5 days from now, he will attack Kentosani using the siege engines I have provided. Kadamoji bowed.
I will tell him.
Then you will hold to the vow you made for our support, my lord of the Anasati.
When the Golden Throne is yours, your first act as Emperor will be to restore the High Council and to see an Ometchen reclaim the white and gold as warlord.
Jiro's lip curled in barely suppressed distaste. I am hardly senile to have forgotten my promise to your father so quickly. Then, as the young Ometchen noble stiffened with the beginnings of affront, the Anasati lord added placatingly, We waste time. Take my best litter and my fastest bearers to see you on your errand. For myself, I must consult with my force commander to oversee disposition of my honor guard.
Honor guard?
Kadamoji's heavy features darkened in confusion. "Why should you need an honor guard?" In a mercurial change of mood, Jiro laughed. "I march also upon Kentosani, and by order of the assembly. The Great Ones have summoned me there to offer an accounting concerning deployment of my troops." Kadamoji's face cleared as he gave back a deep-chested chuckle.
"That's rich, very. And our plot to restore the High Council is nearly a foregone conclusion."
Now Jiro gestured in animated anticipation. "Indeed, the siege will be short, having help from the inside, and the supporters of the good servant will be set upon by the assembly." Glee touched his tone as he finished. "The magicians will kill Mara for us. Servant of the Empire she may be, but she will die in magic flames, roasted like a haunch of meat." Kadamoji's fat lips stretched into a smile.
"We should drink a glass of wine to that ending before I leave, yes?"
"A fine idea!" Jiro clapped for his servants, and only noticed in passing that the cushions where Chumaka had sat were no longer occupied. The empty teacup on the table was gone also, leaving no sign that the first advisor had been there at all. "That man is more devious than the god of tricks himself," Jiro thought. And then the wine came, and he settled down to an evening of camaraderie with the heir to the Ometran mantle. Outside the command tent, in the drizzle as evening fell, a shadowy form moved through the trees. Over one arm, Chumaka carried the oiled wool cape haste had not allowed him to don. As he walked briskly toward the tent that housed the Anasati messenger runners, he appeared to be counting on his fingers. But it was not sums he muttered in a monotone under his breath.
"Those leftover warriors who were of the Minwanabi, and who did not swear to Mara. Now, yes, it is time for them to earn their keep, I think. A precaution, yes, just in case Mara slips through the grasp of the assembly. She is clever. We cannot suppose we know all the details of her inner council. That time she supposedly spent in the temple in seclusion has yet to be adequately explained. How could she be there, then suddenly be upon her own estates?"
Chumaka hurried on, not tripping over roots or blundering into trees, though it was very dark and the camp was strange. Preoccupied as he seemed, he stepped cleanly over guy lines and tent pegs while he finished formulating his backup plan.
"Yes, we must have sets of armor lacquered in Acoma green for these men, and have them insinuate themselves into the lady's honor guard. At least they will stay in hiding until the last minute, when the lady is on the run, and then they will slip in among her warriors and slaughter her defenders. Posing as loyal Acoma, they can either capture her and turn her over to the Blackrobes, or take their pleasure and kill her themselves, in revenge for the Minwanabi master whose line she obliterated. Yes, that would be the thing."
Chumaka reached the compound where the messenger's tent was set. He startled a sentry as he stepped out of the gloom and nearly received a sword thrust to the chest.
"God save us from our own men!"
he exclaimed, bounding back and throwing up his bundled cloak to catch the blade.
"It's Chumaka, you blind fool! Now find me a messenger who is fresh, and quickly, before I decide to report your incompetence to the master."
The soldier bobbed his head in fearful deference, for it was known that any who displeased the first adviser came to unfortunate straits. He ducked into the messenger's tent while behind him, in gently falling rain, Chumaka resumed his sing-song musing. Chapter 27. Defiance. The palanquin jolted. Mara snapped awake at the thump, disoriented by the close confines, until she remembered. She was not in her tent, but on the road, answering the summons by the assembly to appear in the holy city. For 2 days now she had been travelling at speed in her most ornate, formal palanquin, changing the 30 bearers required to lift the monstrous thing in shifts, and eating on the move. It was night. She knew not what hour. Light breeze stirred the curtains, smelling of rain, as Kyoke, who sat across from her, leaned out. Although still muddled with the after-effects of sleep, she could hear by the tone of her adviser for war, as he exchanged words with someone outside, that a problem had arisen. She pushed herself upright on her cushions.
"What passes, Kyoke?"
The old man ducked back inside the palanquin. By the light cast by the oil lamp hanging from a ring overhead, his face more than ever seemed chiselled from seamed granite.
"Trouble,"
Mara surmised. Kyoke returned a curt nod.
"A messenger sent by Arakasi brings ill news."
Then, well aware such detail was no afterthought, he added,
"The man met us on Chojabak."
Mara felt her heart thud in raw fear.
"Gods, what's gone wrong?"
The elderly campaign veteran knew best how to break the news cleanly.
Jiro's location is at last made known. He was not with the Anasati troops, as we supposed. He is ahead of us, by now just over 1 day's march from Kentosani.
Mara slumped back, crushed by the sudden ebb of hope.
"That leaves him 5 days in which to wreak mischief unopposed, since that doddering fool Lord Frasai saw fit to send Hoppara of the Zakatekas home after the Emperor's murder."
"Mistress,"
Kyoke interrupted in worried tones,
"that's not all."
Distracted by horrible images of possible death for her children, Mara forced herself to track the immediate issue. Seeing the grave expression on Kyoke's face, she surmised the worst.
"Jiro's siege engines."
Her tone was dulled by the scope of a disaster that seemed to widen by the second. Kyoke gave back the clipped nod he used during battle councils.
"The attack on the walls is poised to begin, and Arakasi has discovered that our efforts at sabotage have failed. The Toymaker's plans we laboured to implement were never set in place. Presumably, the engineers we sent were apprehended and put to death, and false reports of their success sent back through your network. Arakasi could say only that the assault against Kentosani's walls will occur without mishap under Omechian colours. Once Jiro is safely inside the Imperial precinct, his hands will seem clean. His coming bid for the Golden Throne could legitimately be justified as an attempt to restore the peace."
Mara bit her lip hard enough to hurt.
"He's not in the Imperial precinct yet?"
Kyoke's expression stayed wooden.
"Not yet. But the messenger's news is not fresh, and much can have happened since he rushed south."
"We are not ready for this,"
Mara burst out.
"Gods! How could we be ready for this?"
Her voice shook with despair. Ever since her return from Thuril, calamitous events seemed to be trampling over her with unrelenting speed. Fate was cruel, to thrust her into conflict unprepared when she had the means to avert total ruin so nearly within her grasp. If only she had a peaceful interval in which to plan and set to use the advantages she held in the presence of the Chakaha mages.
"Mistress,"
Kyoke prompted gently. Aware her silence had stretched too long, Mara made herself rally.
"We are already lost, in all likelihood, but I cannot let go without a fight. If I fail to act, my children will soon be killed, and without them, my line ends with me."
Forcing resolution in her voice, she added,
"I would not see my faithful servants left in heaven's disfavour without a mistress, as I go meekly to answer Emperor Jiro's justice."
"All would rather perish fighting in Acoma service than linger as grey warriors,"
Kyoke allowed. Mara repressed a violent shiver.
Then we are agreed that the circumstances are extreme.
She leaned forward and whipped back the curtains of the palanquin.
Lujan!
She called. The Acoma Force commander snapped her a salute, droplets flying from his plumes.
Your will, my lady.
Send the bearers off at a distance and order them to rest, Mara said crisply. When they are settled out of earshot, deploy my honour guard in defensive circle around the palanquin. Then I would have Arakasi's messenger, the Choja who bore him, Sarek, Inkomo and yourself report to me. We must hold council at once and make immediate decisions.
Her orders were carried out with dispatch, despite the darkness and the rain. Mara spent the interval in furious thought, while Kyoke considerately tied back the curtains to allow her chosen advisers to gather around the palanquin. As the sides were opened to the night, the lantern light pooled on the cushions, fading with distance as it washed a ring of familiar faces. Beyond them, the dark was absolute. Mara regarded each of her officers. From Kyoke, whom she had known since her girlhood, to Sarek, promoted as a young man to his post of first adviser, to Inkomo, reprieved from an enemy prisoner's fate of death or slavery. All had given her miracles in their time of service. Now she found herself forced to ask more, to demand, in fact, that some of them lay down their lives. There was no time for recriminations, no moment even to dwell upon sentiment. Expediency was paramount, and so she gave out what she expected might be her last commands to them in this life, her voice tersely emotionless. To allow her feelings to show was to invite emotional breakdown. First, she addressed the Choja, who was to her imperfectly educated eye an elderly worker.
First and most important, your queen has my thanks for the loan of your services.
The Choja worker inclined its head.
My services were purchased, Lady Mara. Your queen has my gratitude in addition to monetary payment. Let her know if you have means.
Mara paused and heard the thin, high-pitched buzzing that signalled Choja communication. When the sound ceased, she asked,
Is it meet that I ask questions of you, good worker? And may I request of you another labour without compromising your body's need of rest?
Again the Choja inclined its head.
The night air is mild, Lady Mara. I have no need of rest unless it turns cold. State your needs.
Mara sighed in barely perceptible relief. One small obstruction less lay before her.
I require my force commander Lujan carried south at speed to rejoin my army near the city of Sulenque. He must travel in utmost haste. My line's survival depends upon it. My service is yours, the Choja intoned. I will bear your officer willingly. Should I survive, the queen of your hive may demand debt of me,
Mara said in sincere appreciation.
I would also ask that you give my adviser Sarek clear instructions on the location of the Choja hive entrance nearest our present position.
As the Choja worker inclined its head in acquiescence, Mara added,
Sarek, go with him. Learn where the hive is. Select 10 soldiers from my retinue who can move quickly, and also borrow for me a partial suit of armour that will let me pass as a warrior in the dark.
Sarek gave a hasty bow and left the circle. One face fewer, Mara thought. She swallowed hard. The next order she had to deliver became the more difficult.
Lujan.
Her force commander leaned forward, his hair raked in wet streaks at his temples, and his hand resting upon his sword.
Pretty lady, what is your desire?
His tone was rakish. Mara suppressed a half-laugh, half-sob.
I require the impossible, soldier. She forced a smile. Though, gods know, You already gave me as much in the challenge circle in Chakaha.
Lujan gave a deprecating wave. His eyes also seemed too bright for the dimness of the lantern light.
Say on, lady. There is no need for hesitation between us, particularly after Chakaha.
Mara suppressed a tremor of nerves.
Force Commander, I require you to rejoin my army in the south. Should the Anasati forces attempt to break their lines and move anywhere north, east or west, you will commit all of our companies and engage Lord Jiro's. Fight them to a standstill. Keep them from joining their master in the Holy City. When the Black Robes arrive to chastise you, forestall their wrath in any manner that you can.
Now she paused to gather the force of will to keep control.
Lujan, I ask that you dedicate the lives of the Acoma warriors to the last man before you allow Lord Jiro's army to travel one step closer to Kentasani.
Lujan slapped a hand over his heart in salute.
Lady Mara, you have my solemn word. Either your army shall prevail, or I will wage such close war that the Black Robes must annihilate us all, Anasati and Acoma both.
He bent his head in a swift bow and straightened.
For your honour, my lady.
And then he too was swallowed up by the night. The Lady of the Acoma scrubbed her fingers over her face. She felt clammy. Whether from mist or sweat, she did not know. If Lujan survives this, and we should meet again, Mara vowed, I will give him a reward such as his dreams cannot encompass. But only if Justin sat on the golden throne could any of them have a prayer of survival. Even should the Acoma prevail, Lujan might be beyond reward, for no one who defied the assembly survived. No one. Mara raised her chin and phrased the question that had to be asked.
Kyoke, ever faithful grandfather of my heart, do you see any other option?
He looked at her, hard-bitten from his years on fields of battle.
I see none, daughter of my heart. To yield up to your enemy the life of your innocent son would save nothing. If Jiro ascends the Golden Throne, our lives and Acoma honor are as dust. What matter if the Assembly burns us to ashes first?
He smiled with the humour only soldiers facing death can muster.
Should we die with honor, we shall be known to history as the only house willing to challenge the Assembly. That is no mean accomplishment.
Mara fixed her gaze straight ahead. Alternatives did not exist. Now she must forge ahead with the last order, the hardest of all to deliver.
Kyoke, Inkomo.
Her voice faltered. She jammed taut hands into her lap and willed herself to believe in a strength that was all false bravado.
From here, our ways must part. You must go on with the palanquin and the honor guard. Keep on the road to Kentasani and behave as if nothing untoward has occurred. This may seem a small service compared to the deeds I have assigned to Lujan, but I say in deepest truth, your task may prove the most important. The Black Robes must not guess that my path has diverged until the latest possible instant. Your lives are precious to me, and to the continuance of House Acoma, but no lady of my rank would journey to a meeting with magicians in the Holy City without her most valued senior staff. Your presence is essential to keep up proper appearances. On this, the chance of saving Kasuma and Justin must depend.
Mara Ani.
Kyoke used the gentle diminutive of her childhood.
Set aside your fear. For myself, I am an old man. The friends who might remember my youth are mostly in Turakamu's halls. And if the gods are kind and grant my dearest wish, I would ask to meet the Red God many years ahead of you."
Kyoke paused, then almost as an afterthought, he broke into a fond smile.
"My lady, I would have you know this. You have taught me the true meaning of a warrior's creed. Any man can die fighting enemies, but the real test of honor for a man is to live and learn to love himself. In my long life, I have accomplished many deeds, but it took your gift of an advisor's post to show me the meaning of my accomplishments."
A suspect shining adorned Kyoke's eyes as he gave his lady his final request.
"Mistress, by your leave, I request permission to help Sarek select the 10 warriors who will accompany you in your flight to Kentasani."
Beyond words, Mara inclined her head, concealing her sudden tears as Kyoke delved among the cushions for his crutch and arose. He swung himself off into the dark, erect as he had been in youth, and with the same dedication that had seen him through a lifetime of wars. When Mara at last found the courage to raise her head, he was gone from sight. But she heard his voice demanding the loan of a sword and helm from the spare supplies.
"Damn it!"
he said, borrowing a swear word from Midkemia when someone suggested he should ride in the palanquin in dignified comfort.
"I shall go armed and on my feet, and any man who dares to suggest otherwise can cross swords with me and earn himself a beating."
Mara sniffed. Only 2 faces remained of her inner circle. Arakasi's messenger, who was a virtual stranger, and Inkomo, whom she had scarcely come to know as well as the others who had worn Acoma colours longer. The fine-boned, stooped old adviser had seen service with 2 houses and the obliteration of 1 master at Mara's hand. And yet he did not seem awkward as he faced the mistress he had sworn to serve. Though he was a tentative man, his voice was now unusually strong.
"Lady Mara, know that I have come to love and respect you. I leave you with all that I can give. My counsel, poor though it is. I charge you, for the good of the empire we both revere, to hold to your goals. Seize the golden throne ahead of Jiro, and know absolutely that you do right by this land and its people."
He smiled shyly.
"I, who once faithfully served your most bitter enemy, was given more honor and joy in your service than I could have imagined any man might know. When I served the Minoanabi, I did so for duty and the honor of my house. Had Tasayo been defeated by any other ruler, I would have died a slave. So, I know firsthand the value of your principles. The changes you labor for are just. Make Justin emperor, and rule well and wisely. You have my devotion and my everlasting gratitude."
Awkward of body as he was with emotions, Inkomo arose. He gave a deep bow and another shy smile, then hastened away to fill Sarek's ears with last-minute advice, whether or not it was wanted. Mara swallowed past a tightness in her throat. She regarded Arakasi's messenger, who seemed weary enough to fall asleep on the cushions without the bother of lying down first.
"Can you tell me whether the news you brought has also been sent to my husband?"
she asked gently, hating to disrupt his peace. The man blinked and roused.
"Mistress,
Lord Hakano will have heard ahead of you, since he was closer to Kentosani. Arakasi dispatched other couriers to carry word to the Shinzawai when the first in our relay was sent to you.
Mara longed to know what Hakano had done when the ugly news reached his ears. She might never learn, or she might live to regret the final knowledge. For whether or not she had made her husband's life forfeit by her orders to Lujan, which were in blatant disregard of the Assembly's edict, in her heart she suspected that her husband would never allow Jiro to reach the sanctuary of Kentosani. Revenge for his murdered father would not permit, and, in addition, the life of his heir was at stake. Hakano would serve his honour and attack, Mara thought, whether or not he had a prayer of success. She regarded the exhausted messenger and delivered her last instruction, which she hoped would give him his best chance at life.
"You will leave this company," she commanded in an iron tone.
Instantly, the messenger was alert and listening closely to her commands.
"You will go at once, and you will swear to me that you will not stop until you have reached the next courier in your relay. You must send the following instructions to Arakasi. Tell him to seek out his happiness. He will know where to find it, and if he demurs, tell him that is my injunction as his mistress, and his honour requires he obey."
Fully awake now, the messenger bowed. If he found the message odd, he simply assumed it was but another clever code.
"Your will, my lady."
He arose and stepped off into the dark. Alone in the palanquin, Mara released the curtain ties. The fine silk fell with a sigh of sound, affording her a rare moment of privacy as she buried her face in her hands. The reprieve she had won in Chakaha now seemed futile. Had she died there, the outcome would still be the same. Her son's life sacrificed for Jiro's ambition. She wondered, in self-pity, whether fate might have treated her differently if, so many years past, she had not slighted Jiro by choosing Buntakapi for her husband. Was this snarled, vicious political mess the god's vengeance for her vanity? Was she being punished for her selfish, all-consuming drive to keep her family's name and honour, begun with the sacrifice of a man's life? She had wed Buntakapi only to see him die as a result of her scheming. Had he silently cursed the Acoma name in the moment he had fallen on his sword? Mara felt a chill course through her flesh. Perhaps things were all foreordained, and her remaining children would die as Ayaki had, as pieces sacrificed in the game of the council. Mara's shoulders spasmed as she choked back a sob. Over the years, each move of the great game drove the stakes higher. Now, nothing less than an emperor's throne would ensure the safety of her family. To protect her children, she must change the course of the Empire's history and discard long centuries of tradition. She felt frail and vulnerable, and the feeling of beaten desperation would not leave her. Then, her moment of soul-searching ended. She had no further chance to ponder if she would survive to greet her children on this side of the wheel of life, as Sarek returned to the palanquin with an armload of borrowed armour.
"My lady?" he queried softly. "We will need to make haste. The nearest Chojar hive is a day and a half distant. If we are to have a prayer of reaching Kentosani in time enough to matter, we dare not delay a second."
Her adviser wore armour himself, Mara realised. Observant almost to a fault, he caught her glance of surprise as he knelt to help her arm.
"I was a soldier once," he reminded. "I can be so again. I've not let my sword work become entirely lax. That is all to our advantage. A small company of fast-marching warriors must perchance draw less notice when they are not accompanied by a man clad in robes of high office, don't you think?" Sarik's habit of speaking in questions did have the effect of drawing the mind away from insoluble problems. Forced to respond despite her worry, Mara conceded the wisdom of the disguise.
Gods preserve us. We may need an extra sword before all is said and done.
Sarik expertly applied himself to the buckles of Mara's breastplate, while, with false appearance of normality, the company's water boy made his rounds with his bucket and dipper, as he would through a natural pause for rest. Lujan slid off the chojar, his body leaving streaks in the dust that caked its carapace. He staggered slightly from stiff muscles and was caught and steadied by the fast reactions of the sentry standing guard outside the command tent.
"Where is Force Leader Irilandi?"
The Acoma Force Commander croaked through his parched throat.
"I bring orders from Lady Mara."
The patrol leader on day duty arrived breathless, having seen the chojar race in. After one glance at his exhausted commanding officer, he assisted Lujan to take a seat on a cushion in the shade.
"Irilandi is out with the Scout Patrol. There has been movement reported among Lord Jiro's troops. He went to see for himself,"
he summed up.
"Send our swiftest runner to fetch him back,"
Lujan commanded. Servants rousted from the command tent by the day sentry arrived with cool water and towels. Lujan accepted a drink, then waved them off to undertake the task of seeing the chojar who had carried him made comfortable. His voice stronger since the dust was washed from his throat, he added,
"Whatever the creature requires, see that its needs are promptly met."
The servants bowed and backed off to crowd around the tired chojar. Lujan knuckled the aching muscles of his thighs, speaking fast, and like a swirl in a deep current, the surrounding encampment heaved into motion in response. While runners dashed off to convene a meeting of officers and begin the process of a main muster, Lujan summoned the highest-ranking warrior at hand and directed at him a rapid-fire string of questions. The officer's answers were direct, and he used his sword to trace out the deployment of the enemy troops. Lujan also perceived the emerging pattern that had concerned Irilandi.
"Jiro's troops have gathered to march,"
he summed up.
"You see that too?"
The officer's worried eyes followed his force commander's hands, which had tightened fiercely on his sword hilt.
"Though the gods alone know why the Anasati Lord would issue such a command. His war host can't attack our holdings or our force without invoking the wrath of the Black Robes."
Lujan looked up abruptly.
"I have news. Jiro has started his bid to take the throne in Kentosani. Though cursed if I can figure how word travelled so swiftly from his position in the north to the Anasati Force Commander in the field."
The scout rubbed sweat from his face.
"That I can answer. He has birds."
Lujan raised his eyebrows.
"What?"
"Birds," the scout insisted. "Imported from Midkemia. They are trained to fly to a homing point with a message scroll fastened to their leg. They are called pigeons. Our archer shot 2 of them down, but others got past."
"The messages were in cipher?"
Lujan asked, then answered himself.
"None of Arakasi's decoding patterns translated?"
The scout leader gave a nod indicating that the Anasati codes were still unbroken. Lujan forced his aching body to obey his will and stand and walk.
"Accompany me,"
he ordered the scout leader. To the duty officer he added,
"When Irilandi arrives, have him meet me in the command tent over the sand table."
The dimness inside the pavilion offered no relief. The rain had ended, and the sun beating down on its hide roof heated the air to steaming closeness. Lujan unstrapped his helm. He splashed the dregs of his water cup over his already sweat-drenched hair. Then, rubbing salty droplets from his eyelashes, he leaned on the rim of the sand table.
"These are accurate?"
he asked, in reference to the rows of coloured silk flags and troop markers.
"Updated this morning,"
the scout replied. Silence fell. From outside, the commotion of warriors rushing to muster filtered through the tent walls and hangings. As fine a commander as any in the Empire, Lujan kept his ears tuned to their activities while his eyes roved the sand table in swift assessment.
There,
he announced presently, his dusty hands reaching and rearranging whole companies of markers at a sweep.
the plain of Nashika. That is where we will take him.
The scout gasped in fear and turned pale. "We attack Lord Jiro! Force Commander, what of the black robes?" Lujan never paused as he manipulated markers.
The black robes shall do as they will, but by Our Lady's order we attack. If we hesitate or fail her, every man in this army will be masterless grey warriors cursed by the gods.
The tent flap slapped back, admitting a swirl of dust and the long striding figure of Force Leader Irilandi. Lean and toughened as cured bark, the older man jerked off his gauntlets and positioned himself at the sand table opposite his superior officer. He wasted no word of greeting, but swept a glance that missed nothing across the changed deployment of markers.
We will attack them,
he surmised, his typically bitten-off speech animated by a lilt of pleasure.
Good. At first light, I presume.
Lujan looked up, a hardness to him that his mistress had seen only once, and that in the moment before he had entered the challenge circle in Chakaha.
Not at first light,
Lujan corrected.
Today, immediately after nightfall.
Irilandi grinned voraciously.
Darkness will offer no cover. You won't deceive any black robes. No,
Lujan agreed.
But we might have the satisfaction of spilling as much Anasati blood as we can before dawn comes. Let the Great Ones find out what's happened after they stir from their sleep and view the result of our night's activities.
Irilandi studied the sand table.
Plain of Nashika. A good choice. Tactics?
Lujan queried back tersely.
I would have your opinion before we meet with our officers and commit to engagement.
Now Irilandi gave back a chuckle.
Fight a wide, sprawling battle, one with many small forces and multiple vectors of attack. We have enough numbers, and God knows we can field dozens upon dozens of messengers to ferry orders and information back and forth. No single arrow point of attack this time. With feints and false deployment, a swarm of arrow points striking at scores of places along the line.
Lujan paused in puzzled assessment, then caught his force leader's drift. He threw back his head and laughed in admiration.
You crafty old son of a Harroth! That's the best advice I've heard in all my years of service. Create as much confusion as possible, so maybe we can steal time and inflict as much damage as possible.
If we are going to force the assembly to incinerate us, let us take enough of the enemy into the halls of Turakamu to cause a great song of honor. Irilandi looked up with a deadpan expression that could make Kyoke at his most unresponsive seem animated.
Let's hope it works.
Gods pity us, it's a flimsy enough countermeasure to stack against the aroused might of the magicians. The afternoon passed in flurried activity, mostly overseen by Force Leader Irilandi, as Lujan stole his last chance to catch up on sleep. Although the orders that were given amounted to a virtual death sentence, no man among Mara's thousands shirked his part. To die was Surani, and to meet the Red God in battle the finest accolade of the warrior. If the Acoma name continued and rose in prestige and power, the better were a man's chances of earning higher station on the next turn of the wheel of life. It was ironic, Lujan thought, as he rose and ate a hasty meal at sundown, that the very traditions and beliefs that lent these warriors incentive were the ones that Mara would change should Justin survive to be the nation's next light of heaven. Some of the officers knew of this twist of fate. If anything, they worked the harder. If a warrior had one recurrent nightmare, it was to waken one day and find himself still alive and taken captive by an enemy. Officers were traditionally killed, but an unusually cruel victor might keep them alive to toil as slaves, with no possibility of reprieve. If Mara would discontinue the glory of bloody death in battle, she would equally eradicate the degradation of slavery that ground a man down regardless of his talents or his merit. Sunset washed the sky gold and copper, then deepened into starlit night. Mara's warriors assumed their final formation at the edge of the plain of Nashika, under cover of darkness. The command to engage the enemy when the moment came was silent. No horns sounded, drums beat no tattoos, and warriors did not shout their mistress's name or any other Acoma battle cry. The start of the greatest conflict of succession to be fought in Suranuani began without the fanfares that traditionally accompanied a war. The only warning that the massed army of the Anasazi had was the thunderous pounding of thousands of feet as the Acoma forces charged. For once, the Anasazi were not served by Chumaka's superior intelligence. He had made the obvious conclusion. The Acoma war host must be positioning themselves for a dawn attack. Then the night resounded with the crash of swords and the cries of the fatally wounded. The fighting was vicious and without quarter. Within the first hour, the ground became churned to muck, watered red by the blood of the fallen. Lujan and Irilandi took turns overseeing the action on a raised hillock, moving counters across the sand table under a pool of lantern light as messengers came and went with reports. Orders were dispatched, and formations advanced or retreated and drew the enemy into pockets. Ground was won and lost, and won back again at crippling cost in lives. The dusty floor beneath the table became littered with counters as force leader and force commander cast away coloured pins to account for losses, which were ruinous, as though every man fought with berserk energy, the better to court the known death by the sword, rather than risk perishing in magic-born flames. Each of Mara's two senior commanders rode out in turns on the Chojar worker to bolster the morale of the troops, or to draw sword and lend an arm in the fighting to stiffen a line where needed. The moon rose, bathing the struggle in copper-gold light. The fighting broke up into knots where the lines were thin, with men shouting the names of Mara or Jiro to make their loyalties known. Armour colours became one in the dark, and friend was near impossible to distinguish from foe. Swords grew dark with blood, and a warrior had to rely upon his training to keep his stroke true. The eye could not track the speed of swordplay with every blade dulled by gore. Dawn came, dulled by a pall of fog and dust. The wide plain was littered with bodies, trampled by the contention of the living. Swords cracked under the stress of thrust and parry, and dead men's blades saw fresh action. Lujan stood braced against the sand table, knuckling grit from his eyes.
They have lost more than we, but I'd guess that our dead number scarcely 300 fewer than the Anasazi.
Aware of a stinging wrist, but not remembering the sword cut that had parted the skin, Lujan focused with an effort on the sand table. If the troops were pared down by losses, the fighting patterns had, if anything, grown more complex through the last hours. To Irilandi he concluded,
If the Choja is willing to undertake another errand, have it bear you to our western line. Pull off half a company, and use it to relieve the pressure on companies under strike leader Kanaziro.
He pointed to the centre of the line, where the bloodiest fighting had taken place. Irilandi snapped off a salute and departed to speak with the Choja. After a few words, the creature scuttled away with the force leader on its back. Lujan leaned tiredly against the sand table. He wondered where Mara was. whether she had reached the Chojar tunnels in safety, or, if not, whether the Blackrobes would overtake her without his knowing. Justin could have inherited the Acoma mantle already, with none of the Acoma senior staff aware of a change in succession. The end might already have come, while on the plain of Nashika men fought and died in futility. Such thinking was poisonous, the product of stress and fatigue. Lujan forced himself to attend to the markers on the chart table, and to listen to yet another scout reporting in with word of still another change in the lines. Jiro's army had lost ground this time. 5 minutes later, the hillock in question would be lost again, as it had been in turns through a seemingly endless night. Lujan realised by the shadow that pooled under his hand that the sun was now fully risen and climbing higher in the sky. He felt a breeze against his neck, and almost as afterthought realised that the buzzing noise in his ears was no natural effect of exertion on too little sleep. Turning, he saw 3 men in black robes materialise a few feet away. The youngest stepped briskly forward, his thin, high-cheekboned face solemn.
"Force Commander," he announced, "I seek your mistress."
Lujan sank into a bow, awe mixed with fear on his face. Clearing his throat of dust, he spoke the simple truth.
My mistress is absent.
The magician advanced. His feet were clad in slippers, Lujan noticed, laced in front and soled in soft hide, unsuited for outdoor wear. That stray fact caused him an inward shudder. This magician expected complete and immediate obedience, without any need to exert himself beyond walking a few steps. Aware of his frantic heartbeat and his face dripping nervous sweat, Lujan forced himself to reason. These are powerful men, but only men, he reminded himself. He licked dry lips, recalling a judgment he had been forced to carry out as a grey warrior. He had needed to put a man to death for a crime against the camp company. His own sword arm had performed the execution, and he remembered clearly how difficult it had been to strike down the condemned. Lujan could only hope that even a great one might hesitate before taking a life. The Acoma Force commander held still, though his muscles betrayed him and trembled. The urge to rise up and face threat or to give in to weakness and flee was torment. The magician tapped one pointed, curled-back slipper toe.
"Not here,"
he said in acerbic reference to Mara.
"At the moment of her triumph?"
Lujan held his chin to the earth and awkwardly offered a shrug. Knowing that each second stolen here might gain his mistress an infinitesimal improvement in her chance to survive, he spoke slowly.
The victory is not yet won, Great One.
He paused, coughing slightly. The raspy sound lent credence to his need to stop and clear his throat once more.
And it is not my place to question my mistress, Great One. She alone would know what matters demand her presence elsewhere. And so she gave over command of this battle into my poor hands.
"Curse this rhetoric, Akane," snapped another voice. Lujan was aware of a second set of feet before his face, this pair wearing Midkemian-style boots studded with wooden nails. The red-headed magician he identified, who was tallest of the 3 delegates, and obviously the one most inclined to inflamed thinking.
"We waste time, I say. We know that Mara is bound north toward Kentosani in her litter, and a fool can see from this hilltop that a war is in progress between Acoma and Anasati forces. We have been defied. Immediate punishment must follow."
The black robe addressed as Akane replied in more modulated tones.
"Now, Topek, calm down.
We must not draw hasty conclusions. These forces are fighting, all too true. But since none of us saw the battle start, we do not know which side was the aggressor.
That point is moot,
Tapek said through clenched teeth.
They fight, and our edict forbade armed conflict between the Acoma and the Anasati.
After a short silence through which glares were exchanged between the magicians, Akani once again addressed Lujan.
Tell me, what passed here?
Lujan raised his head from the dirt just enough to squint through the dust that drifted in curtains upon the air.
The battle is close, Great One. The enemy holds a stronger position, perhaps, but the Acoma have superior numbers. At times I think we shall prevail, while at other times I despair and compose prayers for the Red God.
This warrior treats us like fools,
Tapek objected to Akani.
He speaks in circles like a merchant trying to sell sholly goods.
One studded boot lifted and prodded Lujan in the shoulder.
How did this battle begin, warrior? That's what we asked to determine.
For that, you must inquire of my mistress,
Lujan insisted, casting himself prone with his forehead pressed to the earth. Although he skirted open defiance of the most powerful men in the Empire, he interpreted Tapek's question in the broadest way possible. Mara had never discussed the ancient roots of the rivalry between House Acoma and House Anasati after all. That sort of history was more in Sarik's province. Keeping up his posture of loyal servant, Lujan prayed no magician would reformulate the question to ask who ordered the first attack. Risking a peek upward, Lujan studied the black robes with the same eye he would apply to any new recruit. He dared to assess them as men, and determined that while Akani was intelligent and certainly no fool, he was not predisposed to wish Mara or the Acoma forces harm. The redhead, Tapek, would take extreme action at little thought. He was the dangerous one. The third in the party seemed a bystander, watching the exchange as a factor might, who had little ambition and no stake in the outcome. He did not seem distressed. Tapek nudged again with his boot.
Force commander.
Aware he would be instantly dead if he replied directly to Tapek's query, Lujan tossed caution to the winds. He acted as if strain had upset his wits and disrupted his train of thought. In a tone of awed reverence he said,
Great One?
Tapek's fair skin flushed. On the point of an explosion of temper, he was checked by a touch from Akani, who smoothly intervened.
Force Commander Lujan, withdraw the Acoma forces and end this battle.
Lujan's eyes widened.
Great One?
He repeated, as if the order astonished him. Tapek shook off Akani's restraint and bellowed,
You heard me! Order the Acoma forces to retreat and end this battle!
Lujan threw himself prone on the earth in a show of abject prostration. He prolonged his obeisance until just shy of the ridiculous, then said unctuously,
Your will, Great One. Of course, I will order a retreat.
He paused, allowed his brow to furrow, then added,
Would you permit me to arrange the retreat in a manner that will minimize harm to my warriors, if the object is to spare further bloodshed?
Akani waved his hand.
I would not see needless death. Arrange the withdrawal in any manner that pleases you.
Lujan willed himself not to sigh in relief as he straightened as far as his knees. He beckoned to a nearby runner and said swiftly,
Orders to the Lord of the Tuscarora. Have him withdraw his soldiers to the south, then hold and support for those who shall be following him.
He flashed a glance at the black robes and received a tiny nod from Akani, a fuming glare from Tapek, and vague intentness from the third in the magician's party.
To protect their retreat, you see,
he ended in a rush. The messenger was half petrified with fright. He took a moment to notice dismissal. As he hastened off, Lujan waved over another runner and gave a long-winded set of instructions that involved 2 flanking manoeuvres and what to an outside ear was impenetrable military jargon. As this messenger hastened off, he bowed again to the party of magicians.
May I offer you refreshment, great ones?
Some juice would cut the day's heat. The bystanding black robe agreed.
These robes are not comfortable in full sunlight.
While Tapek began to shift weight and tap his foot in irritation, Lujan clapped for servants and made a production of debating which wine should be sent and what sort of camp rations were fit to be served to visitors of great rank. The wrangling threatened to go on for some time until Tapek snapped that no delicacies were expected. Plain jamach and water would serve the needs of his colleagues nicely. "Dear me," Akani objected in a voice of light-hearted reason. "I personally thought the imported Midkemian wine sounded delightful."
You stay and sip drinks with this half-wit who calls himself a force commander?
Tapek nearly shouted.
Some of us have more important matters to attend to. And I think that in the interests of the council that delegated us as emissaries, one of us should observe to be certain that the war hosts on the battlefield are indeed breaking off the engagement.
Akani gave the younger magician a look of reprimand. The force commander obeyed without question and ordered his troops to withdraw. Do you question his word of honour?
I need not.
Tapek nearly snarled. At this point, the third magician, who had been staring vaguely off in the direction of the distantly moving army, said,
Actually, Tapek may have a point. From a seer's vantage, I see no sign of any lessening of the struggle.
To Lujan's astonishment, Akani gave back a bland wave. As I understand it, these things take time. Glancing keenly at the Acoma force commander, he stroked his chin. Something about one vassal holding in support while another company retreats? Was that it, force commander? Lujan smothered a start of revelation. Some of the awe left him as he realized these were but men. They had factions just as did contending ruling lords in the game of the council. By all appearances, the black-robe Akani was tactfully trying to aid Mara's cause without overt disregard of the Assembly's edict. Lujan stifled an unjustified countersurge of confidence and said,
Absolutely so, Great One. The Lord of the Tuscarora—
Oh, don't bore us with the details,
Tapek interjected.
Just tell us why Mara of the Acoma dared to believe she could order this attack and pass unscathed when she has been expressly forbidden to do battle with Jiro of the Anasati by our order.
Lujan licked his lips, his nervousness unfeigned.
I cannot know that.
The gritty dirt under his knees ground into his flesh, and the unaccustomed pose strained his back. Worse torture visited his mind. He could cause Mara's death through a wrong choice of words. By the gods, he was well trained to fight, but Sarik's turn for statesmanship was no talent of his. He floundered, seeking a way around direct truth.
My orders from her were to prevent the army of the traditionalists from marching north toward Kentosani. As you have said, she is en route to the Holy City, also by order of the Assembly.
Aha! So she is. Tapek folded his arms and stroked his sleeves in satisfaction.
Now we will hear the truth. What route has she taken to get there? No sly words. On pain of death, tell me directly.
At this, Tapek raised one finger, and a blossom of flame flared up, searing the air with a hiss.
Now, answer.
Lujan arose to full height. If he was going to be killed, or spoil Mara's chances, he would do so as a man and a warrior on his feet.
Your will, Great One.
My lady planned to travel by back roads, with her honor guard, lest she encounter trouble.
The quietest magician of the three, Kerolo, said,
And if she were to encounter trouble?
Lujan swallowed and found his throat paper dry. He coughed and forced himself to find his voice, which now, at the last pass, was even and strong as he willed it to be.
She would seek refuge in the nearest Chojar hive.
The magicians Kerolo and Tapek exchanged disturbed glances and, as one, moved to activate their transport devices. A buzzing filled the air, slicing through the lessening cries of battle and the distant clash of swords. Then a breeze parted the pall of dust, and the pair were gone, leaving Akani studying Lujan in clearly troubled silence. A moment passed. Lujan stayed stiffly correct as any recruit might while enduring the inspection of a senior officer. An understanding seemed to pass between the two men, different though their stations in life were. Akani's regard turned shrewd. He said, "No more guile. Your mistress has, if not allies, then sympathetic ears in the assembly. But even they will stand aside before open defiance. What cause has Mara to count upon Chojar aid?" Lujan shed any attempt at subterfuge. With this black robe, further ploys would earn short shrift. Still, afraid to reveal too much, he selected his words with extreme care.
She has long been friends with the Chojar Queen upon her natal estates. She has, over the years, bought favors from the hive, many of them in the cause of Acoma defense.
Akani frowned, his expression the more terrifying for the fact it was understated. The Chojar beyond the borders of her estates willingly take up her cause? Lujan raised spread palms to the sky in the traditional Sirani shrug.
That I cannot say, Great One. Only the lady herself knows what bargains may or may not have been struck.
Akani's gaze turned piercing, seeming to turn the force commander's thoughts inside out and expose them to blinding light. Chills chased across Lujan's flesh, and he trembled. And then the sensation passed. "You speak the truth," Akani allowed. "But be warned. The Assembly will get to the bottom of this issue. It sadly may prove that we might have to part company in our cause, Acoma Force Commander." With a nod that could have conferred respect, Akani activated his transportation device and departed in a blast of disturbed air. Lujan reached out and caught the edge of the sand table to keep from folding at the knees. Mara, he thought in despair, what would become of her? For while Jiro's army would, by the grace of the Assembly, be forbidden to advance to Kentasani, the true foe was awakened. While Lujan had seen his lady achieve the impossible before, and while he had boundless faith in her genius for improvising the unpredictable, even a servant of the Empire could not long defy the Assembly and survive. Chapter 28. Retribution. The litter was heavy. 8 bearers were needed to carry its weight of fine hardwoods, inlaid with kokara shell and bossed with rare studs of iron. If the costly silk hangings, heavily embroidered and fitted with fringes and tassels, were designed to dazzle any onlooker, the admission of light and air was forfeit to splendour. Since dawn had brightened enough to allow reading, Lord Giro of the Anasazi had commanded his servants to pull back the curtains and bundle them under leather ties. The effect might not have been as elegant as when the drapes were lowered, but Giro was unconcerned. There was no one of importance to notice. The forest road that led southeast towards Kentsasani held no caravans or other nobles. Save for an occasional bonded messenger, it was empty of all but refugees, common folk fleeing the cities. Food was scarce, and families in the poorest quarters were first to starve. These were ragged people, covered with sores, clothed in tatters. They cradled wailing infants, or towed older children who stumbled and tripped, weak from malnutrition. Beloved grandparents were borne upon the backs of younger men. The countryside offered a slim chance of game to be caught, or nuts and berries to be foraged. Giro paid such wretched folk no heed. Their poverty was as the gods willed. The soldiers in his vanguard cleared the way for his retinue to pass, and except for the crying of the children through the dust, they seemed little more than grovelling shadows. While his bearers sweated under the strain of forced march, the Anasazi lord sat at ease on piled cushions, with layer upon layer of scrolls lying opened across his knees. The heap was caught back from spilling over his ankles by the braced pommel of his sword, pinched between his armour-clad knees. Long and lean as a hunting hound, First Advisor Chumaka kept pace at the litter's side. As toughened as any warrior, he seemed unfazed by exertion as he answered his master's questions, which were few and infrequent, and widely divergent in subject from the lengthy, tedious treatises on imperial law expounded in the scrolls. "I don't trust the Shinzawai," Jiro snapped, seemingly without provocation. "His brother Kasumi spent years fighting on the barbarian world as part of the Blue Wheel plot to undermine the warlord, and the honourless, crafty ways of the Midkemians have also influenced Hokkanu." Chumaka bent an intent gaze upon his master and said nothing for a comfortless interval. And as if the man held power to read thoughts, Jiro knew. His first adviser understood he was remembering Tasayo of the Minwanabi, a brilliant field general whose army had been humbled by Mara's through an unanticipated tactic brought about by advice from a Midkemian slave. That House Minwanabi no longer existed did not bear mention. Nervous fears needed no fanning for their spark to blossom into flame. Just short of reprimand, Chumaka said,
"My lord, all that the hands and the minds of men may achieve has been done to ensure your success. Now, fate, luck, and the will of the gods must have their way. You will sit on the golden throne or not, as they allow."
Jiro leaned against his cushions, shifting in discomfort at the bite of his armour. Not a vain man, he well understood the power of appearance. As specific in his dress as any artist, he would have preferred a light silk robe in Anasati red, with Gaganjan flowers embroidered at the cuffs. But since Ichindar's assassination, no noble dared to travel the public roads unarmed. It further irked Jiro that Chumaka was right. Just how right, the Lord was unwilling to repeat. He had heard every report. He had presided over council meetings. He knew what they told of the enemy's movements. And the news held good. Hokkanu of the Shinzawai was still at least 2 days' march north of Kentasani, while the Lord of the Anasazi's cortege would be through the grand gates by late afternoon, most certainly by sundown. Over and over, Jiro listed the reassurances to himself. He would reach the holy city uncontested by Mara's allies. When the Shinzawai arrived, they would be exhausted. The magicians had been given insult by the Acoma when Mara's forces engaged the Anasazi army to the south. The magicians had their full attention turned toward Mara and were ignoring the Lord of the Anasazi, who gave every semblance of perfect obedience to their commands. Jiro's hands tightened over the book scrolls in his lap. Startled by a crackle of dry leaves, he cursed, annoyed that any distraction should cause him to mishandle old records. With frowning concentration, he straightened the crumple from aged, ink-faded hide, while yet again Chumaka seemed to interpret his private thoughts.
"You interpreted the message brought in by pigeon last evening,"
the first advisor assured in what seemed casual comment. Jiro saw better. The man's shrewd eyes were locked on the road ahead, as if he could read past the dust kicked up by the feet of the advance company of the Anasazi Honor Guard. The first advisor might seem absorbed by the march, but in shrewd choice of words he added,
"Mara's force commander initiated an unprovoked attack. By now, the assembly will have acted. Think on that."
Jiro's lips twitched, just missing a smile. His imagination supplied detailed images of Mara roasted by magic. But every contemplated torment that might befall his enemy brought him no comfort. He wished to see the corpse of the woman who had spurned him spitted on steel. He longed to have the skulls of her children, ones she had deigned to have other men sire, broken like eggshells at his feet. He could tread on their bairns and be sure of his triumph. And yet, the luck of a servant of the Empire was legendary, more than superstition. Mara's title bestowed a divine blessing no man might easily dismiss. More than once Jiro had presumed her days over, only to see her somehow triumph. The worm of uneasiness continued to gnaw at him. All unnoticed, his hands clenched again over parchment. Brittle skin cracked, and bits of rare gilt flaked away and stuck to his sweating palms.
"You will not feel secure until you sit on the golden throne," Chumaka summed up crisply. "When the priests of the 20 greater gods all bow at your feet and endorse your right of succession, when the masses hail you in prostration as their light of heaven, then your nerves will cease clamoring."
Jiro heard, but could not help but scan the road ahead to the holy city. Inwardly, he repeated the logic that insisted he had an open path between himself and final victory. The assembly would not hinder him once Mara was dead. Indeed, they must endorse his cause, if only to avert the chaos and anarchy that had ravaged the peace of the nations since Lojawa assassinated Ichindar. That Jiro had been behind that act, no one suspected. The plot had been engineered covertly, over years of careful planning. Culpability could not be traced beyond the ometchen, and not even torture might wring out the truth. With the warlordship promised to their line, they would be ill-served to reveal the conspiracy. Jiro shifted thought. It did not unduly grieve him that the army bequeathed to him with the Anasazi mantle must of necessity destroy itself to hold Mara's warriors in place and turn the assembly's wrath against her. Their death would be honour, as it would serve to raise their lord above all others in the Empire. Their spirits would be welcomed to the Red God's halls in triumph as Jiro's enemies were forced to acknowledge him supreme. The Lord of the Anasazi closed his eyes, suffused with anticipation. First to prostrate himself before the imperial seat would be Hopara of the Zacatecas. That upstart puppy had tagged after Mara's skirts since the first, and his meddling mother had done nothing. For all her much-vaunted appreciation of male ways, Isashani had never encouraged her firstborn to strike off on his own, as a man should. Because of the Dowager Lady and her lap-hugging son, more than one plot to shame the Acoma had gone astray. Jiro sweated, remembering how many times Hopara had stiffened the spine of old Frasai of the Tonmagu to the point where he had supported the interests of the late Emperor over those of his own Ionani clan brothers. Jiro's temper heated as he reviewed the list of slights. To him, forgiveness was weakness. He was not a man to forget where his plans had been crossed. A frown marred his forehead as he considered which enemy he would humble next. If the magicians were magnanimous in their punishment of Mara's disobedience, Hokanu might also survive to kiss the floor before the dais of the Golden Throne. Jiro stifled a chuckle. The unquestioned sovereignty Mara's supporters had laboured to give Ichindar would fall to him, an Anasati, as legacy. He would wield such omnipotence well. Oh yes, he would reinstate the High Council and the warlordship, and then preside over all, including the temples, in unprecedented primacy. His powers would be godlike, and there would be no woman born within the empire who would not prostrate herself before his glory. He could fill his bed with whatever maiden he wished, and none would refuse his favours. That Mara of the Acoma once had spurned him would forever more cease to matter, for her line would be as dust. He, Jiro, 92 times Emperor, would be remembered as the man who had seen a servant of the Empire shamed and brought down. His deed would stand as a memorial in the eyes of the gods. Unprecedented. The perfect coup in the game of the council, for no lord could dare a greater enemy than one beloved by the masses. Someone shouted from the woods. Snapped out of reverie, Jiro straightened. Parchments and scroll cases cascaded around his feet. He forgot to pay heed, fixed as he was on the movement that erupted among his soldiers. "What passes?" he demanded in clipped tones, only to discover that Chumaka was no longer at the litter's side. The man had an inconvenient independence about him. Jiro fumed as he spotted his first advisor's greying head bent close to the plumed helm of Force Commander Omelo. Jiro's annoyance lapsed as he read concern in the officer's expression. "What passes?" he demanded more loudly. Omelo straightened into the bearing expected of a commander of armies. He strode to the litter with Chumaka tagging bright-eyed at his heels. "One of our scouts found his partner, who had been detailed to investigate our flank." Jiro's frown redoubled. The man was shirking duty? Omelo's face shifted not a hair's breadth. "No, lord. The contrary. He was dead. Killed." Concise with bad news, he finished, "An arrow in the back." All but in breach of protocol, Chumaka broke in.
"Had he been standing or running?"
Omelo half spun, eyes narrowed. Always a stickler for protocol, he turned back to his master and replied as if it had been Jiro who had addressed him. "My lord, our man was shot down while running. The scout read the tracks." He gave a brisk salute, fist over heart, and a bow. "With my lord's leave, we would be advised to array our warriors into a tighter formation. Whatever news our slain scout wished to convey back to you, someone did murder to silence him, and the arrow had an unmarked shaft." "Bandits? Or some ally of the Acoma? You think there's danger?" Jiro fired back, then remembered himself. Delay of any sort might prove fatal. Regaining his dignity, he waved his force commander to resume his duty and rounded on his first adviser. Chumaka's face was never what one expected. Now he showed reflective interest, as if he were confronted by some delightful twist in a puzzle. "You don't seem worried," Jiro observed, sarcastically dry.
"Fools worry."
Chumaka gave a shrug.
"The wise man strives for awareness. What will happen, and worry will not serve. But anticipation might provide survival."
Through the bustles as his warriors closed ranks, Jiro studied the road. No refugees littered the verges. That in itself cried warning, since, like birds, they were timid creatures who were apt to fly from trouble. The way ahead stretched empty, sunlit under drifting scarves of dust. By contrast, impenetrable shadow beneath the trees seemed like night. Forward, past a gentle curve, the road dipped, then crossed a glen where light and shade spread in dappled patches. Insects zipped through, flecked by light, but nothing warm-blooded made a sound. Jiro hushed his tone in nervousness.
"I see nothing to beware of."
But still, some nameless uneasiness drove him to finger his sword hilt. Despite his smooth words, Chimaka also seemed tense. Only a fool would not worry, Jiro avowed silently. He wrestled to hold back impatience. The stakes he bid to win were enormous, the highest in history. He could not expect to take the imperial seat unopposed. He loosened a damp hand from his weapon and tugged to loosen the thong around his neck that fastened a document bag beneath his armour. On the parchment, in concise words of state, were all the official points of law that must be included in his contract of marriage to Jahelia. He stroked the leather like a talisman. There would be no mistakes made, no details omitted. Once the gates of Kentasani were passed, no page had been left unread in the libraries. Chimaka and Jiro between them had perused every legal record on every dynasty that existed, and only the imperial chop affixed by Ichindar's first wife Tamara remained to be secured to seal into record Jiro's fitness as royal suitor. Ascension to the throne would perforce follow. No court litigator or house first advisor, no legal mind in the empire could dispute the Anasati claim in the face of those documents. There might be other nobles with claims as good as Jiro's, but none better, once Justin of the Acoma lay dead, and none of those would dare challenge the Anasati right. A shout caused Jiro to look toward the woodline. His hand whitened on his sword. Did something move? Just beyond his vision. Jiro kicked his feet free of the book scrolls, striving to peer into the gloom of the deep forest. A faint thunder carried on the still air. The warriors shifted, crouched in their already strained state of readiness. One of the older campaigners stiffened. "Force Commander," he ventured.
"I know that sound."
Omello said, "What is it?" Jiro turned to identify the man who had spoken as one of the survivors of the honour guard once sent with his brother to attend Ichindar's treaty delegation to the barbarian world of Midkemia. The peacemaking had ended in slaughter, with the blood of 1,000 firstborn Surani soaking the field. Halesko of the Anasati had fallen in the first attack. Only one of his honour guard survived to win back through the rift, carrying, with 3 other men, the unconscious body of the Emperor. In honour for saving the light of heaven, the man had been given a place in Jiro's bodyguard. He spoke now with urgency.
"I heard this sound, fighting the barbarians, Lord."
As a rumbling closed in from the direction of the forest, he raised his voice.
"The enemy is mounted. Horses! They ride horses!"
The next moment, chaos exploded from the trees. A line of blue-clad warriors, each astride a 4-legged barbarian beast, charged headlong toward the company. Omello screamed commands. He had studied the reports of soldiers who had faced cavalry before upon Midkemia. Only one tactic had a prayer of success for warriors on foot. The warriors that accompanied their lord were the flower of the Anasati forces. They obeyed without hesitation, spreading out to avoid being trampled, where men who had never experienced a charge might in error have stayed rooted and been run down. Jiro's bearers reversed in awkward fear and fell back, setting as many of his inner guard as possible to stand between their master and the onrushing Shinzawai cavalry. Jiro swallowed back panic. The Shinzawai were not 2 days' distance from the holy city. They were here. The beasts were fast and heavy. Their hooves chewed up gouts of turf and shook the earth. The litter-bearers faltered, uncertain in their step. Rocked urgently into a post, Jiro barely noticed. The horses came on in a wave, the lances of the riders gleaming in sunlight. The foremost ranks of warriors met the charge. Brave, steady, determined, they never had a chance. The lances impaled them, screaming, or hooves scythed them down like what. The most nimble managed to duck aside, only to perish on the swords of blue-armoured riders. Only the veteran of the Midkemian Wars won free. His swift stroke hamstrung a beast from behind, and it collapsed in a kicking heap. The rider rolled clear, cursing over his mount's strangely human-sounding scream. Sword met sword. The victor of the clash lost in the ochre rise of dust. The second rank fared little better. One man stabbed a horse in the chest before he was overrun. The riders spitted most of the defenders, but their lances were then useless, as those not broken or rammed into human flesh were too long to counter foemen now inside their reach. Jiro felt sweat trickle inside his armour. His teeth showed in a snarl of oaths. He could die here. And the waste of it. To go as Halesko had in the mess of battle. To perish by the sword, as any unread fool could, blinded by lust for honour. Jiro rejected such a death. He would see Mara humbled first. He kicked clear of his cushions and sprang from his litter, vicious as a cornered sarcat. Omello was still on his feet, shouting orders. The initial rush of the charge was blunted, the following ranks in ragged order as the mounts of the Shinzawai swerved to avoid the fallen. Lances had taken one man in two. Now, mounted swordsmen whirled in pirouette, as one with their hellish beasts they skirmished with foot warriors who coughed in the dust. The Anasazi warriors never flinched. They stood ground with valiant courage and sliced at disadvantage against foes who battled higher than their heads. Surani swordsmanship was weakest against blows from above. The best fell, their helms cloven, and their blood soaking the dry road. And still the riders came on. They converged upon the litter and the close-ranked inner guard of Jiro's warriors. Last and most staunch in his defence, they screamed defiance. Even the most brash could see they were not going to be enough. Omello shrieked a blasphemy. Chumaka seemed nowhere to be found. Swords whined through air. Some slammed blade to blade in parries and were deflected. Too many bit deep into red armour, spilling more precious red blood. Hokanu's cavalry trampled on over the fallen. Another horse went down, thrashing, and a warrior too close was felled by a kick from flying hooves. Jiro swallowed a rolling surge of nausea. He raised his blade. War was not his strength, but fight he must or die. The cries of the mortally wounded set his teeth on edge. He braced for his first blow, dizzied and overwhelmed by the brutal reality of battle. Only family pride held him upright. A horse reached his lines and reared up, black against the hot sky as its hooves cut the air. Teeth flashed, white in a face shadowed by a helm bearing lord's plumes. Jiro knew. The rider was Hokanu. The Lord of the Anasati looked up into eyes that held no pity, eyes that were dark as Kamatsu's set and stamp that stripped Jiro to his living spirit and knew him for a craven murderer. In them, Jiro saw his end. He met the first sword stroke evenly, as he had been taught. He managed to parry the second. A warrior was dying under his feet. He stepped on him and almost tripped. Bile stung his throat. He had no strength, and Hokanu bore down, his mount sidling like a demon, his sword a slash in sunlight. Jiro stumbled back. No, this was not happening. He who had prided himself on reason would be butchered wholesale by a sword? Numbed through his vitals with dread, he spun and ran. Any concept of dishonour was driven from him by the horror of what thundered at his heels. Jiro's breath laboured. His sinews screamed with exertion, all unnoticed. He must reach the woods. Cleverness could prevail over the sword, but only if he survived the next 5 minutes. He was the last of his father's sons. It was not shame, but only reason to survive, whatever the cost, so that Mara, curse her name, should die ahead of him. Then the gods could do with him as they would. The sound of fighting dwindled, punctuated by the jarring thud of hooves pounding dry ground. Jiro's breath rasped in his throat as he reached the trees and scrambled up a small stone outcropping to gain what he recognized as safety. The breath of the horse no longer blew past his ears. It had stopped. The forest deterred it. Jiro blinked to clear his vision. Shadows seemed to blur his eyes after the dazzle of noon. He flung himself panting against a tree bole. "Turn and fight!" snapped a voice, a half-pace from his heels. He spun. Hokanu had dismounted. He waited, sword raised, faceless in shadow as any executioner. Jiro bit back a whimper. He was betrayed. Chumaka had erred, and erred badly. And now, this was the end. Red anger washed away panic. The Lord of the Anasati raised his weapon and charged. Hokanu flicked Jiro's sword aside as if it were a toy. A veteran of war, he had a stroke of iron. Jiro felt blade meet blade in a vibrating shock of pain. The sting shocked his nerves, loosened his grip. His weapon flashed, spinning from his grip. He did not hear the thrash of its fall into the undergrowth. "Omelo!" he screamed in white panic. Somebody, anybody, even one warrior of his honor guard must be alive to heed his cry. He must be saved. His wits stumbled to function. Dishonor to you, who would kill an unarmed enemy. Hokanu bared teeth in what was not a smile. As my father was unarmed, dead in his bed of a poisoned dart. I know the assassin was yours. Jiro began to deny it, and Hokanu shouted, I have the tongue's accounts! The lord of the Shinzawai looked like terror incarnate as he lowered his blade, then, with a turn of his wrist, slammed it point down into earth, leaving it vibrating as he released the hilt. You are dirt! No, less than dirt, to whine of honor to me! He advanced. Jiro crouched, prepared to wrestle. Good, he thought. Wits were going to triumph after all. He had convinced the honourable fool of a Shinzawai to take him on hand to hand. Though the Anasati lord knew he was no champion wrestler, death would be slower than the downswing of a sword stroke. He had bought time, perhaps for one of his honour guard to win through and save him. Still playing for delay, Jiro stepped back. He was too slow. Hokanu was hunter-quick and driven by revenge. Rough hands grabbed at Jiro's shoulders. He raised an arm to shove free and felt his wrist caught and twisted. Pitiless strength forced it back and back until bone and tendon quivered in protest. Jiro hissed through his teeth. Tears blurred his eyes. The cruel hold only tightened. Blinking his vision clear, Jiro looked up. Hokanu loomed over above him, a sparkling shower of reflection on his helm from the partially blocked sun. Jiro strove to speak. His mouth worked, but no intelligent words came forth. Never in his pampered adult life had he endured pain, and its kiss stole his reason. As a man might handle a puppy, Hokanu jerked him up with one hand. His eyes were mad. He looked like a demon who would not be sated with only blood. His fingers were claws, tearing away Jiro's ornate helm with a snap that wrenched his neck. Jiro's sweat ran to ice. He gasped in recognition. And Hokanu murderously laughed. Thought I would wrestle, did you? Fool! I set aside my blade because you do not deserve a warrior's honor. You, who bought my father's assassination, deserve a dog's death. Jiro choked in a rattling breath. As he groped for a plea for mercy, Hokanu shook him. In a whisper near to a sob, only one thought found voice. He was an old man. He was beloved, Hokanu blazed back. He was my father, and your life defiles the world that he lived in. Hokanu wrenched Jiro off his knees, shaking loose the pouch of documents. The Shinzawai lord shifted one hand to seize the thong. Jiro jerked back, graceless in his terror. You would not sully yourself with my death if I am so wretched a creature.
Wouldn't I?
The words were a snarl as the strap twisted tight. Jiro felt the bite of a strangler's garrote around his neck. He thrashed and clawed. His nails broke on blue armour. Hokanu pulled the strap tighter. Jiro's throat closed. His head pounded. Spittle leaked from his working lips and his eyes bulged. The dishonour of his death confronted him, and he twitched and kicked in frantic desperation as his face went scarlet. Yet Hokanu was a battle-seasoned soldier who had never let his training lag. He bore down upon Jiro with a hate that knew no end, but drove his blood to fury as reasonless as the flood of sea tide. For their lost child and his dead father, Hokanu twisted the strap as Jiro's colour deepened to dark red, purple, and then blue. He kept on until long after Jiro had fallen limp. Leather bit deep through skin and trachea and flesh. Weeping, shivering in the release of reaction, Hokanu kept twisting until a Shinzawai strike leader found his lord over the fallen foe. It took strong hands to separate master from corpse. Empty-handed, Hokanu subsided on his haunches in the leaf mould. He covered his face with bloodied fingers.
It is done, my father,
he said in a voice hoarse with emotion.
And by my hand alone, the dog has been strangled.
The blue-plumed strike leader waited in patience. He had seen long years of service and knew his master well. Spying the document pouch that twisted around Jiro's throat, he removed its contents, assuming them to be something his master might wish to review when his wits returned. After a moment, Hokanu stopped shaking. He arose, still looking at his hands. His expression was blank. Then, as if the mess on his knuckles were nothing more than clean dirt, and the dead thing sprawled wretchedly in its red armour nothing more than killed game, he turned and walked away. The strike leader strode after his lord. To his companions who fought tight skirmishes in the roadway, he shouted,
"Call to the field! Jiro of the Anasati is dead! The day is ours! Shinzawai!"
Like fire in a dry field, the word of Jiro's fall spread through the fray. Standing next to the overturned litter, Chimaka too heard the call.
"The Anasati lord is fallen! Jiro is slain!"
For a moment, the Anasati first advisor regarded the spilt scrolls at his feet and thought about the other document Jiro had worn next to his skin. What would happen when that was found? He sighed.
"Fool boy," Chumaka murmured. "Coward enough to run, but not to hide."
Then he shrugged. Omello was rising from his knees, a scalp cut running blood down his cheek. He looked ready enough to kill, as proud as ever, save that something in his eyes had gone flat. He looked to the Anasati first advisor and said, "What is left?" Chumaka considered the broken remains of Jiro's honour guard, both the living and the dead. Out of 100, scarcely 20 were still standing. Honourable numbers against horses, he thought analytically. He resisted a strong wish to sit down. Mourn he could not. He was no creature driven by love. Duty was duty, and his pride had been outwitting Anasati enemies. That, now, was ended. He glanced at the Shinzawai horsemen who were closing in, a ring of impenetrable flesh. Chumaka hissed through his teeth. To the force commander he had known since earliest childhood, he said,
"Omelo, my friend, while I respect you as a soldier, you are a traditionalist. If you wish to fall upon your sword, I suggest you do so before we are disarmed. I urge you not to. For myself, I would order our survivors to put down their arms and hope that Mara is as forgiving now as she has been in the past."
Almost too softly to be heard, lest his hope shine too bright, he added,
"And pray that she has some post left unfilled that we are suited for."
Omelo shouted orders for all swords to be put down. Then, as blade after blade fell from stunned fingers and the beaten Anasati warriors watched with burning eyes, he regarded the seamed enigmatic features of Chumaka. Neither man heard the noise as Shinzawai warriors invaded their ranks and made formal the Anasati surrender. Omelo licked dry lips. "You have such hopes?" And both men knew he did not refer to Mara's past record of clemency. The lady upon whose mercy their lives, if not their freedom, henceforward must depend, was one marked for death. If, by the god's miracle, she could survive the assembly's ire, there was still the last, most bitter cohort of Minowanabe warriors who had been armed in Acoma Green and sent out. Their orders were Chumaka's, and as near to their heart's desire as life and breath, to kill her by any means and see Jiro's purpose complete. Chumaka's eyes darted, then kindled as a gambler's might.
"She is servant of the Empire. With our help, she might survive the assembly yet."
Omelo spat and turned his back. "No woman born owns such luck." His shoulders hunched as a Nidra bull's might before the goad that lashed it into obedience. "For myself, you are correct. I am a traditionalist. These new things are not for one such as I. We all must die sometime, and better free than a slave." He looked at the sky above, then said, "Today is a good day to greet the Red God." Chumaka was not quite quick enough to avert his face before Omelo lunged forward and fell in final embrace against the blade of his own sword. While the blood welled red out of the old campaigner's mouth, and the Shinzawai lord hurried with a cry toward this, the last Anasati man to fall, Chumaka bent down, shaken at last. He rested a withered hand against Omelo's cheek and heard the force commander's final whispered words.
"See my warriors safe and free if Mara lives. If she does not, tell them I will meet them at the door to Rakamu's halls."
Thunder boomed in full sunlight. The reverberations slammed across clear sky and shook the forest trees to their roots. Two magicians manifested, hovering in mid-air like a pair of ancient gods. Black robes fluttered and snapped in the breeze of their passage as they skimmed above the wood, seeking. The red-haired one used his mystic arts to rise yet higher. A speck like a circling hawk, he soared above the countryside, scanning the road that dipped and meandered through hills and glens on its northward course toward Kentasani. Tapak's magic might grant him the vantage and the vision to equal any bird of prey, yet the shadows still obscured, leaves and branches mantling the ground. He frowned, his curse flying with him on the wind. They were here, and he would find them. The corner of his eye caught movement. He spun, easy in his flight as a mythical spirit of air, and studied. Brown flecks, all moving. A herd of speckled Gatania, six-legged deer, not horses. He resumed his course in peevish irritation, back down the length of the road. And there it was. An upset litter lacquered red and shiny in sunlight with interlaced whorls of kokara shell. Costly work, fit for only the highest-ranking lord, and with curtains in the colours of the Anasazi. Tapek swooped downward, nearly diving like a raptor. Less intent on the chase, still Carolo was not caught off guard. He spotted his fellow mage's descent and hastened his progress to overtake. His lip curled in what seemed contempt, the red-haired mage pointed to a cloud of settling dust farther up the roadway.
There. Do you see?
Carolo took a studied look at the aftermath of tragedy that milled in the roadway. Horses lathered still from a charge. Warriors in Shinzawai blue dismounted now, with the huddled remnants of Lord Jiro's honour guard held at sword point. Omello dead inside the circle, sprawled on the blade of his own sword. Chumaka beside the fallen officer, shocked past cleverness for once. The Anasazi First Advisor stooped low with his hands over his face, as near to tears as he had ever been since his boyhood.
The Lord is not with his men,
Tapek observed in his iciest tone. All the while, his eyes flicked up and down the road, taking stock of the fallen.
He is not with his warriors,
Carolo said softly, almost sadly in comparison.
Nor would a commander as staunch as Omello fall upon his own sword for no reason.
Jiro's dead, you think?
Tapek returned, a wildness akin to joy lighting his restless eyes. Then he stiffened, as if he stood on firm earth.
Look! Under the trees.
More slowly, Carolo responded. After a moment, he too saw what lay beneath a small rise in the ground. Not 10 paces distant from Hokanu's abandoned sword, left standing upright in the earth, still clean. Before Carolo could sigh or utter any word to express his wish that vengeance must continually run to bloodshed, Tapek snapped out,
He was strangled. In dishonour, Lord Jiro died. We have been defied again.
Carolo gave a Surani shrug, regret in his mild expression.
We were too late to prevent killing. But none may dispute that Lord Hokanu deserved the traditional right of reprisal. It is known who was responsible for his father's assassination.
Tapek seemed not to hear.
This is Mara's doing. Her husband has ever clung to her hem. Does she believe we will permit this bloodshed just because her hands seem to be clean?
Carolo tucked his fingers in his voluminous cuffs, unconvinced.
That's supposition, particularly since the Assembly already must decide what action to take over her army's engagement on the plain of Nashika.
Decide?
Tapek's brows climbed in affront.
You cannot be thinking of reconvening the council. Our debate and delay have already cost the Empire one great house.
Hardly that extremity.
Carolo's mildness assumed a fragile edge, like a sword blade ground too long at the whetstone.
There are cousins left who bear descent from the Anasazi. A half-dozen young women consigned to the temple who have not yet taken binding vows of service.
Tapek was not to be placated.
What? Set power in the hands of yet another untried female? You amaze me. Either a hapless girl who will watch her inheritance destroyed before she is ruling lady for a year, or another Mara. That choice 20 years ago is precisely the same circumstance that spawned this difficulty in the first place.
The Assembly will appoint an Anasazi successor after we resolve the issue between the Shinzawai and the Acoma,
Carolo insisted.
We must go to the city of the magicians, now. This news should be heard promptly.
At this, Tapek's eyes narrowed.
Fool! We can take her now, in her guilt.
Carollo kept to himself his suspicion of possible Chojar collusion. He did not repeat his inward fear that already Mara might have won herself a greater ally than any mortal emperor.
Jiro is already dead, he argued gently. What use undue haste now? There will be no further conflict. With Jiro dead, what need is there?
Tapek almost shouted.
Do you think that Jiro was my reason for stringent opposition of Mara? She threatens us, you fool! She has greater ambitions than merely a rival's death.
Unhappy at the reminder, Carollo still strove for calm.
I am neither blind nor always the slave of protocol. But I must insist, brother. With our edict still in force, even were Mara as bloody-minded as some other lords of our acquaintance, none of the Anasati claimants may be hunted down. We must decide which of them is fittest to assume the Anasati mantle. Come, the matter is too weighty for us to act unilaterally. We must consult the wishes of our brethren.
They are idiots, or worse, accomplices.
Tapek fumed back. He paced over air, spun, and whipped back to stab a finger at his companion.
I will not stand idle through this crisis. I must act for the good of the Empire.
Carollo bowed in stiff-faced opposition to the invocation of the ritual phrase.
My place is to inform the others.
His hand dropped to his pocket, and his teleportation device buzzed like the whine of an angry insect.
Fool!
Tapek spat at the empty air, his word half whirled away by the suck of air left at his brother mage's departure. Tapek looked down. Below, under cloudless noon, Anasati and Shinzawai completed the time-honoured pair dance of victor and vanquished. Then, as if their actions were of no more consequence to him than the buildings and the battles of insects, they were abandoned to their own devices, as he too reached for his device and departed. Chapter 29. Destruction. The air snapped. Tapek materialized 50 feet up in the air in a new location, many miles to the south of Jiro's death site. The magician's expression was vexed. His hunt to pin down the location of Mara's litter promised difficulty, since she, unlike Jiro, had chosen her route for subterfuge. Her force commander had admitted as much when he confessed her choice of back roads. Tapek shook a stray lock of hair from his eyes and gazed intently down on the landscape. Wheat fields stretched below, gold turning dull brown, for the harvest was neglected. A dusty road wound parallel to a creek bed, dry once more in keeping with the season. Nothing moved but a Nidra bull pacing the confines of his pen. His herd boy lay under a tree, twitching off flies in the steamy heat. Since he had no reason to glance up, he failed to notice the magician hovering directly overhead. To Tapek's outlook, the slave boy had as little consequence as the flies. The magician crossed his arms and drummed his fingers against his sleeves. A search by line of sight was not going to be effective. The territory where Mara was likely to be was simply too large. Urgency ate at him. Carollo had left something of significance unsaid. The red-haired mage was convinced of it. Why else should anyone of his arcane abilities feel the need to rush like a child to report to the assembly? What was Mara plotting that she should have dared give attack orders to her troops on the plain of Nashika? Tapek licked his lips, brooding. The woman was devious. Even if Jiro's death was not her doing, but solely the province of Hokanu, still someone representing the assembly should seek her out, if only to make apprehending her easier when fat windbags like Hotchopepper were finally forced to acknowledge her transgression. The assembly would move from words to punitive action, Tapek had no doubt. Nothing else could come of the fact that their absolute authority had been compromised. A spell of finding should suffice to track the lady, Tapek resolved. His mid-air stance unnecessary for such a conjuring, he let himself settle slowly toward the ground. As his feet touched earth, the Nidra bull winded a snort of alarm, curled up his tail, and bolted. Its herd boy roused with a start. He saw the magician as he scrambled to his feet. With a cry of fear, he flattened himself in terrified obeisance, belly to the earth. The Nidra bull thundered on toward the far fence, turned and circled. Its hooves chewed up good grass, but, in the fearful presence of a black robe, the slave feared to rise and calm it. Which was proper, Tapek reasoned. The populace should feel nothing but awe toward those of his rank. Tapek ignored both boy and beast. Self-absorbed, he stood by the trembling slave and murmured an incantation. He touched his palms together to close his gathered power, shut his eyes, and released. Tendrils of invisible force extended from his person. They emanated across the countryside, searching. Where they touched roads or back thoroughfares, even the most rudimentary trails used by farmers to cart produce from fields, the magical sensors brightened. They turned and followed the byways. As invisible threads, they coursed even the smallest footpaths. Within minutes, Tapek stood at the centre of an outflung array of magic strands. His probes became an extension of himself, an expanding net that was sensitized to detect the presence of movement. Like a spider in a web, he waited. A twitch at his nerves brought his attention to bear on a shaded lane where two servants loitered at love. The magician let that strand slip and turned his focus on others. Here passed a small band of grey warriors, hunting for an unguarded Nidra herd. Hunger drove them into lands that normally were populated and defended. They were not the only such band. Thieves had grown bold during the empire-wide unrest. But Tapek stayed detached. These wretched folk at their lawlessness were no concern of his. He dismissed the grey warriors' presence, seeking another company, less predatory perhaps, and better armed, but moving just as furtively. He identified two small honour guards belonging to minor nobles. These warriors were simply hurrying with their masters to shelter under the protection of stronger benefactors. His probes twined across wooded lands and fields left untended. He crossed an expanse of dried thysa paddies, the dead shoots stuck up through cracked earth like serried ranks of brown quills. Birds pecked and squabbled over the heads of shriveled grain. And yet the movements of scavengers were not all that disturbed this sector. Past the arid fields, under cover of a copse of ulo saplings, Tapek's snare sensed something else. A half-glimpsed flash of green armour and the rapid tramp of feet. His lips twitched. Now, at last, he touched upon a larger force, all of 100 strong. This was hers. His quarry. Tapek focused his mind upon the sight, and power defined its image. A dark lacquered litter with shatterbird hangings moved rapidly down a back road. The bearers were picked for strength and speed, and around them, in a sun-caught blaze of green armour, marched Mara's honour company of warriors. They were fighting fit and armoured as much for battle as for ceremony. What set them apart from all other retinues was the presence of a mantled adviser who wore a soldier's helm and who swung along briskly on a crutch. The rich fall of his robes could not quite hide the fact that he had lost his left leg. Kyoke, Tapek identified, his smile a flash of white teeth. No house in the Empire but Mara's kept a cripple in high office. The old man yet kept his pride, not letting his infirmity slow the pace. Yet his presence further indicated Mara's culpability, Tapek guessed. The venerable former force commander would not be set at risk in the field unless the lady felt great need for reassurance. Quickly, the magician concluded his surveillance. Another grey-head was also in Mara's company. Acoma, a senior advisor whom the lady had learned to value since her acquisition of his service from her vanquished Minwanabi enemies. Acoma was never one to endorse outright innovation. Such was the allure of the lady's charisma that even her one-time foes were moved to support her in conspiracy. Tapek felt a flicker of ire. That this mere woman thought that she could move outside the law and, even by implication, lay claim to the rights reserved for the Assembly was dangerous. Her actions made her anathema. The gods themselves must know outrage. Tapek gauged the distance between himself and the fleeing retinue. His closed eyes twitched with tension as he collapsed his net of power. The single tendril that connected him with Mara's location he kept. A sudden, fey giddiness passed through him as he shifted the balance of his powers and touched them to that strand. He disappeared from his vantage point by the pasture silently, leaving the stupefied slave still grovelling and the Needrable to settle its discord unattended. The magician reappeared on a lane miles distant, under dappled shade, slightly to the rear of Mara's column. His arrival was accomplished without fanfare. Still, his presence might have been expected, so swiftly did the rear ranks of Acoma's soldiers stop short and whirl in place to face him. Their swords were ready, if not yet drawn, as if he, a black-robe, presented the menace of a common bandit. The moment passed when his dark cloth should have been recognized for what it represented. A magician's robe could never be mistaken for the rags worn by a masterless thief of the road. Despite this, Mara's warriors did not bow or ease their stance. The two advisers stood silent. Here was impudence, Tapek fumed. The issue could no longer be disputed. Irked that the Assembly should be wasting itself with counsel and talk, Tapek hissed an involuntary breath in anger. Mara's entourage showed disrespect of the First Order to face him as if he could be threatened by weapons of war. Their boldness must go no further, Tapek resolved. He assumed a fearful mien. Despite a curt order to hold from Kyoke, the servants and slaves who marched at the core of Mara's retinue scattered and fled through the ranks of her guard. The bearers who held the litter trembled visibly, but a woman's voice from behind the curtains stayed their panic. At some second unseen signal, they started forward at a run, the litter swaying and rocking in time to their ungainly race. Thunderstruck with astonishment, Tapek stood rooted. Obstinance was one thing, but this, that Mara's servants should dare to display anything other than instant obeisance in his presence, was unthinkable. Then, the strike leader of Mara's honor guard shouted, "Come no closer, Great One!" Tapek shivered with affront. No one who was not a magician had raised his voice against him since he was a boy with talent yet undiscovered. Such insolence shocked the mage to fury after years of unquestioned obedience. Ready to spit with revulsion or lash the very air with wild power, he shouted,
"My words are as law, and your mistress has transgressed our edict. Stand away or die."
The Acoma officer might be trembling, but his words held nothing of compliance.
"Then we will perish defending Our Lady, and enter the halls of the Red God as honored Acoma warriors."
He snapped a signal to his men. As one body, the green-armoured company fanned out, blocking the Black Robe's path. The escaping litter gained ground. Kyoke exchanged a word with the officer. Tapek recognized Sujanra, one of the two Acoma senior force leaders. The officer gave Kyoke a curt nod. A crutch saluted, signaling decision, Then Kyoke spun on his good leg and half hopped, half swung after his retreating mistress. Incensed by the inconceivable effrontery of this futile armed resistance, to be faced by Sirani with anything but abject civility, Tapek's anger manifested as pure power. He raised his hands. Energy crackled and gathered around his forearms. It poised above his palms, brightening into a corona too fierce for human vision. Mara's warriors might be dazzled blind, but they answered by drawing their swords. Tapek heard the hiss of blade leaving sheath, even over the buzz of the arcane forces he gathered. His rage stopped thought. One, with the surge of his magic, he knotted his killing fury into a concentrated ball. The magic coalesced within his hand to a rainbow play of colours that flashed and melded, heated to searing red.
"See what your mistress's folly has brought you!"
Tapek screamed as he hurled his bolt of power at the honour guard. The ball of searing light leaped out, expanding with a crackle that shook the earth. The warriors nearest to Tapek were overtaken, and violent, flaming death erupted among their ranks. Leaping like a thing alive, the spell-wrought flame sprang from man to man, and in an instant living flesh flared up as a torch. The fires brought agony without relief. Men screamed, though the intake of breath scorched their lungs and sucked the spell into their bodies to ravage their inner tissues. No matter how brave and resolute, the stricken warriors crumpled to their knees, then writhed in mindless suffering on the ground. Green armour blackened and blistered. The torment was hideous, beyond mortal endurance, except that the watching magician regarded them and did endure, stone-hearted. His red hair blew and tangled in drifts of smoke, and his nostrils pinched at the acrid stench of scorched hair and hide. The spell was not recalled. Tapek let the minutes pass until the flames at last quenched, their fuel spent. No bone and sinew remained to be burned. Only skeletons were left, charred, smoking fingers clenched blackened weapons. Sparks still danced in the eye sockets of the skulls, as if life lingered yet inside, still feeling, still howling in silent torment. The mouths gaped, forever frozen into screams. Tapek relished his satisfaction. Before him stood only the inner core of warriors, the last rank left alive to guard the road before the vanishing litter. And beyond these, their higher officers, Force Leader Sujanra and the advisor Acoma. All stood fast, confronting death as true soldiers of the Acoma, even the palsied old advisor. Tapek stepped forward, stiff with disbelief. Drained beyond anger or amazement, and light-headed from the potency of his magic, he struggled to muster his wits.
"What is this? Are you blind? Fools! You saw what became of your companions."
He gestured toward the ashes of what lately had been living men, and his voice rose to a shriek, magic-enhanced.
"Why are you not on your bellies, crying mercy?"
None of Mara's surviving honour guard moved. Her senior officers kept a grim facade and said nothing. Tapek took another step ahead. The slowest of the fleeing slaves had fallen prone, overcome by the display of a black robe's unrestrained wrath. They lay in the ditches a dozen paces back from the roadside, weeping and shivering, their foreheads pressed to earth. Tapek ignored these as if they were faceless, of less import than winnowed grass underfoot. Wind-blown cinders stung his eyes as he crossed the seared ranks of the dead. Blistered bits of armour and finger bones crunched under his feet. Closer he came, and closer still, Mara's retinue held fast. Down the road, curtains flying awry, the green lacquered litter bounced as its bearers raced with their burden. Kyoke had caught up to them, despite the encumbrance of his crutch. Tapek regarded their futile flight with contempt as he addressed the warriors before him.
What does your loyalty matter in the end? Your mistress will never survive to escape.
The lady's defenders refused speech. The plumes on Sejanra's helm twisted and quivered, yet that detail gave no satisfaction. The movement was no part of cowardice, but only the influence of the wind. The Force leader's will was rock, his resolve unbending. Acoma stood like a priest in the holy ground of a temple, his face revealing an expression of profound acceptance. Tapek gazed upon each of these warriors who had witnessed his wrath and still could not be made to fear. One thing remained that might hurt them, might yet shatter their front of solidarity and defiance. His anger burning again, Tapek gauged the distance between himself and the site where Mara's litter had retreated around a bend. He marked a lightning-torn tree. With a flexing of his will, his magic relocated him to that spot. As the black robe appeared, Kyoke whirled and stopped. Braced on his crutch, he assumed guard stance between the mage and his mistress's litter.
Tell your lady's bearers to halt,
Tapek demanded.
Let my lady command her slaves as she will.
Kyoke slipped his crutch from under his arm. He gripped it with both hands and twisted, releasing a hidden catch. The smoothed wood parted with the clean, clear hiss that signalled a blade being drawn from a scabbard concealed inside. His voice was not an old man's, but rang like that of a field general as he said,
Neither will I stand aside, unless my lady so orders.
Tapek was beyond astonishment. He glared, but saw no yielding. Kyoke's face was weathered leather, scribed with too many lines and too many years of hard living to alter its set and show weakness. His eyes might not be so clear of late, but they burned with the surety of his self-worth. He had faced the worst a warrior could imagine, to survive and overcome the shame of living maimed. Death, his steady gaze seemed to say, held no secrets, but only final, quiet rest.
No need, old man,
the magician snapped. He moved toward the thicket where the bearers had scurried, dragging Mara's litter to shelter. Kyoke moved with surprising speed. The magician found himself targeted by the lunge of a sword's point wielded by a cripple. The speed of the attack confounded Tapek, and just barely he dodged aside.
You dare!
He shouted. For all that had gone before, that any man alive should attempt violence against him was beyond Tapek's imagination. Kyoke not only dared, he repeated the act. His sword whined down, snapping a rip in the black cloth. Tapek hopped away, his movements less graceful than those of the one-legged swordsman as he barely escaped the deadly blow. The blade flicked, cut, and forced him back yet again. Harried almost off balance, Tapek could not summon concentration. To focus his will and access magic was impossible as he ducked and sidestepped and backed away from the old man's attack.
Stop! Stop at once!
Cried the magician. Unaccustomed to physical exertion, it was all he could do not to pant. Mockery tinged Kyoke's next feint.
What? You cannot outrun even me?
Forced to teleport out of reach, Tapek reappeared breathing hard. Sirani enough to burn with shame for his retreat, and half choking in throttled rage, he drew himself up with as much majesty as he could muster. From a deep pit of black wrath he summoned power. Magic gathered in him and made the air crackle with ozone. Blue energies discharged around him as if he centered a small-scale lightning storm. Still, Kyoke admitted no fear. As he leaned on the blade he had carried in his crutch, his normally impassive mien gave way to a thin-edged scorn. He observed,
My mistress is right. Your kind are nothing but men, no wiser or nobler than other men.
Seeing his words sting the magician, who now stood trembling, he added,
And fearful, childish men at that.
From behind, amid the standing handful of Acoma honour guard, a warrior snickered. Tapek roared in mindless fury, his focused might unleashed. His hand fell in a cutting motion, and a shadowy shape swooped out of empty air. The apparition reared up, then towered, a darkness like a well of moonless night. It poised only for a heartbeat, then spun in a rush toward Kyoke. On reflex, the old man raised his blade to parry. Fast as a more youthful man, he met the thing edge on. But his foe this time was nothing solid. His weapon passed unobstructed through inky darkness. He did not twist aside in attempted flight, even as the spell cut inside his guard. Because Kyoke met the spell unflinching, it struck him full in the chest. Armour might have slowed it. The shimmering silk of his advisor's garb daunted the dark not at all. Its fell touch shriveled the fabric. After that, Kyoke's voluntary control was sundered. The proud old warrior who had dandled Mara in childhood stiffened. His fingers loosened. His sword fell from his hand as the shadow bit into him. His eyes lost their determination, widened in agony and terror. And yet, at the last, the fighter had the victory. His tired heart could not withstand the shock and the pain that a younger man would have endured. His spirit, its term long served, had in late years kept a light hold on life. Kyoke tottered, his chin tipped toward the sky as if in salute to his gods. Then he collapsed in a heap, his body as dead as the stones beneath him, and his face relaxed in peace. Tapek's rage remained unquenched. He had wanted the old man to scream and beg, to howl in animal misery, that Mara, cowering in her litter, might know her beloved adviser for war had suffered as a dog might, expressly at the whim of its master. Tapek cursed. Regret goaded his temper to new heights. He had wanted Mara dead before her old warrior's life flickered its last, so that Kyoke would see her sent to Turakamu before him, and die knowing his life work was wasted. Consumed by white fury, the magician lunged after the litter, abandoned now by its bearers and sitting forlorn in the thicket. Tapek muttered incantations and snapped harsh spells out of air. He bit off his words and spiked each breath with gestures. His conjury raised a cluster of silvery discs that hovered, spinning above his hands. Their edges were keener than knives, and the breeze carved by their passage gave off a dissonant hum.
"Go!"
the mage commanded. The death discs whirled away faster than sight and carved through the thicket. Their touch sucked life. Green plants and saplings withered, shriveled in a moment to dry twigs. No object held power to stop them. No barrier could slow their course. They crossed stone as if through shadow, and sliced through the litter curtains without rending a thread. As they converged inside, a woman's choked-off scream rang through the glade. Then came silence, unbroken by the rustle of songbirds. Every wild creature had long since fled. The warriors at Tapek's back remained. Whipped to outrage by the attack on their mistress's litter, their strike leader called them to charge. Tapek loosed a maniacal laugh as he pivoted to face them. The swords in their hands looked foolish, and the battle lust in their faces the grimace of rank fools. The magician amplified his spell. He waved his hands, sending disc after disc spinning into the ranks that rushed him. Men fell. They did not scream, having no moment to draw breath. One instant they lived and ran, shouting Acoma battle cries. The next second, cut by the mage's killer discs, they withered. Their legs folded, spilling them like stick figures onto dry earth. Tapek's fury remained in full flood. As if determined to scorch and kill everything in sight, he continued to hurl magic. Flash after flash left his hands, shaped as spells of destruction. The air chimed and sang off the edges of his spinning projectiles long after the last of Mara's warriors had fallen dead. Acoma sprawled among them in a crumple of silk robes like some incongruous trodden flower. Tapek's strength ebbed suddenly. Exhausted, dizzy, and fighting spinning vision, the magician had no choice but to pause and catch his breath. He did not gloat. Resentment still smouldered within him that mere men had defied him. He did not regret their demise at his hand, but that he had been goaded into killing Mara too quickly. Her end had deserved to be painful and prolonged for the trouble she had caused the assembly. Tapek shrugged his robe straight, then picked his way between carcasses toward what once had been a green thicket. A scattering of slaves and servants cowered, whimpering, their faces pressed to earth. The death spells had winnowed their numbers, and what few were left were half mad. Tapek stalked past and pushed through dry sticks and blackened branches toward the dead patch of earth surrounding the Acoma litter. Dried leaves and brittle twigs crumbled to dust at his passage. Only the litter's bright lacquer was undimmed, spared the effects of life-draining magic. It seemed almost artificial in the brilliance of untrammelled sunlight. Tapek stepped ahead and swept aside the curtains with their embroidered blazon of shatterbirds. A lifeless woman reclined on the cushions, staring with eyes frozen wide in astonishment. Her limbs were clothed in the robes of a great lady. But her features were not Mara's. Tapek's curse rang out over the ruin in the roadway. He had accomplished nothing but the execution of some maid wearing Mara's robes. He had been duped. He, a mage of the assembly, had been lulled by the presence of Kyoke and a handful of officers and soldiers into the belief that he had overtaken the lady. Instead, she had counted a victory upon him, anticipating his hot temper. The soldiers had all known before they died that she had bested a great one of the assembly, as had the old man. Kyoke had played along with the ruse, no doubt to his fullest amusement, before he died. Tapek glared through the woods in frustration. Except for a cowering handful of slaves, his spells had cut down all life. Any in the Acoma retinue of high enough station to know the lady's whereabouts were now slaughtered, and no satisfaction could be gained by questioning or torture of witless slaves. Tapek found curses insufficient vindication. Neither could he subside and meekly swallow the irony of Mara's triumph. He snapped up his hand, creating a vortex of scintillating colours above his head. Faster and faster he whipped the energies, then, with a flick of a wrist, cast the deadly rainbow toward the woods. The energy struck the trees and undergrowth. Magic raised a crack and a shimmer that exploded in alien blue-white light. The singed air gave off a stench of cooked metal, and living matter was immolated. Where the slaves had been, there was nothing. Not bones, not shadows, but only a scouring of uncanny spellcraft. The coruscation dimmed, then flicked out. Sweat-drenched, Tapek stood panting. His eyes swept back and forth, examining the scope of his handiwork. Before his feet yawned a crater stripped of soil. The rock of the earth stood bare to view, and above it, for yards in each direction, nothing crawled or flew. Revealed also were the Acoma servants who had managed to flee the farthest. No longer sheltered by brush, they lay writhing in the aftermath of the magic that had lashed them. Their faces and skin were blistered, blackened leather. Their hands were seared fingerless. These few still twitched, dying in lingering agony that could find no voice even to scream. "Splendid," said a voice out of air. Tapek started, turned, and saw Akani, lately arrived from the city of the magicians. He wore a shield spell against arcane attack that sparkled like a bubble in the afternoon sun. Too spent to offer greeting, Tapek sagged. His strength was at lowest ebb, but he took heart at the possibility of swift reinforcement.
Good. You are needed. I am exhausted. Find...
Akani interrupted in annoyed acerbity.
I will do none of your bidding. In fact, I was sent to find you. Carolo sent word that you were acting rashly.
With cold eyes and a study for detail, Akani reviewed the ravaged countryside.
I judge the case was understated. You have been played for a fool, Tapek. A child could be expected to react to taunts, but a full-trained mage of the Assembly? Your excesses speak ill of us all.
Tapek's features turned thunderous.
Do not mock me, Akani. Mara set a clever trap to defy us.
The litigator-turned-magician said in contempt,
No need. You'll do an exceptional job of aiding her cause by yourself. What? I am no ally of hers.
Tapek tottered forward, fiercely irked that his powers were spent. Akani dispensed with his defences, a subtle insult to emphasise the plain fact that his fellow mage was reduced to helpless fuming. With a regard to the last twitching bodies of Mara's servants, he said,
You realise that if Lady Mara fled her litter in disguise, you have left not a face intact to tell.
Tapek responded with pique.
Then engage your strength to find her. Mine has been fully exhausted in this cause. Wasted, more like. Nor will I act on this further.
Akani advanced on his colleague.
I was dispatched by the Assembly to fetch you back. You have acted without warrant on a matter that is under discussion. That is a shameful breach of our covenant. And matters are far graver than you know. You were exhorted to use prudence, yet you let your passions rule you. If the good servant is not already dead, you have destroyed the very officers we had at hand who might have revealed the extent of her plot against us.
Tapek frowned.
Plot? Against the Assembly? You mean she has done more than defy us?
Akani sighed. His youthful face looked tired. Moved by his background in law to examine all sides of an issue, he admitted, We drove her to it. But yes, Lady Mara may have in mind to disrupt our treaty with the Choja.
She'd never dare!
Tapek exploded. But the memory of Kyoke's brazen challenge contradicted that presumption. There was nothing that God's accursed Acoma bitch would not try. Nothing.
The lords of the nations never expected her to survive the might of the Minwanabi, let alone destroy them,
Akani qualified dryly.
Our kind have long been inured to struggle by dint of our exalted position. We have forgotten to guard against contention, and our past complacence brings us peril.
Then, as he saw aggression kindle in his colleague's eyes, the ex-litigator added,
Your part in this matter is finished, Tapek, by the Assembly's decree. Now come with me.
Taking his teleportation device in hand, Akani activated it, then firmly gripped Tapek's shoulder. The two magicians vanished in an inrush of air that sucked eddies in the drifting smoke, and wafted fresh air over the last jerking spasms of dying Acoma servants. The lady's boldness had saved her. Tapek, in his impromptu search, had never thought to look off the roads in the deepest, thickest undergrowth. He perceived no deeper than Mara's outer trappings as a pampered noble lady, and could never have imagined how profoundly her foray into Thuril had changed her. Besides her bold strike into rough country, the direction Mara had taken when she left her litter and main company was not northward toward Kentasani. Instead, she had cut due southwest in direct line toward the nearest Chojar tunnels. She and the warriors with her travelled without rest through 2 nights. Now, near sundown of the 2nd day, the lady stumbled on her feet. Sarek walked at her shoulder, his touch at her elbow holding her upright, though he was scarcely more able himself. The one scout who still maintained alertness raised a hand. Only when Mara had been restrained gently to a stop did she realise the reason for his signal. The birds in the high, dense canopy of the ulo trees had stopped singing. She motioned for her rear guard to halt and said,
What is it?
Sarek poised, listening. The strike leader on point quietly urged his warriors to search the treetops.
Are we in danger from ambush?
Mara asked in a whisper. The scout, who had first given warning, shook his head.
Hardly here. Even thieves would starve if they staked out this area of the forest. No traffic to keep them supplied.
He cocked his head and was fastest to note the approaching noise of armed men.
A patrol, I think, my lady.
None of ours, Sarek concluded. He glanced at strike leader Azawari, who nodded while the small band of hand-picked warriors drew swords. To the scout, the Acoma advisor said urgently, "How far are we from the tunnel entrance?"
"A mile at best,"
came the answer. Too far to run in this company's exhausted state, even if they were not to be harried from the rear. Sarek stepped before his lady, who sweated under her layers of borrowed armour. She had carried the added weight well enough, but her skin was chafed raw from the unaccustomed motion of walking. Still, pluckily, she kept up appearances and reached for the sword at her side. Sarek clamped her hand in a freezing grip, his penchant for questions lost to urgency. "No. If we are attacked, you must flee and seek to hide. Save the sword for yourself to fall on if need be, should you be taken. But to try to hold here would be folly." More kindly he added, "You have no training, mistress. The first stroke you met would cut you down." Mara looked him sternly in the eyes.
"If I must run, you will follow suit. Nakoya did not school you for office only to see you wasted in armed combat."
Sarek managed a half-flippant shrug. "A sword thrust would be kinder than a magician's spell." For he had no illusions. Their small, fast-moving party might have escaped notice from the assembly, but not for long. Yet, to remain beyond reach of arcane retribution, his lady must live to find refuge in the Chojar tunnels. Mara noted her advisor's sharp silence. She tried not to think, as he did, of the Great Ones. To open her thoughts to such fears, she must surely collapse and weep. For Lujan and Irilandi, perhaps dead with all of her armies. For Kyoke, Force leader Sujanra and Inkomo, who were all that remained of her old guard, and who had been set out as bait with her litter, their lives her diversion, and their sacrifice her last hope for Justin. Where Hokanu was, the gods only knew. That he also might be most hideously lost did not bear imagining. Worst of all, Mara shied off from the question that gnawed at the edges of her mind, that Justin might indeed survive to claim heirship to the Golden Throne, but at the cost of every other life that was beloved to her. Mara bit her lip. Poised with Sarek on the edge of flight, she firmed her will to keep from trembling. The sounds of snapping twigs and marching men drew closer. Her party's trail was plain to read, since they had taken no care to hide their tracks, as they had passed far enough from the road that their presence was unlikely to draw notice. Once in the deep wilds, speed had been deemed of the essence. Or so her reduced council of officers had decided, and they paid for that misjudgment now. Strike leader Azawari, sorted his options and chose.
"Fan out,"
he murmured to his warriors.
"Give them no solid rank to charge on. Let it be man-to-man and confusing, to hide Our Lady's escape for as long as we can."
Sarik's fingers tightened over Mara's hand.
"Come,"
he whispered in her ear.
"let us be off."
She resisted him, rooted and stubborn. Then the rear rank scout straightened up and gave a glad shout. "They're ours!" He laughed in stark relief and pointed to the glimpse of green armour that came and went between the trees. Men who had begun to scatter pulled back into one main body. Swords slipped into scabbards, and grins flashed in the deep wood's shadow. Somebody hammered someone else's armoured shoulder, and words passed around of a wager.
10 to 1 that Oki prevailed and sent us reinforcements. "Hush!"
rapped their strike leader.
"Form ranks and be quiet."
Azawari's sternness reminded there was grave danger still. The new arrivals might only be bearers of bad news. Now the ranks of the warriors appeared, striding briskly through the forest. They seemed fresh. Their armour was correct, if bearing scrapes in the high-gloss finish from forced march through close brush. Mara fought the need to sit down, to steal a moment of rest while her two forces exchanged tidings and regrouped. Only Sarik's iron grip kept her propped on blistered, aching feet. "Something's not right," he murmured. "That armour. The details are wrong." Mara stiffened. Like him, she sharpened her gaze to search faces. Threat of peril prickled the hair on her neck. The men were all strange, and that distressed her. Too often her people were not known by sight, since her armies had grown vast over the years. It was Sarik, first earmarked for his station because he never forgot a face, who hissed, "I know them. They were once Minwanabi." The approaching force numbered 30, and it closed in relentless formation. The force leader at the fore raised a hand in friendly salute and called the strike leader with Mara by name. Unobtrusive in her warrior's garb, Mara stared at Sarik. Her face had paled. Even her lips were white.
"Minwanabi!"
Sarik nodded fractionally. "Renegades. These were ones that never swore to Yonatami. That dark-haired man with the scarred cheek, him I cannot mistake." One soft-hearted moment of pity Mara recalled, and now she had treachery in payment for the clemency that had prompted her to let these foemen go free. She had only a split second to judge her call. For these warriors in another 5 steps would be among her ranks, dangerous as adders were they turncoats. It tore her inside to think they might be loyal, but Sarik's memory was impeccable. Kyoke and Lujan had sworn by it. She sucked in a shaky breath and snapped a nod to her first adviser. Sarik raised the alarm that her woman's voice might not give her away.
"Enemies! Azawari, call the charge!"
The strike leader's order bellowed over chaos as the lead ranks of traitors' discarded appearance drew swords and leaned into a fighting run. Mara felt her arm half jerked from its socket as Sarik spun her from the ranks and behind him.
"Go!"
he half screamed. Even under pressure, his adviser's tendency to seek subterfuge remained.
"Run! And send word to the others!"
he shouted, as if she were a younger soldier dispatched away as messenger. The first swords clashed as the pair of green-armoured companies closed in combat. Men grunted, cursed, or shouted the battle cries of the Acoma. They blinked sweat-stung eyes and engaged and prayed to their gods for the judgment to enable them to separate friend from foe. For all were armoured alike in Mara's green. Strike leader Azawari called encouragement, then reached and jerked Sarik from the fray. Years of training made him Sarkat quick, and he interposed himself in the adviser's place, parrying the stroke of the foeman already engaged.
"Guard our messenger!"
he snapped.
"You know where he needs to be!"
Sarik's features twisted in frustration. He had been a warrior before he was an advisor. He could be so once again. Where better the need? But the teaching of old Nakoya forced him to review all options. There was his lady, running hard through the trees, tripping over roots in her ill-fitting armour. She was no swordsman. She should not be stripped of all protection or counsel, and Sarik's split-second knack for sound reason showed him the wisdom of Azawari's choice.
"Tear out the hearts of these dogs," he grated hoarsely. "I'll see that our messenger reaches the main column. We'll be back before you have time to kill them all."
Then he ran in a white heat of fury. Of course, no advance column existed. The guards who defended were all here and outnumbered 3-1. That his lady had come this far, had travelled into perils in Thuril and sacrificed her most beloved servants for this? A petty bit of treachery, no doubt the handiwork of the Anasati lord. Such a plot could not, no, would not bring down the honoured servant of the Empire. She might risk all to preserve her children, but Sarik understood this race was for higher stakes than the lives of a boy and a girl, no matter how dear to him. He raced ahead, no longer torn in his desires, but stung to greater effort by the outmatched struggles of his fellows. From behind came the rattle and crunch of swords striking armour. Screams sounded between grunts of human effort. The false soldiers chewed into the ranks of loyal Acoma with devastating steadiness. They were Minwanabi on a long-anticipated vengeance raid. They did not care how they fell. Mara's men had more weighty matters on their mind as they strove to stem the enemy's rush. They did not do battle simply to preserve their lady's honour. They killed when they could, harried when they could not, and painstakingly kept themselves alive to draw out the fight as long as possible. Their fierceness did not pass unnoticed. In bare minutes, one of the attackers recalled the messenger sent away to report. He shouted to his officer about the unlikely escort commanded by a strike leader who could ill spare the loss of any one available sword.
"Ha!"
cried the Minwanabi officer in his stolen Acoma colours. Satisfaction thickened his tone.
"You're no rear guard. Your lady does not ride in a litter under better protection up ahead, eh?"
Azawari had no answer but the fury of swordplay. He slammed his blade down on the helm of a foeman and stepped back as the enemy crumpled.
"Find out!"
he invited grimly.
"Why should we?"
Another Minwanabi dog was grinning.
"Men,"
he commanded,
"disengage and pursue that messenger!"
Sarik heard the cry as he raced after Mara. He cursed and slammed through an interlaced hammock of branches that his slighter mistress had slipped through. Shouts burst through the foliage at his back. False guardsmen now raced in chase at his heels. No Acoma could win free to stop them. Every loyal sword was already engaged, and the enemy's numbers were greater. Sarik blinked sweat from his eyes.
Go on,
he urged Mara. It made him ache to see how she stumbled. Her endurance was steel that she should still be on her feet at all. He must buy her time, for soon she must rest. If he slowed the rush of her pursuers, perhaps she could find a cranny to hide, at least until her true warriors could reduce the numbers against her. Sarik ran. He reached Mara's side, caught her elbow, and sent her in a flying boost over a fallen tree trunk.
"Run!"
he gasped.
"Don't stop until you hear no sounds of pursuit. Then hide. Sneak on at nightfall."
She landed on her feet, staggered sideways, and fended off a branch, still running. Sarik had spent his last moment to watch out for her. The pursuing Minwanabi were on him. He whirled. 3 swords came at him. He parried the one that mattered and let the dead tree entangle the others. One Minwanabi stumbled back, gagging on blood, his chest pierced. Sarik jerked his blade clear, twisting to avoid a cut from the side. A branch bashed his ribs, the same that a moment ago had spared him. He raised his bloodied blade and lashed downward. Met by a solid parry, he let his momentum spend itself on the enemy's sword, then snapped his elbow at an angle. His stroke sliced past the foeman's guard and killed him. To himself, the former officer-turned-adviser gasped, "Not so bad. Haven't lost too much." The soldier left alive sought to dodge past, to extricate himself from the windfall's weave of branches and close upon the boyish form he now suspected must be Lady Mara. Sarek lunged to intercept. A searing slash along the back of the adviser's left shoulder warned of his mistake. Another guard had rushed him. Pinned in place against the downed tree, Sarek spun and lashed out, taking his attacker in the throat. The first soldier had by now won free and passed by running hard. Sarek muttered an irreverent prayer. His path was clear. He had only to keep on. Fatigue brought agony as he punished tired sinews into motion. He raced, moaning in his need for air. He overhauled the warrior in false colours and slammed into him from the rear. Armour deflected his stroke. He found himself engaged, while yet another foe slipped past and around, running after Mara's fleeing form. Sarek fought, hampered by his useless shoulder. Blood ran down his arm and spattered the ground under his feet. His sandals slipped on slicked leaves. He could barely defend himself. Weakness seemed to travel in waves through his sinews. His enemy was grinning, a bad sign. In a moment, his efforts would end in grief. Then, a soldier called his name. Sarek stretched his lips in joyless recognition. Azawari still lived. As the Acoma strike leader raced to the adviser's relief, and more Minwanabi in false armour converged in a knot to prevent him, Sarek managed a brief contact of eyes between strokes. Each man knew his fate. Each smiled, welcoming the certainty, the final relief that mortal flesh could no longer deny. Sarek was struck upon the side. The blow made him stagger, tearing a gasp from his throat. The Acoma strike leader faced 3 more opponents. He was shouting in what seemed defiant rage, but Sarek recognized cold purpose behind his insults.
"Come, Anasati puppets!"
Azawari danced and brandished his sword.
"You may tell your children you sent Azawari, strike leader to the servant of the Empire, to the Red God's halls. If you live to have children, if they can admit to fathers who shame them by wearing honoured colours not their own. Die for your insolence, Minwanabi dogs!"
But the warriors were not goaded into striking. Instead, they measured their distance. The middle one leaped at Azawari, while the others dodged to each side, resuming the chase after Mara. Azawari flung sideways. The warrior who lunged at him missed his stroke, and the one who ran left screamed as a sword slid between his ribs. The one who dodged right checked his rush, uncertain. Azawari held no such hesitation. He flung himself after, not caring whether a sword whined between. He took a blow to the flank, but brought down the runner in a lunge. Sarek saw the green-plumed helm fall. He blinked back furious tears, aware that the gallant strike leader had bought Mara precious seconds. For the last of the treacherous trio had to stop his rush and stab his fallen body twice to ensure his death was certain. The first adviser raised his blade. Too slow, for his muscles were spent. He missed the stroke. Pain slashed hot across his neck, and the brightness of the world seemed suddenly dull and distant. Sarek tottered and fell. The last thing he knew before darkness swallowed his senses was the rich smell of moss and the sound of enemy soldiers leaving the site of bloody victory to pursue one last running form. Mara. Sarek struggled to say a prayer for the good servant, but words would not come. He had no breath and no more speech in him after all. His final thought, as death took him, was of Nicoya, who had trained him. The indomitable harridan would be shrill when he met her in Turakamu's halls and found him fallen to a warrior's honour despite her best efforts to raise him to higher station. More than eager to cross words with his touchy Acoma predecessor, for his mind was far from ready to quit the fight, Sarek almost smiled. Chapter 30. Pursuit. Mara ran. Brush hooked her ankles, and her breath burned her throat. She fought her way forward, gasping. Long past the point where her body needed rest, she knew if she stopped, she was dead. Enemies pursued her relentlessly. As she ducked under branches, she caught glimpses of them, figures in green running after. There was something profoundly evil in the sight of men wearing her house colours, chasing behind with murderous purpose. Mara thrashed through a strand of creeper, driven by more than fear. That green armour had always represented those willing to die for her, willing to protect her at any cost, and enemies wearing Acoma colours brought her to the edge of despair. How many had died of this last conjoined treachery of Minwanabi and Anasati? Sarek and Azawari, two of her finest younger officers, ones she had determined to spare. The soldiers with her had been fit, tough men, chosen for their dependability in an emergency. But with their eyes upon the assembly of magicians, who among them had guessed that the trap to overtake them so near to their goal would be so mundane, yet so murderous? The Chojar tunnels were just a short march distant. Always a healthy woman, Mara was nevertheless not the girl she had been when she had assumed the Acoma mantle. The wrestling matches and foot races with her brother were 30 years behind her, and her breath tore now from her chest. She could not continue. Yet she must. The soldiers behind were closing on her. Encumbered by heavier armour, they had marched some distance before the encounter. The race for a time had been even. Now it was not. Mara's next step became a stumble. Her foemen neared. For torturous minutes, the only sound she acknowledged was the pounding of sandal-clad feet upon the earth and her own laboured breathing. Mara could not speak for breath and for sorrow. There were two at her heels, one just a pace behind, and the other a bare half-stride more, and coming hard. Almost she could sense the raised blade at her back. Any instant she expected the shock of the thrust, followed by pain and spiralling fall into darkness. To die by the blade was honour, she thought wildly, but she felt only black rage. All in life she had striven for would become wasted because of a warrior's narrow-minded hatred and revenge. She could do nothing. Only punish her body forward in what might be the last step she took. So would a gazan die, nailed in flight by the mailed claws of the sarkat who hunted for meat. The ground began to rise. Mara threw herself into the grade and tripped. She fell hard. A sword cut the air where her body had been, and a warrior gruffly cursed. She rolled through dry leaves. Her armour hampered her, and the sword at her side she had not thought to toss away hooked on a root and trapped her. She looked up to a dizzy impression of greenery and flecks of bright sky. Across these reared an enemy face in a nightmare of friendly colours. Mara saw the sword rise to slash down and take her. She had no breath to cry out, but she could only fall back, thrashing in a futile effort to escape. The warrior who raced one pace behind reached the scene at that instant. His blade rose and fell a bit faster by a fraction, and the flesh he hewed down was the enemy's. Sobbing in exhausted reaction, Mara did not realise until after the dying man slammed in a heap across her legs that not all green armour held traitors. One familiar face had survived, bleeding from a cut cheek. "Sanamu!" she cried. "Bless the gods!" He heaved off the corpse, jerked her up, and shoved her stumbling away from him. "Go, Mistress!" he gasped out. His voice was cramped by pain due to worse wounds in his body. "Find the Choja! I will delay your enemies!" Mara wanted to praise him, to let him know her gratitude for his valour. She could not catch her wind. Zanomu saw her struggle. "My lady, go! There are more coming, and only I to hold them!" Mara whirled, tears half blinding her. Zanomu's dream of seeing her safe to the Choja was false hope. The insectoids would not fight. They were bound by the Assembly's treaty, and surely by now they knew of her defiance of the Great One's edict. She ran anyway. The alternative was to be butchered where she stood, as two hulking warriors smashed out of the undergrowth and sprang, with only Zanomu's failing strength to delay them. The struggle was brief, barely a half-dozen sword strokes before the gurgling moan of a man cut through the neck. Zanomu had fallen, his life sold to gain his mistress a few more yards through the forest. The trees were thinning, Mara thought, or maybe her eyesight had begun to fail, dazzled by the beginnings of a faint. She blinked away tears, or maybe sweat, and darkness rose up like a black wall to swallow her. She flung out a hand, as if to break a fall, and her fingernails scraped across chitin. Choja! She had reached the mound! Black bodies closed in on her, pressing her upright on all sides. Mara gasped, panting, a helpless prisoner. These were not warriors, but workers, a tight-knit band of foragers who seemed to be headed back to their hive. She knew better than to believe she was safe. Between gasps, she said, "You are bound to obey the Assembly's edict. You must not fight." The Choja ignored her. They could not do battle in any event, being workers unspecialized for combat. No weapons or tools were carried among them. But as they knotted tighter around Mara and her pursuers sprinted out of the trees, she realized the insectoids could not fight, but only die. The lead warrior screamed to his companions, and in a rush they charged. Swords flashed in late-day sunlight as they hewed down a worker marching in procession with its fellows. It fell without sound, kicking and rolling in its pain. As if only now cognizant of their threat, the workers left living clashed together into a single body, with Mara wedged at their centre. She was pressed too close to fall to the ground. Neither could she shove her way against the current as the insectoids simultaneously thrust forward in a teeth-rattling sprint. Like flotsam caught in a current, she was carried along. She could not see for the dust and the clack of chitin-covered bodies. Turf ripped at her feet. She lost a sandal. Then the mound of the hive rose up suddenly, and they descended into darkness. The Minwanabi in false armour shouted and raced after them into the tunnel. Mara gave up the distraction of thought. Borne along with the workers and blind in a morass of unfamiliar smells and sounds, she made no effort to analyse. Her eyes adjusted slowly, and she twisted her head to make sense of the commotion and clamouring behind her. For a long moment she did not identify the strange scraping rattle of blades striking unprotected chitin. Choja bodies littered the tunnel floor, and still the false warriors came on. The Choja about Mara slackened pace with a jerk, and a high-pitched buzzing stung her ears. The next instant, a dark tide eclipsed the last light from the entrance. She knew that Choja workers were inserting themselves in the path of flight, and that the pursuing soldiers could do nothing to reach her unless they hacked themselves a path through living bodies. Mara felt too pummeled with weariness to weep for grief or relief. Her mind was punished with the recognition that, even though this hive was under attack, its warrior defenders dared not risk a response for fear that the Assembly might charge its denizens with breaking the treaty. Although she knew that the Choja counted individual lives, workers in particular, as expendable at need, she knew regret that any such life should be sacrificed to save her. The last faint daylight vanished as the Chojar rounded a corner. Mara was conducted in total darkness. Aware as she was since her trip to Chakaha in Thuril that Chojar were by nature day creatures, she perceived strategy in the lack of illumination. Her escorting party of workers was leading her ever deeper into the hive, past countless twistings and turnings of the way. The Minwanabi were being lured into following. Doom awaited them. They would never come alive out of this maze. The Chojar need not trouble themselves with killing. Humans who lost themselves in the tunnels beneath the earth would wander until they perished, wasted from thirst and hunger.
"Convey my thanks to your queen,"
Mara murmured. The worker Chojar deigned not to reply. It might have been the treaty that held them silent, or it might have been sorrow for their fallen fellows. Mara felt the touch of their bodies against her, no longer crushing, but as tender as if she were cradled within a giant fist. It occurred to her belatedly that she had been caught up to the point of blindness by her personal concern for Justin. These Chojar were doing her no favour, but perhaps in their way lending her aid for the sake of their own cause, since she had brought back Chojar mages for the purpose of defeating the Assembly. These beings saw their freedom in her survival. Mara realised that the slave-like workers might be forbidden to communicate. But the possibility existed that their queen was not acting from strict neutrality, but, in her covert way, as an ally to Mara's human cause. The workers were going somewhere quickly. They showed no sign of spacing their bodies apart to let her fall by the wayside. What if they had been sent on an errand that, by design, was meant to coincide with the direction she desired to go? Or worse, what if they went mindlessly on about their hive's purpose, and she was carried in a direction she did not care to go? Time, above all, was of the essence. Her children's survival depended upon swift action. Mara gulped a breath. Her legs were spent. Even had she wanted to, she could not achieve so much as one step unassisted. Neither could she stay safely wedged between the carapaces of a dozen fast-moving bodies whose destination was unknown. If she dared to presume, she might ask to ride. The effrontery of that supposition might get her killed. Should she slip while trying to climb on a moving Chojar, encumbered as she was by her armour, the Chojar continuing to ignore her as they trampled her fallen body? Worker Chojar had no appreciation of the Surani concept of dignity. Still, Mara could not bring herself to think of them as mere beasts of burden, and that bias, along with her recovering strength, kept her silent. She recalled Lujan's expression on that long-past day in Dostari, when the slave Kevin had made the preposterous suggestion that had led her armies to victory on the backs of Chojar warriors. Tears flooded her eyes at the memory. Lujan had looked pale and sick as he stared at the broad black body he was expected to mount, yet he had done so, and gone on to win a great war. Who was she to risk such as he on the plain of Nashika, and yet not dare the same heights? Her heart faltered at the prospect. Yet she was lost if she did not find a way to unite the Chojar in rebellion against their oppressors and rejoin the Chakaha mages, who waited in hiding in burrows back at her estates. Her son and daughter would be dead at the hand of the first rival claimant to the Golden Throne. If the pretender was not to be Jiro, there would be others equally merciless. And the assembly of magicians would never, while she breathed, forgive her slight to their omnipotence. There remained her last card left to play, the final desperate plan she had outlined during her last council before war had broken out. For that, she must reach the queen of this hive and be received for audience. She did not feel bold, and had to force courage. Her voice sounded shaky when at last she summoned nerve to try speech.
"Take me to your queen," she requested.
The workers did not respond.
"I must have words with your ruler,"
Mara insisted, louder. The workers did not answer, but they stopped. The sudden jolt into stillness all but spilled Mara from her feet.
"I have to see your queen,"
she cried, shouting now and raising a storm of echoes. Light bloomed down a side corridor. Mara turned that way and, over the humped carapaces of the worker party, saw an approaching band of warriors. These were Surani-bred Chojar, helmed as men would be, with a strike leader wearing plumes at the fore. He reached the juncture of the tunnels and turned eyes like onyx upon the dishevelled woman amid the workers.
"I am Takska. I have come to grant your request and conduct you to this hive's queen."
Mara forgot weariness in a great wash of relief. As the workers parted to clear her way, she stepped forward and came as near as a breath to howling frustration as her fickle knees gave way. The Chojar strike leader knelt.
"You may ride,"
it intoned.
"Our queen is not minded to wait upon your weariness."
Mara was too tired to bridle at a remark that from a human would have been taken for insult. She struggled back to her feet and accepted a worker's assistance to help her mount on the strike leader's midsection. She settled astride, insecure upon the black and slippery carapace. Her sweating hands found no grip that seemed trustworthy, and the Chojar in its silence seemed unwilling to spare concern for her human discomfort.
"Go,"
she said, resolved.
"Take me to your queen with all haste."
The Chojar's stride as it surged forward was startling for its smoothness. Mara clung without further worry, leaning forward so that she might grip tight to the warrior's chitinous neck. She had no clue how far the cavern of the Queen might lie from this outlying tunnel. Some hives were so vast she could be riding Chojar back for hours to cross them. The spice-scented air of the tunnel fanned her face, her sweat dried, and her breathing returned to normal. She had leisure to notice smaller discomforts, the cramp of overtaxed muscles and the maddening sting of blisters beneath her armour. The passages the strike leader and his company traversed were unlighted. Lacking any sense of vision, Mara was reduced to clinging blindly while her escort sped on its errand. The journey was the strangest in her memory. The darkness was unrelenting, never giving way to the chiaroscuro of blacks and greys found in the stormiest night upon the surface. As she was jostled and jarred, Mara could only wait for vision to return. Yet every expectant moment was followed by another, until she had to clamp her teeth to stifle a rising scream. At some point in the journey, Takska inquired after her well-being. Mara gave back vague reassurance, though she felt none within. The rapid travel in utter darkness became a timeless voyage through contemplation. Fatigue and tension ruled her mind, providing sights where light and nature did not. Imagined movements glimpsed at the edge of her vision caused her heart to pound and her breathing to become rapid and shallow. In time she shut her eyes to make the darkness seem less menacing. The measure was a stopgap and gave no sense of security. Each time she forgot herself and tried to see again, only blackness met her efforts. Her terror returned redoubled. At last she sought calm in silent meditative chants. An interminable interval later, a voice called her name. Mara opened her eyes. She blinked at the surge of light, for not only were Chojar globes glowing blue all about her, but oil lanterns burned hot white with flame. She awkwardly dismounted. The force leader who had carried her saluted and said, "At your command, Mistress! Our ruler awaits!" Mara glanced across the cavern. Ahead of her rose a half-familiar shape, a dais fashioned of banked earth. The Chojar Queen reclined upon it, the enormous mass of her body screened from view behind rich hangings. As Mara met the gaze of the being who towered above her, her knees did not tremble only from fatigue. The Chojar Queen watched with eyes like black ice as her human visitor arose from her bow. Before Mara could utter even the most basic polite greeting, the ruler spoke. "We cannot help you, Lady Mara. You have by your actions set the assembly of magicians against you, and we are forbidden to aid any they call foe." Mara forced her back straight. She removed her helm and raked back the damp coils of her hair. Letting the useless helmet hang by its strap from her hand, she nodded. She had no choice now but to take the boldest course she had ever dared attempt.
"Lady Queen," she said as steadily as her state of nerves would allow, "I beg to differ. You must help me. The choice has been taken from you, for the terms of your treaty with the Assembly are already broken."
Silence fell with the abruptness of a blow. The Queen reared back. "You speak from ignorance, Lady Mara." Never more aware of her danger, Mara closed her eyes and swallowed. She struggled against an irrational instinct to flee. She was underground, very deep. To run would avail nothing. She was at these Chojar's mercy, and if they could not be made to help her, all causes were lost. Mara called back,
"Not as ignorant as you think."
The Queen stayed neutral. She did not settle to recline on her dais. "Speak on, Lady Mara." Mara chanced fate.
"Your treaty has been violated," she ventured. "Not by your kind, good Queen. By me."
The silence in the chamber was like deafness, it was so complete. Mara swallowed fear and resumed.
"I broke your treaty, which by any unbiased judgment was unfair. I went to Chakaha. I spoke with your kind and saw them as they were meant to live, free and above ground. I presumed, good Queen. I made a judgment for the good of your race as well as my own people. I dared to ask alliance, and when I returned to the Empire's shores, I brought with me 2 Chojar mages sent to aid your cause."
The hush became more profound at this news. Mara felt as if she raised her voice against a crushing weight of unspoken disapproval.
"These mages shelter in an unused burrow within the hive near my estates. The Assembly will not pause to distinguish whether your kind are innocent of their harbouring. They will act as if all Chojar are conspirators. Therefore, the treaty is broken already, by my hand, for the betterment of this empire, for which the Chojar must now fight to reclaim their rightful free share."
The heavy silence became prolonged.
"Have you anything more to say?"
The Queen's tone was like the ring of struck crystal. For reply, Mara bowed deeply.
"My word to you is complete."
The Queen expelled a hiss of air. She swayed back and forth once, twice, then subsided onto her dais. Her eyes glittered.
"Lady, still we cannot aid you."
"What?" The expostulation left Mara's lips before she could think. She remedied her lapse with another bow, this one low enough to be counted almost subservient.
"The treaty's terms are broken. Will you not rise to opportunity and bid to recover your freedom and reclaim your rightful destiny?"
The Chojar Queen seemed sad as she gathered herself to answer,
"Lady, we cannot. Our word was given. The breaking of the treaty was your doing, your treachery. You do not truly know our ways. It is not possible for us to violate an oath.
Mara frowned. This interview was not proceeding as she had pictured. Driven by a raw fear, she said,
I don't understand. The breaking of promises is a human trait,
the Queen stated, without rebuke. Still puzzled, Mara struggled for comprehension.
I know that your kind never forget a memory,
she mused, attempting to unravel this impasse. The Queen voluntarily qualified.
Our given word cannot be broken. That is why humans over the years continually had the better of us. Each war ended in a treaty that we were compelled by our nature to abide by. Humans have no such instinctive restraints. They break honour and do not die of it. We recognize this odd behaviour, but we cannot...
Die? Mara interrupted in shock.
Do you mean that you cannot survive the breaking of a promise?
The Queen inclined her head in affirmation.
Just so. Our given word is binding upon us, inextricably linked with the hive mind that itself is sanity and life. To us, a promise is as confining as walls and chains would be to a human. No, more. We cannot rebel against the tenets of our ancestors without calling madness upon the hive, a madness that brings death, for we would cease to feed, to breed, to defend ourselves. For us, to think is to act, and to act is to think. You have no words to embrace the concept.
Mara gave in to the weakness in her knees. She sat abruptly upon the bare earth, her armour creaking in the stillness. Her voice was small, as close as she had ever come to sounding mollified.
I didn't know.
The Queen said nothing to exonerate Mara.
That is a common response by humans who at last perceive their error. Yet it changes nothing. You did not swear to the terms of the forbidden. You cannot break what does not bind you. Only the Choja or the Assembly can violate this ancient pact.
Mara cursed herself for pride and vanity. She had dared to think herself different from her fellow ruling lords. She had presumed to know her Choja friends, and had been guilty of an atrocity as great as any that her kind had perpetuated against the insectoid race in the past. The Chakaha Council had trusted her. Wrongly, it would seem. She shrank from the association that eventually the mages she had cozened into coming to the Empire must know how poorly she had judged. How many times had Ichindar on his seat of power suffered for his human follies when they had come to adversely affect the people he had been set by fate to rule? Mara felt diminished with shame. She had aspired to set her son on the golden throne, to save his life, she believed. How little she had reckoned the ramifications at the time, to set a weight of responsibility not even she could encompass upon the untried shoulders of a boy. Mara set her face in her hands, burdened with something worse than mere despair. She contemplated the finality of death, that she had stubbornly named a waste of resource. Now she was no longer sure. The gist of her philosophy had altered under her until no course of action felt sure.
The magicians will seek reprisal against your kind,
Mara ventured at last. She looked up humbly at the Queen.
What will you do?
The massive insectoid regarded her with an expression no human could interpret. "Some of us will die," she replied with the implacable honesty of her kind. "This hive will very likely be first, since you were permitted an entry and an audience." "Can you not flee?" Mara badly wanted to hear one word of hope or encouragement that all was not lost for these creatures whose friendship had sustained her through a lifetime of trial and difficulty. The Queen twitched a forelimb, perhaps in the Chojar equivalent of a shrug. "I am already within the deepest chamber of this hive. It is not possible to move me anywhere else. Once our queens mature enough to lay eggs, we lose our mobility. Here, at least, I will survive until the last. Your great ones may destroy my body, but the hive mind will preserve my memory and the record of all that passes here. Another hive will protect our mind, and when a new queen is spawned, the mind will renew with her." Small comfort, Mara thought, not to be forgotten for eternity. She did not speak of the foreboding in her heart that worse might happen. There might indeed be an end without memory for the Chojar nation held captive in the Empire. Her brashness might have bought their permanent extermination. She recalled the trust she had won from the Chakaha Council, and her need to weep became painful. She was given no chance to dwell upon guilt or misgiving. The next instant, the Queen cocked her head to one side as if listening. A rapid-fire, high-pitched buzzing was exchanged between Ruler and her servants. The communication ceased as if cut off. Workers and warriors departed, and the Queen tilted her head toward her human guest. "What is it?" Mara asked, dreading to hear the answer. "Great ones have come," replied the Queen. "A delegation 30 strong has surrounded the entrance of my hive. They accuse us falsely of oath-breaking, and they demand that your person be surrendered." "I will go out to them," Mara said, the trembling in her knees redoubled. She wondered if she could force her sore body to stand. "I would cause your kind no more trouble." The Chojar Queen jerked a forelimb in an unmistakable gesture of negation. "You are not our prisoner. We have broken no oaths. It was you who brought mages over the borders, and there is no statute in the treaty that forbids us to give you audience. You may go, you may stay, or the black robes may come and fetch you out. Neither option is any of our affair." Mara's eyebrows rose in shock. She held her speech, striving to avoid any more errors of assumption. Carefully, she weighed her next words. "If I choose not to surrender my person, you must know that the Assembly will misinterpret. They will believe in your complicity and seek retribution." The Queen seemed less serene than hard as polished obsidian. "They will believe wrongly, if what you postulate is accurate." Mara swallowed. She felt as if the firmness of the earth might at any moment crumble beneath her feet. "Your people could be harmed by such a misunderstanding." The Queen did not relent. "Then they would be harmed. That does not make the Black Robe's misjudgment any closer to truth. We have kept to the terms of our treaty, as our kind must. If they, as humans, act in error, then the error is theirs, as are the consequences." Mara frowned, pondering upon the meaning that might lie beneath the Queen's words. The Lady of the Acoma had skirted prescribed issues once before, seeking clues concerning the forbidden. Now, unable to suppress the hope that sparked in her, she wondered whether these wily Chojar in fact sought to provoke a misjudgment. As she drew breath to give voice to this thought, a sudden terror gripped her. The air in the chamber grew too thick, as if a great pressure wave rushed through the tunnels to crush her. Covering her ears as pain stabbed them, Mara gasped in shock. An explosion shook the earth, tossing her down. She struck earth on her side. A cry exploded from her as the chamber around her became laced with lightning and fire. Over the concussion of air struck to thunder, the Queen shrieked in agony and what may have been pure Chojar rage. "The magicians attack! Our hive is destroyed! The treaty that binds us is broken!" Then language was abandoned. The Queen's voice rose to painful dissonance as she buzzed her last communication to her kind. Mara choked on burning air. Her eyes streamed tears, and her skin scorched in the beginnings of searing torment. "Justin," she thought, "Kasuma, I have failed you both." Her eyes were blinded by a dazzling flash of light, then smothered in all-consuming darkness. She screamed. The world she knew upended. No earth pressed against her body, and no sense of gravity bound her down. From heat, her flesh shriveled in the bite of a cold like frost. And then there was only darkness that extended beyond eternity. Chapter 31. Kentasani. Awareness returned. Mara blinked, her re-emerging senses confused. She struggled to orient herself, but her consciousness refused to resolve more than the rudiments of cohesive impression. Her body reclined on what felt like cushions. Warm air surrounded her, and gentle illumination. She could make out nothing else, no solid detail of chamber or setting. The burning, agonizing nightmare of sorcery and destruction seemed banished as a nightmare would be upon waking. "Where am I?" she murmured. "Safe," said a voice. By its ringing, disembodied tone, Mara knew a miracle had occurred. Spared the wrath of the assembly by the narrowest margin, she must be in the presence of the Chojar mages. In Chakaha, they had demonstrated their ability to move her from place to place by magic. So they must have done now, pulling her out of the ruins of the hive even as the black robes achieved its destruction. The knowledge that Chojar had suffered strangely brought her no distress. Alarmed, Mara pushed herself upright. Her concern immediately dissipated, slipped from her like water might. She made out the shadowy forms of the Chojar mages crouched on either side of her. They had been busy in her absence. The burrow they inhabited was now adorned by furnishings created by their craft. The peace that Mara now experienced was also due to their influence. "You practice your arts already, spellcasters?" One mage returned a gesture of reassurance, forearms turned so that the sharp edges were averted from chance accident.
Your aura was tinged with fear and anger. If I presumed to ease your mind, forgive me. But the time is now for clear-headedness. Yes?
Mara swallowed.
"The hive was destroyed by the assembly. I am sorry."
The second mage shifted with a rustle of wings.
"Necessary sacrifice,"
it intoned in emotionless brevity.
"The Queen's memory is preserved intact, and the unjust treaty has been broken at last. Chojar warriors are freed to march within the Empire. They will now support your cause, servant of the Empire."
Her cause. Mara felt cold at the words. She had wished to secure her children's safety and to expunge stagnation and cruelty from her people's culture. but an entire Chojar hive had just been sacrificed to save her, and now she was being called to fullest account for her pledge to the council in Chakahar. The Empire's queens held out the expectation that she would go on to win freedom for their race. Yes, the Chojar mage to her left intoned in response to her thought. The Imperial seal with temple endorsements on a document that restores Chojar to full citizenship should be sufficient to revoke the Assembly's unfair judgment. Mara gathered her inner strength.
First, the Great Ones must be defeated, she warned.
The prospect of outright confrontation with the magicians terrified her. The mages inclined their heads in what seemed maddening serenity.
The means are at hand, but time grows short.
The speed at which events were overtaking the Lady of the Acoma carried its own weight of care. Mara fought off overwhelming despair. She had lost her advisers. Arakasi was gods alone knew where. Lujan's fate was unknown to her. The Acoma armies might now be ashes, and her husband could have been obliterated by the Assembly in the moment when they declared her its enemy. Jiro of the Anasati might already be in the Holy City, and her children dead. And even if, by miracle, the Imperial precinct was still secure and under the protection of the Imperial Whites, there remained the armies of the Anasati and the Ametchen poised outside the city walls. Mara chided herself. Listing every possible ramification of misfortune served nothing, but would only cancel what slender advantage the Chakahar mages had won for her. She saw death at every turn, whether she acted or not. Better to fight and take matters in hand as best she could. Whether Justin and Kasuma were well or not, or whether an Ametchen or an Anasati pretender had already assumed the Golden Throne, she owed the Chojar who had spared her an honourable best effort.
I need information,
she urged, rising immediately to her feet. Her whole body ached. She ignored its twinges and briskly turned toward the Chakahar mages.
Your aid will be necessary. Once I understand the array of the forces laid against us, I will need to reach the Holy City more swiftly than the wind.
The Chakahar mages straightened from their crouch. They bowed to her and then flanked her.
Your will is as our command, Lady Mara, said one. Ask us what you would know. We will engage our arts to show you.
Filled with trepidation for the losses she now had no choice but to count, Mara forced herself to bear up.
My husband, Hokanu.
She opened, the tremble in her voice scarcely controlled.
Where is he?
Close your eyes,
bade the Chakahar mages. Mara obeyed, foreboding in her heart. An energy tingled through her. Magic. She beheld more than darkness behind her lids. Caught by a sensation akin to dizziness, she saw Hokanu bending over a tactical map of the Holy City. He gestured to rows of white pins on the walls, his helm cradled in his hand, and his face worried. He looked as though he had not slept in a fortnight. The sight of him was more than Mara could bear.
"He is alive!"
she cried, near tears in her relief. Her joy and thanksgiving to the gods for this turn of fortune left her weak. Then she set aside wonderment to consider the practical. The mages informed her that Hokanu and his company of swift cavalry had crossed the city gates ahead of the siege. The Shinzawai infantry companies still marched from the north, but they would be of no use as relief forces, Mara saw, as her Chojar mages showed her black robes forbidding the ranks of blue-clad warriors access to the Holy City. Mara had been declared enemy, and her allies were forbidden to give aid. Without orders to defy the Great Ones, Surani training came to the fore, and Hokanu's warriors obeyed.
The Imperial Whites, Mara mused. They will defend.
who beside Hokanu might command them? For answer, she was given a second view of the chamber where the council discussed tactics. Mara identified the figures who clustered about the Shinzawai lord, whose dreams matched her own. Arakasi was present, quiet as a shadow and looking grim. Near him was the Shinzawai first advisor Dogondi, his face implacable as he conducted animated discussions with another that Mara recognized with a start for Chimaka, who was the Anasati first advisor. Unthinking, she questioned aloud, "What does Chimaka do here?" For answer, the mages showed her more images. A glade in a forest where Hokanu twisted and twisted a leather thong, choking the life out of Jiro. The faded colour and rippling quality of the vision identified the seeing as a past event. Mara saw Jiro go limp in Hokanu's grip. The Lord of the Anasati was dead. And yet, based upon her husband's current activity, Kentasani suffered under siege. "Who directs the attack on the Holy City?" she demanded to know. The scene behind her eyes spun and shifted focus. She beheld armies and wooden enges, and a force commander in Ometchen colours. The outer walls had crumbled and been breached. The Imperial precinct itself was under attack, and the plumes on the walls showed several factions defending. Imperial White and another. In amazement, Mara made out the purple and yellow of Zacatecas. "Hapara is in Kentasani."
"Sent by his mother Isashani," one Chakaha mage intoned. "He whom you name Hapara reached Kentasani ahead of the attack and organized the Imperial Whites to defend. The Ometchen Lord knows of Jiro's death, but he dreams of seizing the Anasati plot as his own. You still have a foe who wishes to rule upon the bodies of your children."
Mara bit her lip. Her own armies, if they had escaped destruction, and if the magicians had not already forbidden them movement, would be too far south to attack the force menacing the Imperial precinct. Her other allies appeared to have fled or were stalling elsewhere, fearful of transferring the aroused wrath of the Assembly against themselves. Her dismay must have been evident.
"Lady," one of the mages broke in, "you are not without an army. Every Choja warrior in the nations is yours to command."
"How can they be?" Mara's tone was bleak. "The queen of the hive that was sacrificed inferred that Choja can never break a promise. The warriors you offer to my cause are already sworn to answer to other ruling lords. Your people have contracts of service that span generations." The mages buzzed in what Mara had come to interpret as Choja laughter. "No longer," said one.
"Close your eyes," the second directed. "Let us show you."
Infused with a growing wonderment, Mara did so. She beheld a dry field upon which the armies of two minor nobles engaged in battle. A fat young man in Acamchi colours was exhorting one of his strike leaders.
"But they can't quit the field!"
he shouted, his sword arm waving dangerously near the face of his senior adviser. The servant jumped back in vexation as his master ranted on.
"These Choja owe me and my father their allegiance."
The strike leader shook his head, stiff-faced.
"They say not, master."
"How?"
The Acamchi son reddened under his battle helm.
"They're kind of our slaves. They never break an alliance." "They do now."
The strike leader turned from his commander and watched with stony eyes as rank after rank of Choja warriors disengaged from combat and marched in swift order from the field.
"This cannot be!"
shrieked the Acamchi son. He ran forward and planted himself in the path of the ranking Choja strike leader.
"You are traitors!"
he accused.
"You break oath!"
The Choja officer returned a click that showed scorn.
3,000 centis in metal and gems have been delivered to your father's treasury.
Such was the price that bought our service. All past bargains and alliances are ended. All payments are refunded."
The Akamchi boy spluttered, but as the Chojar officer crouched into a posture that threatened attack, he was forced to give ground. Mara opened her eyes, shaking with unbridled laughter.
"What a surprise to most ruling lords, that the Chojar were something more, or perhaps less, than loyal mercenaries."
"Humans have much to learn concerning our kind,"
the Chakaha mages agreed tactfully.
"Old ways have changed. Not even the Assembly could wring from our people another treaty like the one that endured in such misery through thousands of years. When the War of the Mages was lost, our magic was not developed for defensive purposes. Be sure that such weakness has been remedied in those lands beyond the Empire."
Mara beheld the perilous glitter in the eyes of the Chakaha mages, and her blood ran cold in her body. Traditions were broken, and danger was in the wind. And now was her moment to seize advantage if she would, to secure the next age's peace. She mastered her inner trepidation and opened.
"Messages must be sent, and actions taken to enforce Justin's claim to the Golden Throne before the Assembly can interfere. Here is what must be done."
Mara waited, suppressing the deep quiver of fear. Her hair was piled high on her head, elaborately looped and braided and fixed with precious metal pins. Golden pins, she thought. And the arrogance of her presumption to put on imperial gold made her feel the more small and uncertain. And yet there could be no half measures if the Empire as a nation was to survive. Her head swam with recollection of the orders she had given between her bath and her robing. She drew a deep breath. To the Chojar force commander, who crouched at her elbow, she said,
"Where are we exactly?"
Like his counterparts in Free Chakaha, this warrior eschewed the trappings of human commanders. His jet-dark carapace had begun to show a faint turquoise stripe, perhaps a decoration, perhaps a mark of rank. Mara looked forward to the chance to study such distinctions, if the gods saw fit to grant her victory. Then she dismissed speculation as the warrior pointed upward and said,
"Directly above is the Imperial Antechamber. The ones you requested should gather for a legal coronation ceremony already await inside the audience hall. All preparations are in order, and your people anticipate your arrival."
Mara braced herself. She waved away the maid called in from the Imperial Palace, who had edged between the ranks of the warriors for one last adjustment of her dress. The gown she wore could not possibly hang without wrinkles, taken as it had been from attic storage. It had belonged to the last Dowager Empress, a larger woman than Mara, but it was the closest to Acoma green that could be found, so it would have to do. Hasty stitches had gathered in the waist, and pins nipped up the long hem. Mara felt encased in layers like a needle cushion. The heavy fabrics chafed the sores left from her armour, and rice powder could never conceal all the scrapes and scratches she had sustained in her flight through the forest. Feeling every inch the hoyden bundled under a disguising mass of finery, she said,
"When you cut through to the outside from this tunnel, the Blackrobes will know something is afoot."
The mages inclined their heads.
"We are prepared for them as best we can be."
Mara took a grip on her nerve, which seemed by the minute to ebb.
"Then send me Arakasi. I would confer with him before we start the final move."
It was still disconcerting to the lady how swiftly the mages could translate her merest wish into command. She had no sooner finished speaking than her spymaster was delivered into her presence, as disgruntled as anyone had ever observed him. Arakasi arose from where he had been dumped by the spell, face down upon the earthen floor.
Unlike the Imperial maids who had been summoned earlier by magic to attend Mara's robing, the spymaster did not lose his wits. His raised brows settled into a frown that immediately smoothed as he glanced about and identified the presence of Choja. Next, he fixed upon his mistress, who was almost unrecognizable in imperial robes of state. Then he was on his knees, bowing. "My lady!" Where once his voice would have been expressionless, now there was a tremulous note of joy. "I am glad to see you well." "Rise," Mara commanded. She came as near as her nervousness would allow to laughter. "Justin wears no crown as yet, and I am due no such obeisance. It is a custom I would see dispensed with if our plans succeed as we hope." She peered through the gloom at the long-missed person of her spymaster, and, abashed by the intentness of her scrutiny, Arakasi bent his head, chagrined. "You wear the clothes of a cleaning drudge," Mara exclaimed. Her spymaster gave back a broad chuckle. "How better to spy upon one's superiors without drawing undue notice, my lady?" His nose wrinkled, though I would prefer to attend Justin's wedding and coronation in garments that were not caked with scouring sand. Both lady and spymaster quieted as the pressure of events forced sobriety. "The priests of all the orders are gathered," Arakasi affirmed. "Some may be a little shy of perfect in their robing, since a few were summoned directly from their beds. Once we had their honourable selves all present in the great audience hall, those who complained could not be permitted to leave. According to Chumaka's study of the law, Justin's claim could be disputed if even one high priest failed to be in attendance. Getting the Sisterhood of Sibi to come was the most difficult task. Not even the high priest of Turakamu was willing to contact them." "How did you manage?" Mara asked. "Without alternative, I simply went into the temple myself. I was allowed to live long enough to tell them why I did what few men have dared." Arakasi smiled slightly at his memory. He was perhaps the only petitioner in centuries to enter the Temple of Sibi uninvited, and certainly the only one allowed to leave. "The temples support your cause at this time, since the alternative would set them the more firmly under the heel of the assembly. But sentiments could change if civil order is not swiftly restored. We'll get no second chance. Great ones are out in force in the city. More than a dozen watch the entrances to the palace, as they are certain you'll somehow try to mask your arrival in the confusion." Mara's frown was instinctive. "They've entered the city under threat of civil war and done nothing to repress the Omechan siege?" Arakasi looked grim. "Indeed not. My best impression is that they have forsaken their insistence on peace in favor of their own concerns." He looked hard at the diminutive woman who seemed half smothered under the weight of her imperial overrobes. "I don't know what you have accomplished in the south, but I would hazard a guess, my lady, that the black robes have learned to be afraid of you." "Not of me," Mara corrected, embarrassed. "Of these." Her gesture encompassed the Chojar mages, who stood like sentinels to either side. Arakasi regarded her alien companions, his eyes widening at the splendour of their many-coloured wings. "I never knew your kind could be so beautiful," he said in awed reverence. The Chakaha mages brushed aside the human praise without awkwardness. The left-hand one addressed Mara.
"Good servant, danger grows as we speak. Human warriors are entering the tunnels by the Great One's command, searching for word of your hiding." "Where?" Mara demanded.
the memory of the burnt-out hive that she had so narrowly escaped all too recent a horror.
Has there been bloodshed?
Not yet,
the second mage replied.
The warriors obey the restraint of the assembly not to fight unless they meet opposition, and the Choja will not embrace conflict until they are confronted without alternative. For now, they abandon the hives that are invaded, leaving many empty galleries and tunnels to be searched in profitless darkness. The human armies make poor progress. This moment, they concentrate their sweep to the south, near the estates of your birth, but the search will be widened very soon. Your great ones are not fools.
Then the hour is come,
Mara said, startling all present with what seemed an indomitable strength.
We will go forward.
At her word, the Choja mages gave a signal. A task force of workers marched to the fore of the tunnel and began to burrow upward. Dirt pattered down, and then chunks of mortar and tile. Light pierced the gloom, yellow and clear, from the domed skylight over the Imperial antechamber. A Choja stuck his head through the opening. He buzzed back a brief communication, and the mage to Mara's left said,
The antechamber is clear of enemies. Your husband and son await.
Then it paused, as if in hesitation.
Lady,
it intoned,
we wish you luck and brave fortune, but move swiftly. Our spells cannot stay the Black Robe's attack indefinitely. You will have a short time to achieve all that you must, and then there will be chaos and a devastating backlash of thwarted energies. We wish you to know, if you fail, or if we fail you, that it was for this battle that we were sent from Chakaha. We are more than your defense, good servant. We are an embassy to bring in a new order.
Mara looked upward into the mages' alien visages, which reared above her with expressions no human alive could fully know. It did not escape her that both had unfurled their wings into fighting stance as they prepared to stand down the might of a unified assembly. Their courage moved her to tears.
Let it be known, good friends, that so long as I live, I will not fail you. We will triumph or die together.
She turned and faced forward at once, lest the fullness of her courage collapse under the weight of the dangers that threatened. Straight, stiff-backed, under her gold-studded robes, the servant of the Empire started forward toward the opening. Mara made her way with unsteady steps over the fallen earth and the clumps of tile and mortar. Unobtrusively, Arakasi moved to steady her elbow. She flashed him a grateful smile, glad for his human touch after the company of so many Choja. And then she was out, dazzled by late-day sunlight and by the flash of a magnificence of gold armour. She caught her breath. Red hair pushed out from beneath the helm of imperial gold. Justin's red hair, she realized with a great thump of her heart. He did not look like a boy any more, armoured in the finery of an emperor. Mara shook to realize that this was the hour of his wedding. She faltered in her step as the boy bowed to her, son to mother, as was proper. All that brilliance of goldwork felt wrong, as though she should be bowing to the floor as she once had to Ichindar. Then the boy straightened and gave an undignified whoop. "Mother!" he cried, and ran forward. Mara forgot her finery and reached. Her son rushed into her arms, taller, heavier now, fully and impressively coming closer to manhood. As his arms locked around her neck, she realized she did not have to bend down any more to embrace him. His shoulders had started to broaden in a way that felt all too familiar. He was all Kevin's, Mara realized. He would have his father's great height. The jolt of that restored her to dignity. As her son stepped back from her embrace, he regarded her levelly with eyes that were the image of his barbarian father's.
"I am ready, good servant. The Princess Jehelia awaits."
Mara's voice failed her. She had lost 2 children already, Ayaki and the little one poisoned before his birth. Now, her only living son stood resolutely ready to give his life for her honour. The moment was more than she could endure. Then Justin's face broke into a grin of such insouciance she was again recalled to past days and to Kevin's irrepressible humour.
"We'd better hurry," her son admonished. "The late Emperor's first wife keeps having hysterics, and all of her makeup is going to run."
Mara rallied.
"What of Jehelia? Did she have hysterics too?"
Justin gave back a boy's shrug.
"She shouted a lot. She locked herself in her room. Then somebody asked her if she would rather wed an Ametchen with a paunch and grey hair, and she let the maids in to get her dressed."
The girl had sense, Mara thought, as she took her place at Justin's side and prepared to enter the great audience hall. Arakasi stood by her to steady her other side, and no one seemed to notice that he yet wore the robes of a drudge as the iron-studded doors swung open and the musicians began the fanfare that announced the arrival of the groom. Mara stepped resolutely ahead, aware of her own hand sweating where she gripped Justin's. She wondered as she passed through the ranked columns of the priests of the 20 higher orders whether the gods would strike her down for pride and for the sheer arrogance of presumption that caused her to dare set her son on the throne as the next light of heaven, the 92nd Emperor of Saranuani. But the representative of the Temple of Duran, god of justice, did not look displeased, and the high priest of Turakamu gave her a small smile of encouragement. Apart from the rest, behind the red god's priest, stood 3 shrouded figures in black, the sisters of Sibi, goddess of death. Even those chilling aspects seemed to reassure Mara with a slight inclination of their heads. The high priest of Jastur, the god of war, slammed his gloved fist against his chest in salute as Mara passed, his blow ringing on the precious iron of his breastplate. Mara took another step, and another, her inner confidence rebounding. As she passed, the priests of the higher and lower orders began to arrange themselves before the dais, in pairs by their nature, the priests of Lashima, goddess of wisdom, falling in beside those of Solana, mother of truth. The priest of Turakamu partnered the sister of Sibi, while the high priest of Jastur was joined by the high priest of Barakan, the lord of swords. Ahead, on the imperial dais, waited a small blonde-haired girl in a sparkling veil of gold tissue. Jehelia, Mara identified, as her maids drew back her headdress. The girl still had freckles, from too much time playing truant in the imperial gardens. And if she looked pale beneath the paint and powder of her makeup, she saw the good servant and grinned.
"Let the doors be closed, and the ceremonial matrimony begin,"
intoned the priest of Choshokan, the good god, in ritual opening. Behind him, and to his right, the high priest of Tomacha, lover of children, began silent prayer. Mara stared at him a lingering moment, remembering that the lesser brother of Choshokan was also known as the bringer of peace. She prayed he would be so today. Justin's fingers gave Mara's a last squeeze as she let him loose to take his place at his princess's side. Mara moved to where Hokanu waited, and, as the ceremony began, she slipped her hand into his. The imperial palace was bustling. Messengers hurried by and servants moved purposefully across the courtyards in an anxious rush to complete errands. Perched on an elbow by a windowsill, Shimon of the assembly watched their industry with deep, unreadable eyes. His face was more than usually austere, and, if anything, he was yet more spare with words. He moved his head slightly, calling attention to the unusual level of activity. The gesture was noted by Hotchapepper, who sat upon cushions before a low table and a tray of half-consumed sugared fruits. The stout magician acknowledged with a nod and spoke softly so that only Shimon could hear.
Something more than everyday business is afoot. I've counted 5 priests hidden under cowls, and by the smell of the air, the kitchens are baking a banquet. Odd fare for a city under attack.
As if to punctuate his observation, a large rock fired from a siege engine sailed down from the air and shattered in a courtyard nearby. A stray dog fled, yelping. Hotchapepper gazed through the cracked screen with narrowed eyes.
Those damned things are starting to irritate me. Another stone this close, and I'll go out and...
His threat was cut off as he was distracted by another band of oddly dressed nobles hurrying past the window.
We expected an influx of ruling lords to convene in the old council chambers, but this seems something more.
Shimon stirred, standing straighter.
It is much more. Motecha will not be stayed much longer from taking action.
Hotchapepper regarded the remains of his snack with wistful regret.
I will not be stayed much longer from taking action,
he corrected in faint reproof.
I think the lady is here already, and that we waste our time in this vigil.
Shimon said nothing, but his eyebrows raised, and he pushed himself away from the window. Not to be left behind as the taller, slenderer mage stalked from the chamber, Hotchapepper lumbered up from his cushions and hurried after. Servants engaged in nameless activities fled or prostrated themselves in fear as the pair made their way down the passage. If the palace corridors were a maze of constructions added one on top of another over the centuries, the black robes needed no directions. They proceeded without error to a red-painted door emblazoned with an enamelled seal. They did not knock, but entered the office of the Imperial Chancellor. Dajalo of the Keddah stood resplendent in his regalia of office, red and black robes cut in layers, with gold trim flashing at collar and cuffs. His massive headdress was straight. He looked composed, if pale. His staff members seemed less poised. The secretary at his elbow trembled, half sick with fear, while the runner-slave by the outer screen cowered. The reason for so much nervous unrest was obvious. The cushions left out for audience with petitioners were all taken, occupied by a half-dozen great ones. Motecha was pacing. Looking far from pleased, he glanced up as his 2 colleagues entered, but continued the interrogation he had in progress.
Any word of her?
The subject of his reference needed no qualifier.
None, Great One.
Dajalo bowed to the new arrivals and, adroitly as any skilled courtier, used the movement to unobtrusively blot running sweat from his brow. He straightened up, stiffly formal in appearance. If, as Imperial Chancellor, he felt uneasy in the presence of so many black robes, he contrived to hide it well. Hotchapepper crossed behind the imposing desk, plucked the Chancellor's own seat cushion from the floor, and removed it to the embrasure beneath the window, where a breeze refreshed the air. The room had been crowded throughout the morning, and the servants too timid to venture in and open the screens. Hotchapepper sat down. He plucked a sweetmeat from a pottery urn left for guests and chewed, looking dangerously intent for a man with a round, merry face.
Oh, she will be here, certainly,
he murmured, around his mouthful.
The High Council is reconvening at this moment, and the Lady of the Acoma wouldn't miss it. Never has there been one to play the great game like Mara.
Quite,
Motecha snapped irritably.
She would die first, as she will, the second we discover her location.
Shimon looked faintly distasteful. "We all must die. It is a rule of nature." The Imperial Chancellor buried his discomfort behind a studied mask of urbanity. Motecha glanced from one face to another, but said nothing. His colleagues were still. The suspicion that Mara was guilty of uncovering some of the most closely guarded secrets of the Assembly, secrets that for an outsider were a death warrant, seemed to colour the very air with tension. Not even Hotchapepper and Shimon had been able to deny that the willingness of the Choja to shelter her suggested worse. That she might have seeded a rebellion, a breaking of the treaty that had stood for thousands of years. As convincingly as Shimon and others had argued that the servant of the Empire deserved a full hearing before her life became forfeit, this time their efforts had been overruled. The Assembly had voted. Mara's execution was now beyond debate. Few would presume to act alone against the servant of the Empire, but Tapek had, and the worst trouble had resulted. Black robes were starting at shadows in the suspicion that their privileged status stood threatened. Now more critical issues were at hand than a brother Black robe's rashness. Hotchapepper and Shimon exchanged glances of understanding. They had, in their way, admired Mara, who had accomplished much good for the Empire. But now she had dared too much. The stout magician felt drawn into conflict. His loyalty to the Assembly and the vows sworn there when he took the black robe against the allure of fresh ideas, many of them prompted by the heresies that Milimber the Barbarian had shared with him. Hotchapepper valued the legacy of his friendship with Milimber. Over the years, the Surani-born Black Robe had increasingly employed his arts in the cause of the common people. Now, with changes in the wind too great for even his progressive thinking to encompass, he wished for more time. Hotchapepper longed for clear conviction on which course was right to follow. To work with Motecha's faction for Mara's immediate destruction, or to embrace her call for reform and consider the unthinkable, after a majority vote, to oppose the Assembly's resolve, even perhaps save her life. Suddenly, Shimon took a long, swift step toward the window. He accompanied his movement with a penetrating glance at Hotchapepper, who swallowed his sweetmeat more suddenly than he had intended. "You feel it too," the fat magician said to Shimon.
Feel what?
Motecha interrupted, and then he also fell silent as he sensed what had alerted the others. A creeping chill pervaded the air. Not the simple cold of shadow, nor even the clammy feeling prompted by uneasiness. Each magician present knew the unmistakable subliminal tingle of powerful magic. Shimon poised like a dog on point. "Someone sets wards," he announced in clipped tones. Hotchapepper rose awkwardly to his feet. "No, Black Robe creates this spell?" His admission came with reluctance, as if he deeply wished to claim otherwise.
"The Choja!"
shouted Motecha. His face deepened to purple.
"She has brought mages from Chagaha!"
The small chamber erupted into chaos as other black robes surged to their feet. Their expressions to a man were stormy. The Imperial Chancellor was forced cowering into the cranny behind his desk to stay clear of them, but no one heeded his discomfort.
"Mara will die for this!"
Motecha continued.
"Sevian, call at once for reinforcements!"
Even Hotchapepper did not protest this order.
"Hurry!"
he urged Shimon, and while the outrage of the assembled magicians whipped to a boiling rage, the fat magician and his slender companion were the first out of the door. The corridor beyond was deserted. Even the servants had fled.
"I don't like this."
Hotchapepper's words echoed off the vaulted ceiling of the now empty wing.
In fact, I have the distinct impression that more than the High Council has been seeking unsanctioned convocation.
Shimon said nothing, but reached for his teleportation device, activated it, and vanished. Hotchapepper exclaimed in frustration.
Letting me know where you're going wouldn't exactly be idle chatter.
Shimon's voice replied out of the air.
You imply there might be a choice?
Disgusted that his robe belt seemed suddenly to be cinctured too tight, Hotchapepper poured through cloth until he found his pocket. He grasped his teleportation device and engaged it, just as Sevian, Motecha, and the others shouted from the antechamber of the Imperial Chancellor's office. As he disappeared from the hallway, Hotchapepper felt his last disconcerting thought cut off by the disorientation of his transfer. Which party would accomplish Mara's execution? He and Shimon, who acted only for the purpose of the Assembly's self-preservation, or the others, led by Motecha, who lusted after revenge?
She has made fools of us and worse!
Sevian's voice rang out just before the shift in Hotchapepper's location became accomplished. Worse, the fat magician concluded as he reappeared puffing in the sunlit splendour of the courtyard outside the antechambers of the Imperial Audience Hall. Mara had brought power to battle absolute power, and now far more than civil war might tear the Empire asunder. The courtyard, too, was deserted. The flowering trees that bordered the wall and the approach to the wide steps hung still in the noon air. No birds flew, and no insects droned around the flowers. The din of the armies that clashed at the walls and the unceasing battering of rocks from the siege engines seemed distant and faint. If the noise was inconvenient, none of the Blackrobes made any move at this juncture to quell it. The warriors who defended the Imperial precinct were best off distracted at the walls to keep them unaware of the pending storm that soon must break over the audience hall. Shimon stood in the centre of the square, his head cocked slightly. "Here," he said. "The ward starts here." Nothing showed in the noon air that looked in the least arcane.
You can't break through?
Puffed Hotchapepper. He squinted, concentrated, and extended his senses to their utmost. At last, he detected a faint shimmer that might have been due to heat, except that when he looked directly at it, the phenomenon disappeared. He poured through his other pocket, pulled out a gaudy handkerchief, and mopped his streaming brow.
If that's a ward, it hardly seems substantial.
Shimon turned with an air of sharpened reproof.
You try and pierce it.
Hotchapepper extended his might, then suddenly widened his eyes as a rainbow of colour played through the air before him. As if brushed aside without effort, the potency of his magic dissipated along the barrier created by the Chojar. Hotchapepper's mouth sagged open in astonishment. Then a stray fragment of rock, fired from without, descended whistling toward his head. He recovered his poise and deflected it as casually as a man might bat aside a fly. Throughout, his attention remained focused on the Chojar-wrought protections.
That's strong, eh? Fascinating. A very subtle piece of work. The way it lets you probe, then siphons off your energies and weaves them with its own.
Immersed in scholarly study, he was slow to waken to the fact that the Chojar had mages evolved considerably in their skills since the treaty had effected the ban.
This is unsettling.
Very. Shimon chose not to elaborate, as behind him other magicians arrived in the central square. More had joined the party than had stood vigil in the Imperial Chancellor's chamber. Their number was 24 strong and growing.
There can be no argument now, except force,
Shimon concluded sadly. Motecha picked up this last statement.
We should flame this palace to the ground! Burn every mind to idiocy that has dared to raise rebellion against us!
Sevian stepped forward.
I disagree. Collapse these unsanctioned wards. Yes, this is necessity. We must also destroy the Choja mages who work in violation of the treaty and execute the Lady Mara. But destroy the Imperial Palace? That's excessive. We may be outside the law, but we are still answerable to the gods. I doubt that heaven would sanction the priests of every order in the Empire dying along with Mara.
The Holy Orders could be accomplices,
accused one of the recently arrived Blackrobes.
Indeed,
Shimon cut in.
Or they could have been pressed into service by force. Better we hear their motives before we do their holinesses any violence.
The wards only, then,
Hotchapepper summed up. He hitched at his too tight sash and blotted with his dampened handkerchief. For all his outward resolution, his eyes were troubled.
We must break in without risking the lives of those inside the audience hall.
The magicians banded together in silence, as carrion birds might who contemplated the spoils on a battlefield. They stilled in mind and body, and the air seemed shaken by a deep subliminal vibration as they melded their efforts into one. The sky darkened, though no cloud gathered. The garden courtyard lost clarity, seeming to brood with a greenish tinge.
"No!"
Motecha cried out. Power speared down, lightning bright, a sizzling bolt that appeared to bisect the heavens. It struck in a crack of violet sparks, but the ward seized the power, deflecting it along the curve of its surface, then absorbed it. Heat flew back in a scorching wave. The stone faces of the buildings opposite blackened and cracked, trees singed, and an ornamental fountain boiled dry in a puff of steam. Untouched by the backlash, protected by their own wards, the gathered magicians exchanged dark looks of astonishment. They gathered for a second blow. A rainbow play of energies cascaded down upon the Chojar barrier. It flared back a black opaqueness. The assembly magicians increased the force of their attack. Sparks jagged and flew, and thunder rumbled. Fire rained from the sky, and then charges of incandescent force.
"Keep up the assault!"
shouted Sevian.
"Spare no effort! The wards must eventually weaken!"
Winds howled, and fires raged. Tremors shook the earth, and paving cracked as gaps opened in the courtyard. The protective bubble of spells that sealed off the audience hall seemed to buckle and shrink slightly inward.
"Yes!"
Motecha redoubled his efforts. Lightning scored the invisible surface, and the winds raised by disturbed forces screamed around the spires of the Imperial precinct like the howl of demons released. One of the Blackrobes with lesser strength crumpled to the pavement. The rest stood firm, sure now. The wards must break over time. No magical defence could withstand such a concentrated onslaught for very long. As power hammered down and split, and the rush of the gusts drowned even the din of the armies besieging the outer walls, the assembly magicians immersed themselves in spells. In their collective fury, only one objective remained. The hall of the Imperial audience would be breached, now at the cost of any lives, even their own. The high vaulted skylights of the Imperial audience hall went dark. Plunged into sudden gloom, gathered courtiers and priests shifted nervously in their places. The only remaining illumination was cast by the wildly flickering lamps, kindled in honour of the 20 higher gods. On the dais, the priest of Chochakan who presided over the imperial marriage ceremony faltered in his lines. A bang of nearby thunder shook the walls. While many in the chamber trembled, and more than one priest made signs to ward off heaven's displeasure, Justin's voice arose over the early murmurs of confusion. "Proceed," he stated clearly. Mara felt her heart nearly burst with pride. The boy would make a fine ruler. Then she bit her lip. First, he would have to survive his wedding and coronation. The Princess Jahelia at his side looked white with fright. She fought to keep her chin high, as royalty ought, but more than anything, she wanted to cower behind her veils. Justin's hand stole out and clamped around hers in a desperate attempt to share comfort. After all, they were only children. The floor shook under another concussion. The priest of Chochakan glanced about as if seeking safe refuge. Mara straightened. All must not be abandoned because one fainting priest lost heart. She tensed, prepared to intervene, although to do so was a risk. Their holinesses would perhaps resent any further pressure from her. If she drove them too hard, they might mistake her motives for ambition, or worse, they might withdraw the power of their office and pronounce that Justin's wedding to Jahelia went against the will of heaven. Time was too short, and circumstances were too dangerous to allow for long-winded justifications that, after all, had only circumstantial proof that the strike upon the Chojar's wards was effected by mortal men who happened to be magicians, and that their will was no more that of heaven than the actions of any ruling lord who murdered out of greed or ambition for power. The noise from without reached another crescendo as yet another arcane assault battered the wards. Rainbows of fractured light played through the skylights, bathing the chamber in unnatural colours. Mara's discomfort increased as the priests and officials in attendance began to shuffle feet. Old Frasai of the Tonmagu was trembling outright, perhaps on the point of cracking. Support arose from an unexpected source, as the Red God's high priest pressed to the forefront of temple representatives gathered beneath the imperial dais.
"Brother,"
he exhorted his wavering fellow priest,
"we are all Turakamus in the end. Were heaven displeased, we should already be struck down, and my God is silent within me. Please proceed with the ceremony."
The high priest of Chochakan nodded. He licked sweat from his upper lip and drew a deep breath, and his sonorous voice resumed the next lines of the ritual. Mara exhaled in relief. At her side, the high priest of Duran flashed her a look of understanding.
"Bide, my good lady servant. You have allies."
Mara returned a slight nod. She did have allies, many more than she knew. The magical assault might intensify, but not all of the priests would be easily cowed. The twists and reverses of state politics over the course of centuries had taught them to be canny. If their hold slipped now, if Justin's wedding did not proceed according to law, and if his subsequent coronation were not to go forward and stand, they understood how greatly the authority of the temples would be ceded to the assembly. The sisters of Sibi stood like creatures from the realm of the dead, untroubled by the possibility that the imperial palace might collapse upon their heads. For any portion of heaven's due influence and power to fall under mortal dominion was a perilous course, one that invited divine displeasure. Then would the gods curse misfortunes upon mankind that could make the wrath of an aroused assembly seem but the tantrums of children. Justin's reply to the next ritual question rang strongly over the din of another attack. Thunder rumbled, a seemingly endless peal. An ornamental bead shook loose from the imperial throne and rattled down the pyramidal steps. The crystal in the skylights cracked, and shards tumbled sparkling in the lamplight to shatter against the marble floor. No one, thankfully, was in harm's way. Mara closed her eyes. "Hold, my children," she prayed. Hokanu's hand tightened over hers.
She returned a half-smile that warmed as Jahelia replied to the priest. The princess was subdued, demure, as befit her station. If she also clung to her new husband, she was still royalty. Her bearing stayed straight as the wicker cages with the ritual marriage birds were raised for the blessing. The reed doors were solemnly cut by the high priest's knife. Mara bit her lip, fighting tears, as the pair of birds inside took wing at their offered freedom. "Fly," she willed them, "fly up and mate and find happiness." The omen of the birds at her own first wedding had been unfavourable. With all of her heart, she longed for this one to be different. She and Hokanu might not rule their lives by portents and tradition, but there were elderly priests present who did. The birds shot aloft just as another bolt of thunder slammed the air. They winged over in alarm and, as one, arrowed up and out through the gap in the cracked skylight. "Thank the gods," Hokanu murmured. His hand squeezed Mara's while the tears spilled unabashed over her eyelids. She could not hold in her emotion. Neither could she see, as two Imperial Whites in ceremonial Force Leader's armour stepped forward with the cloak edged in gold and sarkat fur. The mantle of the Emperor of all Suranuani, which they spread over Justin's shoulders. Tall as he had grown, the boy looked lost in the garment. Mara wiped her eyes and was struck by a poignant recollection of Ichindar, who had been as slender and who, in the end, had been bowed down by the weight of imperial office. Justin bore up well. He took Jahelia's hand as if he had been born being gallant to ladies and led her up the stairs to the dais. "His father's son indeed," Hokanu murmured proudly. Singing acolytes followed the newly wedded couple, along with the priest of Jiran, who bore the jewelled golden cushion that supported the imperial crown. The singing was ragged, cut across and half drowned by the rumble of continuous arcane attack from without. The blows came much more closely spaced. A pillar near the rear of the hall cracked with a sound like a whip. Mara started. She forced herself to focus wholly on the tableau that unfolded on the dais. She could not ignore signs of impending peril, that the air was growing warmer. The wooden railing beneath the dais where petitioners came to kneel before the light of heaven showed peeling layers of varnish. The stone floor grew hot enough to raise blisters, and courtiers shifted from foot to foot as the leather of their sandals failed to protect from the growing heat. "The Chojar mages are hard-pressed," Hokanu murmured in Mara's ear. Thunder slammed again, rocking the chamber. Priests reached out to steady their colleagues, and more than one of the high ones presiding on the dais looked frightened. They held to their purpose grimly. Mara watched as the priest of Lashima, goddess of wisdom, stepped forward to anoint her son's temples with oil. His vestments were knocked askew, and his hands shook. Much of the holy oil spilt on the intricate border of Justin's mantle. Jahelia was on the verge of panic, her hand locked white around her husband's. The priest of Barakan came next, and presented Justin with the ancient golden sword of the Emperor, which would be brought forth again only when another Emperor was crowned. Justin put out his hand and rested it upon the sacred blade, and Mara, anguished, could see his young fingers trembling. She must not think of failure. Annoyed with herself, she raised her chin and risked a glance back. The Chojar mages stood by the door, no longer towering with their magnificent wings raised high. Now they crouched on the floor, incanting counterspells with a buzz that was like a dissonance between the rumbling booms of outside blows. The insectoid's strength was great, but the powers of the United Assembly were more than even they could stand off indefinitely. No matter how greatly they were provoked or threatened, their stance had been made emphatically clear. Chakaha still ruled them. Under no circumstances would they use their magic to attack. When at last the ward failed, the assembly would be free to exercise the extent of their wrath upon the convocation in the audience chamber. Strangely, Mara felt no fear. Too much had been risked and too much lost. As if the part of herself that had known consternation at the prospect of horrible death had been seared out by degrees since the events that had harrowed her in Thurl, she was beyond acknowledging risk. In her rock-deep state of confidence, she seemed to radiate unearthly power. Even Hokanu regarded her with the beginnings of awe. She barely noted. She stepped back from the front-rank participants in Justin's coronation, saying quickly, "Praise our new light of heaven for me when the crown is at last in place." Her husband showed surprise, even yet taken aback by Mara's poise, though he had thought he understood all there was to know of her character. "What are you going to do?" His voice was falsely firm. Even he must acknowledge that the mages who defended them were failing. Mara gave him a firm look. "Subterfuge," she murmured. "What else is left?" He bowed to her. "Good servant." And then he stared in amazement as she walked to the back of the hall. He would remember her in this moment, he resolved, and cherish her unflagging spirit, even as the spells of the assembly burst the wards and all of them became consumed by arcane fires. Mara did nothing extraordinary. She reached the arched doors of the hall and bowed her respect to each of the Chojar mages. They were too hard-pressed to acknowledge beyond the merest flick of a forelimb. Then she paused by the portals and touched the wrists of the two Imperial heralds who stood stationed at either side. She conferred briefly with them. Hokanu, watching, was mystified. What was she doing? Her glance flashed up, met his. "Watch the ceremony," she seemed to chide. He gave her a half shrug and faced forward. The earth rocked. On the dais, the priest's incantation went raggedly out of rhythm, and yet, stubbornly, they persisted. Sparks shot across the closed screens. The wards were breached. They were failing. The next hard blow would shatter all protections. The coronation was nearly completed. "Hail!" cried the priests. They bowed as the floor shook in thunderous report. "Hail!" The crown was raised up by the high priest of Choshokan. He frantically mouthed the blessing. Lightning flashed. A stone fell from the domed skylight and struck the agate flooring with a crash. The crown slipped from the priest's nerveless fingers and dropped crookedly to rest upon Justin's red head. The act was accomplished. The heir to the Acoma, child of a slave, wore the sacred imperial regalia of Suranuani, and no power short of heaven could rescind his anointed authority.
"Hail!"
shouted the priests in convocation.
"Hail, Justin, 92 times Emperor and new-made Light of Heaven!"
The words tangled with an annihilating crash of thunder, and Mara's shout to the heralds, "Now!" Glittering gold in their ceremonial tabards, and pressed by a howling gust of air, the officials moved. They stepped to the great doors, even as the Chojar mages crumpled, grasped the rings, and threw wide the doors. Against an onrushing wall of black robes, they performed their bows in perfect mirror image. "Hail to the new light of heaven!" they rang out in unison. White-faced, but inarguably firm, they straightened, and the one with the most imposing voice qualified,
"Great ones of the assembly, hear me. You are hereby summoned to the imperial court."
The lead ranks of black robes stumbled and rocked to a stop.
"Summoned?"
shrieked a stupefied Motecha. Soot streaked his habit, and his red face sparkled with sweat.
"By whom?"
the imperial heralds were well versed in maintaining pose in the face of intransigent courtiers. They performed impeccable bows.
"By the light of heaven, great one."
"What?" Sevian shoved forward, his colleagues crowding on his heels. The heralds held to their dignity. From the dais beside the high priests, the imperial seneschal called out,
"Justin! 92 times, Emperor!"
Motecha spluttered. Sevian looked poleaxed. Hotchopepper was, for once in his life, left speechless. And even the austere Shimon never thought to press the issue with magic, as every other man and woman in the hall bowed before their ultimate monarch. Between the slowly rising forms of two utterly spent Chakaha mages, Mara smothered exultation. The heralds had handled themselves admirably. Their confidence had seemed so unimpeachable that even the great ones had not yet thought to question the implicit inference that the defences of her allies were not spent unto exhaustion, and that protective wards had not in fact collapsed, but had been dropped deliberately.
"We have no power left,"
the Chakaha mage to Mara's left murmured in a near inaudible frequency. Mara waved a placating hand. "The great game," she murmured. "Now we must all play or die." Chapter 32. Emperor. The Blackrobes gaped. Flanking the entrance to the audience hall, Imperial Whites in gold-edged armour stood at smart attention. Nowhere were warriors in Acoma or Shinzawai colours in evidence, as the magicians had expected to find. They had anticipated the aftermath of struggle, with triumphant soldiers guarding their claimant until such time as the losers swore fealty. That was how disputed successions had been resolved in the past, but the good servant had not used compulsion to achieve her triumph. None rushed forward to hurl themselves in prostration and beg the mercy of the Blackrobes, pleading for a reversal of Mara's usurpation of authority. Quite the contrary. The magicians at the forefront noticed that any discomfort on the faces that greeted them stemmed instead from their own precipitous arrival. Everyone present seemed involved in conspiracy with the end Mara had achieved. Drums thundered in tattoo, drowning Motecha's shout for silence. He waved his raised hands to no avail, while colleagues on either side looked disgruntled by the flourish of trumpets and horns that sounded over the city in a peal not heard since the death of Ichindar. The notes even drowned the thudding of rocks from the siege engines. Not far behind the leading magicians, Hotchopepper leaned over to speak to Shimon.
"Servants must have been creeping in here, making preparations for hours."
Though his words were intended to be private, Sevian overheard.
"You imply a great deal of planning."
Shimon treated his colleague to a gaze that masked contempt.
"Of all rulers in the nations, Mara of the Acoma has never achieved anything without a plan."
The fanfare rang away, leaving silence.
"You are summoned,"
the Imperial heralds repeated, stepping back to clear the entrance. A long corridor opened up between the ranking courtiers and officials who waited inside. A glowering Motecha hastened ahead, the rest of the magicians crowding at his heels. All stared. The panoply of personages gathered at the head of the hall formed an impressive sight. At the base of the imperial dais, the high priests and priestesses of the 20 gods of the higher heaven and 20 gods of the lower heaven stood in full regalia. Only at the coronation or the death of an emperor would such a convocation be called for. High, curved headdresses framed their faces, sparkling with lacquerwork, precious stones, and rare metal. Attendant upon each was a pair of acolytes, bearing the ceremonial badges of office each prelate was entitled to display. These too were gem-studded or adorned with metal bands and silk streamers. Only the Sisters of Sibi were plain, their black, featureless appearance in ominous contrast to the panoply of plumage and finery. The community of temples was represented in its entirety. A delegation of 120 from the holy orders of every significant divinity in the empire made an impressive sight. The Great Ones gave way to reluctant awe. Hotchopepper sidled closer to Fumitar and Shimon in reaction to this emphatic demonstration of temple support for Mara's intrigues. While no single priest could rival any magician in raw power, the High Father Superiors of Turakamu and Jastur, as well as the Sisters of Sibi, commanded respect even from Great Ones. Spellcraft had preserved the audience hall intact, despite the assembly's mightiest conjury. Hotchopepper was not so irreverent toward the will of heaven that he discounted the force of divine favour. Caution, he decided, was called for. Incense swirled on the air. The polished marble floor sparkled with dust from cracked plaster and powdered glass from the shattered skylight. Such signs of violence could not divert the magicians from noting further details on their approach to the high dais. 2 empty reed cages festooned with ribbons of imperial white. The carpet beneath the imperial thrones lay heaped with veils, lately removed from the bride in ritual order, according to the time-honoured rites of a Surani state marriage ceremony. As the dismayed delegation of Great Ones reached the supplicant's rail beneath, an imperial herald struck the floor 3 times with a bronze-shod staff, crying out,
"Justin! 92 times, Emperor!"
The gold-armoured Royal Honour Guard knelt in homage as a boy in shining robes arose from the throne. The gathered nobles dropped to their knees. The boy did not look cowed. His shoulders were straight, and his chin high, despite the weight of his golden armour and the massive crown of state with its topaz stones and fretwork. At his side arose Jahelia, princess no longer, but empress in her own right, the diamond-set circlet of office fitted over her bridal headdress. As the magicians drew to a halt, Justin held out his hand to his lady. She arose and stood beside him. Motecha went white. Around him some magicians bowed from the waist in the obeisance a Great One traditionally offered the light of heaven. Shimon, Fumitar, and Hotchopepper were among the first to give the emperor and his bride due acknowledgment, while still other black robes deliberated in stupefaction. Motecha found his voice.
"What mummery is this?"
The High Priest of Duran advanced in stiff displeasure.
"We come to honour the new light of heaven, Great One."
Pointedly, he added,
"As is every man's proper duty."
Sevian cried,
"Upon what claim does this boy presume to rule the empire?"
He stabbed a finger at Justin, but his eyes sought out the Lady Mara, who had moved to the base of the dais among the priests in robes as fine as her son's. She did not deign to answer, but allowed the High Priest of Duran speech in her place.
"Justin is of the blood imperial. His adoption into Ichindar's family formalized when his mother was named servant of the empire."
With that, the priest bowed in respect toward Mara.
"He is the chosen husband of the Empress Jahelia, Ichindar's direct blood heir, and the marriage just completed was sanctioned by the imperial consort, Lady Tamara. All has been done according to the laws of man and the higher law of heaven. If somewhat hurried, the wedding abided strictly by custom."
One of the most fervent traditionalists, Lord Setark of the Ukadabi, made his way in the wake of the Great Ones through the double doors which remained open. He and his army had been sequestered inside the city, prepared to aid Jiro should the Amechen fail in their attack upon the walls. He overheard the priest's recitation of protocols with disfavour and raised a contentious shout.
The High Council never ratified this choice!
Priests and magicians faced one another in uneasy confrontation. Redoubled tension charged the atmosphere at Lord Setark's outburst, and now the lines were drawn. Acknowledge Justin as the new light of heaven, or resort to force of arms as the strongest nobles contended through bloodshed to seize power. With the walls under assault by the Amechen, the catastrophe of the latter decision would be immediately felt. And the staid majority of magicians were still reluctant to become embroiled in politics. They were not of the great game of the council. They were above it. Akani stepped to the fore, the swirl of his black robe the only movement in the frozen tableau. He took stance beside Motecha and raised his orator's voice.
Your call for ratification is a moot point, I fear. According to record, the High Council was disbanded by the 91st Light of Heaven, and despite repeated petitions, was never again reconvened.
The High Priest of Chochakan swept into a bow as polite as it was firm.
The forms have been observed. The succession is established. Justin of the Acoma is 92nd Light of Heaven, and the gods themselves are his judge. His ascension to the Golden Throne will stand, and the temples will cast out for heresy anyone who dares disrupt his rule.
He looked squarely at Motecha as he said,
Even if such were a great one.
Motecha's glower deepened.
You dare!
Then a voice that grated upon the ears like a cry of pain said,
Do not oppose us, Great One!
The timid cringed, while the boldest turned toward the shrouded figure of the most senior sister of Sibi, whose speech echoed from the depths of her cowl. No light would ever reveal her features. It was held the sisters embraced death within themselves when they joined their goddess's order.
Would you have us unleash our mad dancers in your city of magicians?
Many nobles shuddered at the mention of those warriors who served death, whose mere touch was fatal, as they leapt and gyrated until exhaustion claimed their lives. The High Priest of Jastur struck his metal breastplate with his gauntlet.
And will you face my warrior priests? We have little to fear in your magic, Great One, when our god is invoked as our shield. Can you face our blessed war hammers with impunity as we smash the walls of your city?
Motecha felt as any ordinary Tsurani would in his position. Beliefs ingrained since childhood were not absolutely dispelled by the sureties of his authority. In an effort to conciliate, he said,
We do not argue the legitimacy of Emperor Justin.
Irritation edged his manner as, in concession to this point, he bent his aged back in the bow he withheld earlier. He straightened up and levelled an accusatory finger at the lady who stood at the foot of the dais and whose actions had escaped all restraint.
Lady Mara of the Acoma,
he intoned,
you have flouted tradition until your actions are a stink in the nostrils of our ancestors. You have hidden behind your office, misused public opinion, and caused confusion in the Assembly's ranks, all for the purpose of breaking our edict against waging war upon the Anasati. Your armies attacked on the plain of Nashika,
and Lord Jiro died at the hand of your husband. I name you guilty, and as Great One of the Empire, I am mandated to do that which the Assembly has voted best for the nations. Our kind are outside the law. Your son shall be emperor. May he live long and rule wisely. But you shall not be left at large to stand as his regent.
Who would you appoint in Mara's place? Shimon called out acerbically. The Ometchen? The comment was ignored. Unopposed by his colleagues, Motecha raised his arm high. Green energy sparked around his fist, and he chanted in a harsh language known only by the magicians. Hotchapepper and Shimon flinched at his utterance, and Akani stepped quickly away. Fumita cried out, "No!" Motecha continued his incantation, secure in his right as a black robe. Lady Mara turned pale, but did not flinch or flee. The lights of Motecha's gathering spell flickered across her face and caught sparks of reflection in her eyes. Calmly, she murmured something inaudible to the bystanders. Motecha's lip curled as he called out in contempt between phrases, "Prayer will not save you, lady. Neither can these priests. Whatever powers they may have wielded in warding this hall against our entry. The gods themselves might save you, but they are the only power capable."
The priests had no part in the warding, Mara retorted clearly. You may hurl your spells at me, Motecha, but hear warning. Your magic shall harm none, least of all me. Motecha's features pinched with fury. The lady was not even afraid. Her end would be painful, he vowed, as he drew breath to snap off the phrase that would release his gathered death spell. The retribution Lady Mara had more than earned would sear her to a husk where she stood. Mara closed her eyes, shaken at last by the immediacy of her peril. "No!" intoned a voice with a resonance that held nothing human. Its tone shot chills through every person present. On either side of Mara, unseen where they crouched behind the enveloping vestments of the priests, two figures reared erect. Their bodies were patterned in intricate colours, and with a clap of disturbed air they extended 12 feet of iridescent wings aloft. The majesty of the Chojar mages made the most costly imperial raiment seem tawdry by comparison.
"The Lady Mara shall not be harmed," the creatures cried in unison. "She is under the protection of the mages of Chakaha."
Fumita cried out, speech wrenched from him in stupefied recognition.
"The Forbidden! Daughter, what have you done?"
Motecha stood frozen. The powers he had summoned crackled and dissipated into air, the spell incomplete as his concentration was disrupted by shock. Other magicians blanched as the significance of the creatures before them registered.
"Lady Mara is blameless,"
contradicted the Chojar mages, their oratory locked in a fluting two-part harmony.
"It was by your own deed, magicians, that the ancient pact was breached. For until you destroyed a hive, our queens within the Empire stayed bound to the requirements of the treaty. Never once were magical arts employed or outside aid given to Mara until you broke the covenant. The blame lies with you. It was Chojar art that protected this hall. In those lands outside imperial borders, our arts have grown and flourished. In protection and preservation, you are not our equal. If we choose,
The magicians of Chakaha can ward Lady Mara from your death spells for the rest of her life.
As one, the Black Robes hesitated. Never in history had any human not gifted with magic dared to defy the Assembly, and never with a plot so devious, to lure the magicians themselves into destroying the very treaty their predecessors had forged. No Black Robe could doubt the abilities of the Chojar mages. Their kind could not lie. By their word, they held means to thwart the most destructive of spells the Great Ones could conjure. Each candidate for the Assembly had studied the old texts. Not one who achieved his master's robe failed to understand the significance of the markings on a Chojar magician. The complexity of their patterns grew with the ascendance of their mastery. The pair who allied with Lady Mara were old in their art and powerful beyond imagining. Still, some Black Robes remained unmollified. The High Priest of Chochakan made a sign of protection as Sevian shouted to the Chojar,
"You are foreigners! How dare you raise your arts to protect the condemned?"
Wait!
All eyes turned as Mara stepped forward, boldly claiming the authority in the new order she had dreamed to achieve. Her bullion-edged sash of office proclaimed her imperial regent, even if the appointment had not been official.
I have a proposal to make.
Those gathered in the hall stilled expectantly, and all eyes regarded the lady who was servant of the Empire as they waited to hear what she said. Mara buried her doubt deep within her heart. Despite their inference to the contrary, the Chakaha mages had spent their powers in their warding of the Great Hall. After long rest, they might be able to defend her as they had boldly led the Black Robes to presume. As their magic had improved with the centuries, so had their understanding of their enemies. Chojar had cleverly manipulated the truth, implying what Mara had every reason to believe, that should the hive home at Chakaha send reinforcements to Kentasani, she stood beyond harm from the Assembly for the rest of her life. But now, appearances were all she had to keep her opposition off balance. She dared not provoke any test of the Chojar mage's abilities. Between herself and a horrible death, she had no weapons beyond words, bluff, and the politics of the great game. And the Black Robes were no fools. Mara took an inward grip on her poise and answered Sevian directly.
The Chojar mages dare nothing but act in the cause of justice. This embassy from Chakaha has come to make amends for the oppression of all our ancestors.
Matetsha shook his fist.
This is forbidden! Any Empire Chojar who supports uprising is forsworn. The great treaty between races has stood for thousands of years.
Thousands of years of cruelty,
Mara flung back.
Your precious forbidden. Your hideous crime against a civilization that did nothing more than resist the rapacious conquest of their lands. I have journeyed to Thuril. I have seen how the Chakaha Chojar live. Which of you can say the same, magician?
The lack of the honorific Great One was lost on few in the room. Many lords gasped in admiration. The Imperial Whites stood sword straight in their ranks, and Jahelia and Justin clasped hands. The priests maintained solemn formality, as Mara continued.
I have explored the beauty of cities raised by magic, and the peace of this great culture. I have seen what our vaunted empire has stolen from the Chojar, and I am determined to give it back.
Hot Pepper cleared his throat.
Lady Mara, you had allies within our ranks until now. But this obscenity,
he gestured to the Chojar magicians.
will unite us to a man.
You aren't united already? Mara lashed back in sarcasm. Did the destruction of my litter and my closest retainers not indicate your assembly's decision on my execution?
Here, a few of the Great Ones shifted their weight and looked abashed, for Tapek's impulsive act had not been regarded with favour. But the assembly itself was Shirani. That one of their number had shamed his office must never be admitted in public. Mara's eyes narrowed.
As for obscenity, that is a false charge. Why?
Her wave encompassed the winged beings who flanked her.
Because these gentle creatures, who harbour no ill will to any of you, despite your persecution of their race, practice arts greater than your own?
She quieted her voice to a whisper of menacing accusation.
Watch your pepper. How can that be an obscenity to a body of men who kill children with power because they are female?
At this disclosure, several black robes expelled breaths in frantic dismay. Motecha whirled and gestured to a nearby soldier.
Kill her!
He commanded.
I order you!
The force commander of the Imperial Whites stepped before Mara, his sword half drawn.
I will cut down the first man, soldier or magician, who threatens the good servant, even should I die in the attempt. My life and honor are pledged to protect the Imperial family. Before the gods, I will not forswear my first duty.
Motecha did not shout, but power radiated in waves from his person as he demanded,
Stand away.
The Imperial Force Commander met the magician's authoritative gaze.
I will not, Great One.
He snapped a hand signal. Other white-clad warriors closed on the dais. Their armour might be ceremonial, but the blades they carried were sharp, flashing in the gloom as they drew weapons in a single motion. Akani rushed out and stayed the single warrior who had moved to obey Motecha out of fear. "No! Wait!" Motecha advanced on his colleague, as if he faced an adversary sworn to murder.
You deny the law?
I'd still rather not turn the Imperial Palace into a charnel house, if you don't mind.
The young magician gave Mara a wry shrug.
Good servant, we have reached a difficult impasse.
He indicated the Great Ones at his back, many of them eager to call down immediate attack on her person, 100 Imperial Whites, and 2 Chojar Masters who might or might not have skills enough to defend.
If we don't find a quick solution, many will die.
He smiled in sour humour.
I don't know if we must take your Chojar friends at their word, or test to see whose magical prowess is the greater.
He glanced at Motecha.
But, given the difficulty we had in entering this chamber, I have an inkling of the disaster that might result.
Again, he considered Mara, not entirely without warmth.
I have no doubt you wish to live and guide your son's steps to maturity.
He sighed and admitted,
There are those of the Assembly who would spend their lives to eradicate you for this rebellion immediately. Others would prefer peace, and use the opportunity to study what our Chojar counterparts could offer to expand our knowledge of the great arts. I exhort every man and mage to step back and refrain from profitless destruction until we have exhausted all other options.
The Chojar magician at Mara's right hand furled its wings. Its companion followed suit and said,
In this, perhaps we can assist.
It added a cantrip in its native language and waved short forearms. An unseen disturbance seemed to pass across the chamber, and the tension between the combatants began to leach away. Motecha fought to preserve his anger.
"Creature!"
he cried.
"Cease your—"
But speech died in his throat. Against his will, his contorted face relaxed. The Chojar magician chided gently.
"Magician, your fury clouds reason. Let peace ever be my gift to you."
Akani studied the magnificently marked carapace, veiled now in a translucence of folded wings. His shoulders relaxed and settled. "Although I revere our tradition," he admitted, his regard encompassing his fellows, "I also recognize what I sense in these emissaries from Chakaha. Look well and deeply. They bring us something rare." To Motecha he added, "Their presence is not an offense. We are fools to cling mindlessly to tradition and not explore the wonders we are offered." Hotchopepper pushed to the fore.
"Yes, I feel this too."
He sighed.
"I know both wonderment and—"
The admission came with difficulty.
"Shame."
Mara broke the stillness.
"Can any great one deny that nothing of hate or anger motivates this act of kindness?"
Hotchopepper allowed the wave of calmness to envelop him wholly. He smiled.
"No."
Then his pragmatism reasserted as he said,
"First, your son's ascension to the throne of heaven may be proper according to law, but your transgressions are unprecedented, good servant. We may never be moved to forgiveness, Lady Mara."
Muted muttering resumed among some of the lords in the hall, but no open opposition arose. Motecha added,
"The Assembly's course is clear. We cannot accept as Justin's regent a ruler who has defied us. The precedent is dangerous. We are outside the law for valid reasons."
As he calmly studied Mara, all anger gentled from him by the workings of Chojar magic, Motecha's clear reason stirred agreement among his colleagues.
"I have accepted Justin's coronation, but that does not free Lady Mara of responsibility for her disobedience. When she opposed us, she repudiated the law."
Across the space before the imperial dais, he locked gazes with Mara.
"You dishonor your rank and heritage if you shelter behind alien magic, Lady of the Acoma. You must reject Chojar protection and voluntarily embrace your due punishment. Justice must be served."
"Indeed,"
said Mara softly. Her shoulders stayed straight only out of habit. She had no more ploys left. She alone was near enough to perceive the fine tremors of exhaustion that played through the Chojar mages. The calming spell had been called up from reserves that were already exhausted. They had no hidden miracles in them to offer. Too quietly for anyone but those closest to her and the Chojar to overhear, she said,
You did your best. We have won a review of the terms of the Great Treaty, no matter what becomes of me.
The mage to her left stroked her wrist with a gentle forelimb.
My lady,
it intoned in her mind.
Among our kind, your memory will never die.
Mara forced her chin up. To all who were gathered in the audience hall, she said,
I once thought to dedicate my life to service in the temple of Lashima. But fate decreed that I assume the mantle of the Acoma. I will be heard. The gods have given into my care more than my house and my family.
Her voice strengthened, carrying into the farthest corners of the domed chamber.
I have undertaken to change traditions that have shackled us into stagnation. I have seen cruelty, injustice, and the profligate waste of worthy lives. For this have I set myself up as midwife to a rebirth, without which we as a people will die.
No one interrupted while she drew breath.
You all know of the enemies I have defeated. They have varied in their cunning from base to brilliant.
She looked from face to face, seeing her appeal touch some of those before her. Mtecha and many others simply listened.
Our ruling lords craved power for honor, for prestige, for the enjoyment of themselves, with no thought for the suffering of subjects under their sway. Our noble families and clans play the game of the council for stakes that spill blood to no purpose. To kill me in the name of justice before my son has achieved manhood and can rule without guidance from a regent would be to condemn the nations to stagnation and ruin again. Our empire will fall for our flaws. That is the price of my death, great ones. That is the epitaph your justice will write on our future. That is the cost our people must pay for your privilege of acting outside the law.
Silence claimed the audience hall, while all present pondered the import of Mara's words. She herself stood rigid, while behind her the priests shuffled in their ranks and whispered among themselves. Pride forbade Mara to look around. She saw the concern on Hokanu's face. Mara dared not acknowledge his worry for her, not with so much as a glance. To meet her husband's eyes would be to lose her grip and break down weeping in public. She stood statue straight as a servant of the Empire and a daughter of the Acoma, and prepared to meet her fate. The magicians were once more unsettled, the effects of Chojar magic wearing thin.
She has gone too far now, Shimon murmured. No argument can save her, for our assembly is answerable to no law. This must not be misconstrued as a privilege. It is our right.
Fumita averted his face. Hotchopepper looked troubled. Sevian said,
You will die, Lady Mara. Cast off the alliance of your emissaries from Chakaha, or they will perish with you. I say they cannot defend you. When we destroy you, the priests will return to their rightful place in the temple and leave politics to others.
Indicating the high priest of Jastur and the sisters of Sibi, he said,
Or let them challenge us if they feel they must. We are still supreme in our arts. Our powers broke the wards over this hall. Perhaps these Chojar have learned to lie in the lands outside the Empire. I say you attempt to deceive Lady Mara, and that you have no means of self-defense.
Mtecha looked startled for a moment. Then his expression hardened.
He studied the Chakaha magicians and saw they made no gestures to protect Lady Mara. His eyes narrowed as he felt Sevian's power manifest. Again, Motecha raised his hands, and again his magic coalesced into a fiery lash of green light. He muttered a harsh incantation, fierce in his concentration. This time, nothing would stop him and his colleagues from striking down the good servant. The priests seemed distressed. Many of them stepped back, as if trying to set distance between themselves and the servant of the Empire. Hokanu looked anguished, until his first adviser Dogondi stepped between, shielding his view of Mara's plight.
"Don't look, my lord,"
he murmured. Enthroned on the imperial dais, Jahelia gripped Justin's hand, while the boy stared at his mother with wide, hard eyes that had all the fear scoured out of them.
"The Great Ones will pay,"
the young emperor vowed in a monotone.
"If they kill her, I will see them destroyed."
Jahelia tugged his hand in anxiety.
"Hush! They will hear you."
But the Great Ones had no attention to spare for the children who sat on the thrones of power. As a body, they banded together, conjoining their powers with Motecha's spell. Only 3 remained apart as the incantation for the death spell neared its climax. Hotcha Pepper looking miserable, Shimon, his stern face twisted with regret, and Fumita, who could not entirely release his ties to family and contribute in killing to a woman who would have been his daughter-in-law. Mara stood straight on the polished stone floor below the imperial dais. At her sides, the Chakaha mages crouched now with furled wings. Beside her stood the high priest of Turakamu, leathery and old, but erect under his trappings of office. He laid a thin hand on her shoulder, as if in comfort to one who would shortly be greeting his divine master, just as Motecha flung out his arms. Green light exploded in a blinding coruscation, and a report slammed the air that threw many notables at the forefront headlong onto the floor. Mara and the priest were lost in the raging heart of the mage fire that caused solid stone to turn red and run molten. A column collapsed like an overheated candle, and the stone paving puckered and puddled into lava.
"Behold the price of defying those who are outside the law!"
Motecha cried. He clapped his hands together, and the spell died out with a snap. The light vanished. Through stinging, tearful eyes, the onlookers beheld a circle of charred flooring and waves of heat from stress-heated rock that caused the air to buckle and shimmer. Inside that expanse where the very forces of nature had been skewed into violence, the lady stood, untouched. Her robes were unmarked. Not a hair on her head was out of place. The pair of Chakaha mages were both bowing in homage to the priest, who now raised his quavery voice in a paean of thanks to his god.
"What is this?"
shouted Motecha. He was shaken, white to the roots of his hair.
"She lives! How is this?"
The priest of Turakamu ceased his hymn. He stepped forward, patiently smiling.
"Great One, you may claim to be outside the laws of mortal men, but you are yet answerable to the higher order of heaven."
"How?" Mara began weakly, and the Chojar mages steadied her as she swayed. The priest of the Red God turned his back on the baffled magicians and addressed her.
"Lady Mara, you once visited the High Father Superior of Turakamu's temple in Sri Lanka. He showed you his powers and explained that my god does not act out of turn. Your policies revitalize our people. You have never spurned the temples in your manipulation of politics. You have always been a respectful daughter of our faith, unlike those who mouth loyalty for tradition and spurn spiritual righteousness."
"But how?"
Mara began, a little stronger, as her stunned mind accepted the impossibility that she still lived. The high priest grew solemn.
The temples support you. Our pledge was not merely political. It was agreed among us that my God, who holds all men's deaths, should determine whether this moment was your time. Had you lacked heaven's support, you would have died.
He spun, with a rattle of Kokara skulls, to face the ranks of the Great Ones.
Which she did not.
The chilling voice of the senior sister of Sibi said,
And should our Dark Lady's little brother not summon Lady Mara, our goddess refuses to send her to the Red Halls.
The featureless opening of her robe moved as she gave a rapacious survey of every soul in the room.
There are others here my divine mistress would gladly dispatch.
Even some of the magicians made signs of protection from evil. Unfazed, even amused by their posturing, the priest of Turakamu pronounced,
My God has awarded the good servant his divine protection. Her life is sacrosanct by the will of heaven, and let any man, magician, or otherwise act against her at his peril.
Matacha of the assembly stiffly accepted his defeat, but his expression remained implacable.
The lady's life is not ours to take. This has been unequivocally proven. Yet her right to act as regent is contestable still. Lord Jiro of the Anasati also held forth a claim to the Golden Throne. He acted, as Mara has, to seize power whatever the cost. Are not the lady's ambitions the same if she rules as Justin's regent until his 25th year? Why not have an Amechan take the post, or a Zacatecas, or one of a lesser house with no claim upon the warlordship, perhaps the Natoha or Corandaro?
Recovered now from her close brush with death and stern in her resolve, Mara cut off the chance for traditionalist supporters to seize the opening. No. I give you a choice. Stillness rippled through the crowd of priests and courtiers, from the high dais and its new-made light of heaven, across the band of magicians packed in the broad central floor, to the double doors by the entry, still presided over by the requisite pair of heralds, and the stiff rows of imperial whites. All waited upon Lady Mara to hear her unprecedented intent. Mara ascended one stair of the dais. Over the sea of watching faces, she raised her voice. I could stay within these halls, acting as my son's regent. His rule would be held stable by an alliance of lords who understand, as all eventually must, that change must come to the empire. The Choja would mediate willingly as allies to enforce a new order that will end the wrong done them centuries ago. Their warriors will stop internal bickering between noble houses and avert this civil war. For Justin's first action as 92nd Emperor will be to free them from all constraints imposed by humans. Mara paused for a steadying breath. But before insurrection could stir ruling lords to shout her down, she hurried on. I offer peaceful change. As senior advisor to the late Emperor, I know the workings of imperial government. As servant of the Empire, I submit that I alone hold the power and the prestige among both ruling lords and the populace to quell the riots. The alternatives are plain. The Omechan have already taken the field against me, laying siege to Kentosani.
They will soon be joined by allies of the late Lord Jiro and other lords who support the Traditionalist Party. If this trend is not stopped, we shall have civil war unmatched to the very ruination of the nations we profess to serve.
Hot Pepper coughed dryly.
That justification has been offered in the past, my lady. The bloodshed in most instances was none the less for the argument.
Mara gestured in repressed anger, that she should even by implication be apportioned the motives of her power-hungry past enemies.
Bloodshed, you say, magician? For what end? There is no warlord's mantle left to be won. The High Council is abolished.
Many lords stirred in unsettled protest at this, but again Mara overrode them.
Our taste for murderous political infighting must be stopped. The game of the Council shall no longer be a justification for war and assassination. Our concept of honor must be revitalized, and our traditions that endorse cruelty rejected. We shall be a nation of laws. Whatever the crime from lowest to highest, every man and woman must be equally answerable to imperial justice. From this new code of decency, not even our light of heaven's actions shall be exempt.
Motecha waved a fist.
But we are outside the law.
Mara descended the stair and advanced until only the rail that separated the high dais from the Emperor's petitioners stood between her and the packed ranks of great ones. Her gaze met Motecha's squarely, then swept over his black-robed fellows who crowded on either side.
Every man and woman, she insisted firmly. No ruling lord who does murder shall be applauded, even should the traditional forms be observed. No beggar, no slave, and no child of noble birth shall fail to be lawfully punished for criminal acts, you of the assembly most of all. Your kind will no longer be free to keep hideous secrets, to kill baby girls and women who manifest the power.
Muttering arose, as this time her accusation was loud enough to be fully public, and not only black robes were inflamed to a shifting of feet.
Yes!
Mara cried over the rising tumult that swept through the lords and courtiers.
I speak the truth. The assembly has done murder for years beyond counting, and for reasons our gods would never sanction.
The priest of Lashima brandished his staff of office, streamers and Kokara shell tokens waving to garner attention.
Listen to the lady. She does not lie to make her case. Last season, a young woman who was to be tested as an acolyte was taken from the very temple courtyard. She has not been seen by our priest or her family since the day the Great One came for her.
Hokanu looked faintly sick. Among the black robes, Fumita stared at the floor. He did not glance toward his son. More than a few noblemen of the court showed shock that daughters called to serve by the Great Ones were not still alive in the City of Magicians. Angry eyes swung toward the black robes, while Mara continued her oratory quickly to redirect a mounting wave of ill feeling.
As a community, you should continue to govern yourselves, as must the lords of each family.
Relief visited the nobles at this assurance of their rulers' prerogatives.
Within the law,
Mara snapped.
But the assembly will no longer be proprietors of privilege. The study of arcane arts will not be theirs to dictate. Any who practice magic must have license to freely pursue their art. Those lesser magicians and women who develop arcane talent may study under the assembly or not, as it pleases them. Those that prefer to seek knowledge elsewhere may do so. The Chakaha mage nearest to the Great Ones raised a forelimb. In gentle tones it offered,
"We will be glad to teach any who seek wise use of their gifts."
Though the offer may have mollified some magicians, others looked vexed as Mara added, "I have walked in the shoes of a captive in Thuril, and I have shared imperial decisions under Ichindar. I alone in this company can assert the validity of the claim that every man, woman, and child deserves protection. Only when this—" She frowned as she sought the term that her beloved Kevin had mentioned with such passion. "Great freedom is bestowed upon us all. Will any of us be safe? The game of the council has become both perilous and bloody beyond endurance, and I would see that end. True honor does not condone murder. True power must equally shield the weak that we for centuries have thoughtlessly trampled under our feet." Metecha pressed forward, leaning across the railing in ferocious contention. Mara looked back at him in contempt. She addressed him alone, but her words carried to the farthest reaches of the crowded hall. "You, black robes, have no right to destroy that which is not pleasing to you. The gods did not gift you with magical talent so that you could take lives at whim." The High Priest of Duran banged his white-striped staff on the floor.
"The good servant speaks truth."
Another black robe, lately arrived with the last contingent from the City of Magicians, pushed through the ranks of his brethren to join Metecha. Tapek shed the inhibition instilled by his recent disgrace. His hair was pushed back, and his cheeks inflamed in passionate repudiation.
"You seek to strip us of ancient rights."
"Power is used at the discretion of those who hold it," the lady returned, unafraid, although she stood but an arm's reach away. "You should understand that above all others, magician. Your colleagues have been poor stewards, setting themselves up in arrogance, usurping the judgment that is the rightful province of heaven. With your attempt at my execution stayed, no, cancelled by the power of the gods, today it is I who have the power." The other magicians exchanged unsettled glances, but none had words to add. Their magic had been negated, rendered powerless over this woman, who had handed them a failure they were ill-prepared to reverse. They had no precept to fall back on, no point around which to rally. Only Hotchapepper's gaze remained upon Mara.
"You mentioned a choice."
Had the circumstances been of less import, and the Chamber of Audience's occupants been one whit less tense, Mara might have smiled at the stout magician's sharpness. "Yes, Great One, a choice," she announced loudly. "For centuries, your assembly has enjoyed authority without responsibilities. You black robes have done as you pleased for the good of the Empire, no matter how whimsical, perverse, or destructive the act may have been." Unmentioned behind her words were the memory of 2 young children slaughtered by their Minwanabi father as a consequence of the disgrace forced upon him by Great Ones. Although Tasayo had been an enemy, Mara yet found the murder of his heirs abhorrent, a tragedy the more unforgivable because it might have been prevented by the very assembly that had condemned the father. Sharply, she concluded, "Since our community of magicians has shown little inclination to self-discipline, now comes an accounting. You may do as I have bid, and be about your own affairs in your city of fearful inward-looking men, the gods have mercy upon you. Or you may take the only other course that will avert unbridled war."
Hotchpepper's round face furrowed in distaste, and he tapped one foot uncomfortably. "I suspect what that may be."
"Do you?"
Mara withdrew an ornate dagger from her robe sash and reversed it, pointing it toward her breast.
"The gods have declared it is not my time to die, but I can still exercise my free will as Lady of the Acoma. If you choose, I can take my own life now in expiation for breaking your stated edict. If I do this, Justin shall abdicate and return home as Lord of the Acoma. Jehelia, his wife, will reign, and her husband will be consort only, taking vows never to raise his hand against you or any other black robe."
Mara's eyes narrowed as she delivered her final line, and the blade in her hand never quivered.
"But then you must rule."
Hotchpepper actually grinned. Shimon and Akani nodded, while Tapek appeared only befuddled.
"Lady, what are you saying?"
the red-headed magician asked.
"You only have the power to destroy, to wage war or oppose," declared Mara. "My allies shall not resist. Before sundown, if you so command, I can honourably end my life by the blade."
Her glance swept the hall, pausing only briefly to review the assorted nobles who strained to catch every word, who even yet hoped of catching some misstep by which they could advance themselves over their neighbours. Her blade might be plunged home and the game of the council resume as if she had never lived, as if the dreams of a murdered emperor and a barbarian slave had never started to precipitate change. The moment was at hand to decide the future. The priests waited upon their gods and prayed for fate to favour them. Focusing on Metecha and Tapek in particular, Mara delivered her summary.
"Oh, you may find another willing to play emperor or warlord for a time. The Omechen would fall over themselves for the honour, never doubt, until an ambitious neighbour or rival decides it is time to upset the succession. But consider this. The illusion is ended. Men now know that the assembly can be opposed. The temples will not be content to be relegated to a secondary role. Be assured that the last act of the Emperor Justin will be to emancipate the Choja, so that they may again use magic to raise their glass cities in the sun. Lacking willing soldiers, how will you magicians keep order? How will you stop the bickering and power plays between lords to whom tradition has allocated the trappings of honour? The game of the council is a dead end, but our ruling lords for the most part are too contentious or too greedy to create a new order. Are you magicians prepared to put on armour and pick up a sword? Tapek? Sevian? Metecha?
The confounded expressions upon the faces of the three so named were comical. Never had they considered the prospect of dirtying their hands in battle. And yet, with their weaknesses exposed, they recognized that magic by itself would no longer command awe. Others, as bold as Mara, would start uprisings, and the assembly would be pressured by politics and circumstance to take sides. They would have no choice but to absent themselves from scholarly study to manage the mechanics of governance. To a body accustomed to acting at the whim of the individual, the prospect was distastefully daunting. Metecha looked distressed. Sevian edged unobtrusively behind Shimon, while Tapek masked dismay behind bluster.
"We are not a council of lords given to haggling over trivia. Our calling is loftier than mandating the punishment of warring houses."
Hotchpepper actually laughed. Mara gave a demure bow. Still the blade remained in her hand, unswervingly pointed toward her breast,
Her eyes were stony. "Those are your choices, Great One. Either administrate this empire or cease interfering with those of us who must." In the face of his colleague's dumbfounded stillness, Hotchopepper waved a weary arm.
"It is over."
Tapek yet looked ready to argue, but Akani intervened.
"I agree. The Assembly as a body will no more wish to govern the Empire than we have in the past. Gods above, our debates have extended for days in deciding a single issue."
Unable to restrain a loaded glance at Shimon and Hotchopepper, he sighed, then bowed gravely to the servant of the Empire.
"Lady, you shall not take your life before sundown. The public would create too much outcry, and my colleagues are likely to be blamed. Our choice is clear: chaos or a new order. You were first to see that not all of us hold enough command of our nature to kill without hesitation. Most magicians, in fact, would be hard set to harm an insect. No. Our might over the Empire has arisen from blind obedience over the years. Without that, we are powerless."
"Powerless?"
Tapek fumed.
"Not I, Akani."
Fumita restrained the red-haired magician with a crushing grip.
"Tapek, one foolish act shamed you nearly beyond forgiveness. Listen to reason for a change. Mara does not act for herself. She never has, could you but see that? You will never win over the Assembly to endorse civil war and chaos, and bloodshed unequaled is what we would have if you and your cadre of youngbloods do not accept the inevitable. I strongly suggest that you start repairing your reputation by appearing on the walls and commanding the attacking armies to cease fire and lay down their weapons."
"I will go with Tapek,"
Shimon announced. He turned a stern, even pitiless look at his younger colleague, then grasped his teleportation device and disappeared. Few magicians in the Empire dared to cross Shimon when he was aroused. Still, Fumita showed no sign of releasing his hold until Tapek lowered his eyes and conceded the point. The young magician was then freed to vanish and rejoin Shimon. Hotchopepper managed an affable shrug before the panoply of religious orders and ranking lords backing Mara.
"I have no wish to govern, nor do I intend to attempt to murder wholesale the most powerful priests in the Empire."
The statement was pointedly directed toward Motecha, who sought the support of other colleagues to back him, but found his cadre dissolving. In Shimon's absence, Sevian had sidled behind Fumita. Many more magicians were nodding agreement to the fat magician's capitulation. Gently, Hotchopepper reached out and removed the dagger from Mara's fingers. Then he announced loudly,
"A remarkable man! The magician Milamba from Midkemia once exhorted that our empire had a stagnant culture brought into decline by our rigid adherence to our traditions. I think he was right."
The stout magician awarded Mara and the magnificence of the Chakaha mages a smile of admiration.
"For why else would the gods have preserved this remarkable woman?"
To Mara he added,
"Lady, if the light of heaven may allow, we will withdraw and meet formally, but you may rest assured what our official position will be."
Then he was first among the Blackrobes to step forward and repeat his bow of homage to emphasize that the boy on the dais was, beyond dispute, the 92nd light of heaven.
The magicians as a group followed suit, most of them humiliated enough to do so quietly, though a few in the back were heard to grumble. Fumita gave these dissenters a stern glare, and the Chakaha mages fixed each with an agate black eye that reminded of the singular ability of the Chojar hive mind to remember. Mara felt a giddy relief sweep through her at the unequivocal capitulation of the most fearful enemies she had ever dared to provoke. As the Blackrobes acknowledged her son's sovereignty, she went weak at the knees. Hokanu's heart-warming perception anticipated her need, and, gratefully, Mara accepted his support as he stepped to her side and put his arm around her waist. As the Great Ones filed out and the central floor of the Great Hall slowly cleared, Lord Hedda, Imperial Chancellor, swept forward in his glittering robes of office. Over his earlier bouts of nerves, the old man had lost none of his command or his gifts as an orator, as he announced,
"As Chancellor, let me be first among your nobles to swear my loyalty to Emperor Justin."
He knelt and uttered the time-honoured oaths, and tension seemed to flow from the crowd. Suddenly, what might have been an armed camp was transformed into a hall of men kneeling, repeating the words of devotion to a boy who had been conceived as the get of a slave, and who had risen from being heir of the Acoma to become the 92nd Emperor of Saranuani. When the newly sworn members of his court arose, Justin squirmed on the dais, distress obvious on his face. To his mother and the father who had adopted him for his own, he whispered loudly, "You instructed me on everything else, but what do I do now?" Jahelia looked mortified by his lapse. Not a few of the priests stifled chuckles behind their ceremonial masks, while Hokanu pulled off his battle helm and laughed outright. "Tell your people, let the celebration commence!" Justin jumped up from his throne, all but dislodging the heavy golden helm with its crown piece that denoted imperial majesty. Dragging his lady wife by the hand, he looked far from decorous. More like a boy who had mischief in mind the moment his elders were not looking. "Let the celebration commence!" he shouted. A cheer rocked the great hall of audience, more deafening for the fact that the siege engines of the Ametchen had fallen silent. No more rocks crashed down upon the imperial precinct, and when the voices and the clamour had quelled to a more tolerable level, the great gongs in the temples of the 20 gods pealed out, calling the populace into the streets to accept largesse in the name of Justin, 92 times Emperor of Saranuani. In the midst of the commotion as the great hall emptied and the imperial heralds cried the news throughout the city, the small mouse-like figure of Jikan descended upon the palace staff. The great bulk of the imperial Hedonra caused him only the briefest pause. After an agitated argument, the immense official backed down, huffed words to the effect that royal propriety was going to be irretrievably ruined, and stalked off to his quarters. Jikan turned his tongue-lashing on the rest of the palace staff, and, within minutes, the imperial household was turned upon its collective ear. They would produce a festival for their new emperor, Jikan commanded, whether it killed them all to the least of the potboys and drudges. His determination proved infectious. Within hours, the nobles in residence had exchanged battle armour for silk robes, and entertainers were converging upon the city officials, vying for the honour of providing music and poetry. Throughout the city, celebrations began as word spread that the new light of heaven had been chosen, and more, that Lady Mara, servant of the Empire, had taken the stewardship of the nations. Chapter 33. Imperial Council. Lamps burned. Their light transformed the night into kaleidoscopic patterns of colours as silk-robed revellers danced in the streets and masked players staged joyous entertainment. The sounds of lacquered bells and laughter replaced the thudding impacts caused by siege engines. Within an ornate suite in the royal apartments of the imperial palace, Mara sat before a painted screen. The noise of the happy populace gave her deep satisfaction, but the half-smile of contentment that curved her lips was all for the small girl-child who lay sound asleep in her lap. The lady's expression of tranquillity was so profound that Hokanu, arriving at the door, hesitated to disturb her. But she had always been sensitive to his presence. Though he made no sound, Mara looked up. Her expression flowered into a smile of welcome. "Hokanu." Her greeting expressed all from tenderness to deep love to the ache of separation that had lasted through the late troubled times. The lord of the Shinzawai crossed the floor, his step a whisper on tile. He wore silk, not armour, and had replaced his studded battle sandals for leather-soled ones with cloth ties. He reached his wife's side, knelt, and offered his hand to Kasuma. The little one grasped his finger, comforted by his presence, although she did not fully waken.
"She has grown so much,"
Mara murmured. When she had left for Thuril, Kasuma had been but an infant. Now she was a toddler, already trying her first words. The lady's finger traced the line of her daughter's brows.
"She's going to have your scowl,"
Mara mused to her husband.
"Probably that means she has inherited your stubbornness also."
Hokanu chuckled. "She's going to need it." Mara joined him in laughter.
"Surely. She had better develop a sharp tongue, too, if she's to keep your cousin Devakai in line. Perhaps we should send her to Isashani of the Zacatecas for her finishing."
Hokanu was unusually silent at this. Mara missed his moment of stillness, touched as she was by memories of Nakoya, the irascible nurse who had raised and schooled her to the skills of ruling lady. Then reminiscence was abandoned as Hokanu's hands lifted Kasuma and settled her gently on her sleeping mat. He reached next for his wife with the intent to perform the same office.
"Your battles have not depleted you, I see,"
Mara said as her husband settled beside her, and she began to work free the ties on his robe.
"Thank the gods for that, for I have missed you sorely. I don't think I could have endured another night of lying awake, wondering whether you were alive or dead, or whether our children were going to fall as the victims of politics."
She paused, letting Hokanu's hands smooth away the unpleasant memory of dread. Somewhere in the city, a temple gong sang notes of felicity, and a laughing couplet of dancers ran on light feet past the window. Mara settled in the crook of her husband's arm.
"You came from the imperial suite, I presume? How is our Justin handling himself?"
Hokanu muffled a snort of laughter in the warmth of his wife's hair. "The little barbarian," he said when he could speak. "The boy came to me with the shakes, his face as red as his hair, asking if he was expected to perform his husbandly office with Jahilia tonight." Mara grinned.
"I should have thought he'd ask that before anybody else would have found time to inform him. He has stared down the shifts of the maids since he was big enough to climb up on the furniture. What did you say?"
"When I could keep a straight face, you mean?" Hokanu said. "I told him that he'd have to wait for the privilege until his manhood ceremony at 25. Playfully shoving her husband, Mara said, "You didn't!" Hokanu grinned. "I don't think I have ever seen regret and relief so evenly mixed."
Then I explained that Jehilia, being 2 years older than he, might decide she wished to visit his bedchamber when she came of age, and that, as he would be only 23, it would be her decision to make. Now Mara exploded into merriment. "Oh, that's perfect! The poor boy thinks he's to remain a chaste husband for another 11 years. Hokanu shrugged. "He'll figure it out soon enough." "Don't let Jehilia discover what you've told Justin. She'll make his life miserable." Hokanu planted a kiss on Mara's forehead. "At least he'll think twice before he tries pushing the girl into a fish pond again." "She's Empress," Mara chuckled. "She'd have every legal right to pull him in after her." "And I expect one day, in a year or two, the rough play will turn friendly, and Justin's concerns about husbandly duty will vanish." Moving so that his face was above hers, Hokanu said, "And, speaking of husbandly duties..." Conversation died as Hokanu's lips found hers, and their embrace slowly blossomed into passion. Much later, the lanterns still shone. The revellers in the streets were fewer, but no less joyously raucous. The lady of the Acoma and the lord of the Shinzawai lay twined close, replete with their love-making. Neither felt inclined towards sleep. Both had much on their mind, and this was the first peaceful moment they had gained in which to speak of personal issues. Hokanu was first to broach the subject. "Lady, with Justin now responsible for continuing the imperial line, you are again left without any heir for the Acoma." Mara turned in her husband's arms, her hands tracing the firmness of a shoulder yet muscled from the sword. She took a moment to reply. "I am content. If the line should end, there is no more honourable way. And it may be that Jehilia will be fecund, or that Justin will father sons on a later wife. His issue might be numerous enough that one can take on my mantle without harm to the imperial succession." A moment later she added, "I could also adopt a child." But both husband and lady knew this was not something she would do. Tradition required that the child have some connection to the adopting family, and no direct blood relative survived the early days of the Minwanabi War upon the Acoma. Some distant linkage could be discovered, no doubt, but the Acoma line had too old and honourable a name to bestow upon a child of obscure descent. Hokanu smoothed Mara's hair. "The problem has already been resolved," he murmured. Mara felt the slight tension enter his body. She knew. He had done something irrevocable, which he was certain before he spoke that she would argue. "What have you done, Hokanu?" Her voice was sharp, with fear, worry and concern, and then, by his very reluctance to answer, guessed. "Kasuma," she blurted, "you have—" He stole her words, said them for her, but without her snap of outrage. "I have given her over to the Acoma." Mara surged up, but he caught her. He stopped her rush of words with a gentle finger and shook her tenderly to subside. "Wife, it has been done. You cannot revoke the oath sworn this day. Fumita and the priests of 6 orders were witnesses, and the altar of the temple of Juran was the place where Kasuma's heirship to the Shinzawai was renounced. Then I swore her to the Acoma, as is my right as her father. She will continue your house and lineage, as is fitting and proper. You will know far better than anyone what instruction a girl needs to become a ruling lady." Hokanu's finger fell away, leaving Mara struck speechless, Not with happiness, Hokanu understood, but with hurt and rage that was entirely for his own sake. "You will leave yourself heirless," she said finally. "It's too dangerous in these times, with Devakai plotting to assume your mantle. The Omechan and other Ionani allies may relent and swear fealty to Justin, but many lords with old jealousies will foment traditionalist rebellion. You will face their threats for years to come, Hokanu. Justin and Jehilia need every advantage we can give them, and that means a secure Shinzawai succession." Her voice became half-strangled by tears as she added, "Do not tempt our enemies to target you for murder. I could not bear to see you die like your father, struck down for someone else's venal ambition." Hokanu gathered her close. "You are right to fear," he murmured into her hair. "Just as I was right to place Kasuma in custody of the Acoma airship. She is my daughter." The ring in his voice was all pride now. There never had been any rejection of the girl in his heart. Mara knew a pang of sorrow that she had ever known doubt. "I am her father," Hokanu repeated. "And, to my knowledge, there are still laws and traditions that support my right to make this decision." He traced the tense line of her jaw. "My lady, you are overruled in this matter, perhaps for the first time in your life." Mara's reply was an explosion of weeping. To have Kasuma as heir was a joy, yes, but she would feel that later. For now she was consumed by the hurt of knowing what Hokanu renounced to give her this supreme gift of sacrifice. She could not help but know what he held back, that he would have no Shinzawai child of her loins to grow and inherit the blue. "I have dozens upon dozens of cousins," he was saying, his voice compelled to lightness. "They are not all avaricious like Devakai. In fact, most are honourable and worthy. It might ease my family difficulties if I chose among my rivals for an heir. That would divide Devakai's faction." Mara hoarsely found her voice. "You will take no concubine?" Her tone did not indicate a question, and her husband's steely stillness became answer in itself, until he acknowledged the truth. "My lady, you are all the woman I could wish in this world. So long as you are at my side, I will have no other." Mara bit her lip. In the undertones behind her husband's statement, she heard the personal longings he had hardened himself to deny. A like hardness entered her own heart. But she said nothing of her inward resolves as Hokanu's arms closed around her and his lips sought hers in the light. The doors to the grand audience hall boomed open, and trumpeters and drummers sounded fanfare. In the open square outside, those commoners still celebrating the new emperor's accession fell silent out of respect. 2 imperial heralds stepped to the entry, their matched voices pealing out the announcement that the inaugural council of the 92nd Light of Heaven was officially called to session. They followed by shouting the list of names of those to appear before His Imperial Majesty Justin. First to be summoned were the high officials and servants who had held office under Ichindar. These all filed inside as they were named, dressed in dazzling finery, though their faces were sober or apprehensive. The Lord of the Keddah led the procession. He advanced between the ranks of assembled lords and made his bow before the railing that fronted the pyramidal dais. Young Justin formally affirmed his continuance in the office of Imperial Chancellor. Lord Keddah made deep obeisance both to the boy ruler and to the lady, who sat on a cushion among the attending priests 5 ranks up on the pyramid. Lady Mara wore red from the ceremony of remembrance held for her dead at dawn. Deep sorrow left her peaked, weary, and somewhat hollow-cheeked. Lord Kedda felt a moment of compassion for her. She had won out over widespread contention to achieve an impossible victory. Yet her triumph had come at grievous cost. Kyoke and her advisers Sarek and Inkomo had all given their lives. Many more minor officers and warriors had fallen in the strife. House Acoma held but a handful of its ranking servants on this side of the Wheel of Life. Lord Kedda offered the lady his personal salute. Not many rulers in the Empire would have risked so much, or sacrificed nearly all they held dear in the name of the common good. The heralds pealed out another title, and Lord Kedda made his bow and withdrew. He took his place amid the other lords as, one by one, the ministers of the court were called forth. Many were given appointment to their former posts, a few were promoted. Others were sent away in shame, though no reason was given in public. In time, Lord Kedda noted that the boy Justin took his cues from a slight dark figure who wore the armour of an imperial white and was placed in the position of bodyguard at the boy's right hand. Lord Kedda studied the man, whose face seemed to lose itself in shadow. He had never seen the officer before, which was odd. The ranking imperial whites were all known to him in his long years of service to Ichindar. Lord Kedda might have raised voice in concern, except that Lady Mara seemed complacent. At length, the list of officials drew to its end. Next, rank after rank of ruling lords approached to swear obedience to the light of heaven. For a few, the moment was clearly joyous, while for others it was bitter. But when the last of the families of the Empire had knelt, Justin rose and spoke. "My lords, you were once the Council of the Nations. I welcome your acceptance of our He stumbled over the word, and the hovering imperial officer whispered to the boy, "Accession to the throne of heaven. Some of you were our enemies, but are no longer. From this day forward, there is a general amnesty, and all rebellion against the Empire is forgiven. Let it be known also," again the officer prompted the boy, "that all blood feuds and rivalries are abolished. He who raises his hand against his neighbour raises his hand against me. I mean us. The Empire." The boy flushed, but no one laughed at his awkwardness. For with that pronouncement, the young light of heaven had decreed that this empire would indeed be run by laws, and that anyone who sought to rekindle the bloody game of the council would do so at peril of imperial wrath. The emperor nodded to his heralds, and a fiery lock of hair slipped out from under his golden helm. His freckled face burst into a smile as the chief herald called out, "Lujan, Force Commander of the Acoma, come before your emperor." Lujan made his appearance, looking half stunned with surprise and embarrassment. He wore his best armour for Mara's honour, but had never dreamed he would be formally presented at court. He knelt before the new emperor and the mistress he had long served, who seemed a stranger with the tiara of regent pressed over her mourning headdress of red. Mara spoke to her force commander in words that only the privileged few who occupied the foremost ranks might hear.
"Sarek, Kyoke, and Irilandi all gave their lives in this our greatest victory. You are summoned, Lujan, by your emperor to accept reward for your years of praiseworthy service. Let your deeds and your loyalty stand as example to all warriors in the nations. None living has matched your steadfastness in our service."
Lujan still seemed stunned as Lady Mara arose and descended from her place of state. She took his hand, bade him rise, and led him down the rail to one side, where 2 Imperial Whites opened a small gate, and snapped him a crisp salute as the lady drew him through. Force Commander Lujan, who had commanded armies against the express edict of the Assembly, turned pale with apprehension. He moved carefully, as if the air were too rare to breathe, and the floor under his sandals too highly polished to walk upon. On the high dais, the Emperor Justin beckoned him onward, upward, to a height of exaltation he had never dreamed. In the end he hesitated, and Lady Mara had to give him a surreptitious push. He recovered himself short of a stumble, he who was swordsman enough never to be caught off balance. He managed somehow to ascend the stair without mishap. At the top, he bowed at Justin's feet, his green plumes sweeping the carpet. "Get up, Lujan!" The boy was grinning, with the same affection he had shown the first time he had touched his teacher with a lunge in training with his wooden sword. Lujan seemed too stunned to respond. At length the Imperial White with the shadowy face prodded him on with a toe and murmured something nobody else could hear. The force commander of the Acoma shot upright as if kicked and looked down on the face of his emperor. Justin's grin took on an insolent edge. "The Emperor hereby grants to Lujan, officer of the Acoma, official patent to commence his own house. Let it be heard by all. The warriors' children and servants and soldiers shall wear colours of his own designation and swear upon the Natami of House Lujan. The sacred stone awaits its new lord and master in the temple of Chochokan. The papers of patent will be given by the hand of the good servant Mara." Justin's happiness threatened to brim over into laughter. "You may bow to your emperor and swear fealty, Lord Lujan of the House of Lujan." Lujan, who had never in his life been at a loss for a glib reply, could only gape like a fish. He made his bow and somehow beat a decorous retreat down the stair. But when at the bottom he found himself confronted by Lady Mara, the eyes that met hers were suspiciously bright at the corners.
"My lady,"
Lujan said huskily, disbelief holding him confounded. Mara inclined her head. "My lord." She caught his hand as he started to flinch back at the title, raised it, and placed in his palm 3 scrolls. Only one was tied off with ribbons of imperial gold. The other 2 were looped with green and set with the Shatra seal of the Acoma. Mara smiled. "My first recruit, the boldest of the grey warriors ever to swear Acoma service, and my oldest living friend. I do formally release you now from your vows to the Acoma Natami with happiness, as you now go on to serve your own destiny. Today, a great house is born. To the title of ruling lord that our light of heaven has seen fit to bestow, the Acoma add gifts of appreciation." She gave Lujan's hand a squeeze. "First, the house of Lujan shall have title to the estates that were mine by right of birth. All lands and livestock on the properties adjacent to Sulankur are henceforward yours to manage and hold for your heirs, with the contemplation glade to be consecrated as setting for your house Natami."
"My lady,"
Lujan stammered. Mara overrode him. "My lord, with this estate, I, as Lady of the Acoma, grant you the service of 500 warriors. These shall be made up first of all those who swore covenant to you in your band of grey warriors. The rest shall be of your choosing from among those willing to serve you in the garrison already housed on the Sulankur estate." Lujan recovered enough of his rakish poise now to grin.
"Gods,"
he murmured.
"Wait till the men hear. They started out robbing 2 Nidra for a meal, and now they will be officers of my house."
He chuckled, then shrugged, and might have broken protocol to laugh when Mara stopped him with a touch to the last scroll in his hand.
You are offered a place of honor in Clan Hadama if you desire it, she finished. Were Kyoke alive today, he would say that you learned well. He counted Papawayo as the son of his heart after my brother Lanokota. You were his youngest son, and at the last, the one of whom he was proudest.
Lujan felt a poignant moment of loss for the old man who had always treated him fairly and who had been among the first to recognize and reward his gifts of command. As if in salute to his former officer, he touched the scrolls to his forehead, accepting their contents with a flourish.
"You are too generous,"
he murmured to Mara.
"If every Nidra thief in this empire realizes he might rise so high, you will be the ruler of mayhem."
Then he turned serious and bowed.
"In my heart, you shall ever be my mistress, Lady Mara. Let the colors of House Lujan be grey and green. Grey in symbolic remembrance of my origin, and green for my service to Acoma that has led me to this pinnacle of honor."
"Grey and green are the colours of House Lujan!" cried the imperial herald by the dais, that all lords might hear and take note. Mara smiled in pleasure at the tribute.
Now be off,
she whispered to her gallant former officer.
Keep the promise you made me swear to keep you to in Chakaha. Marry a fine woman, get children, and live to a white old age.
Lujan snapped off a jaunty salute, spun on his heel, and marched back through the ranks of his peers, while the imperial white at the emperor's right hand murmured softly,
"I'll wager he'll be falling down drunk with celebration within the hour."
Justin peered up into the familiar face of Arakasi. "Don't sound so smug. Your turn will come in due course." Though the Acoma spy master tipped his young master a quizzical look, Justin refused to elaborate upon his statement. He looked straight ahead, his young shoulders stiffly square. Not all of the imperial grants made this day would be as pleasurable as Lujan's patent of lordship. He nodded to his herald, and the name of Hokanu of the Shinzawai was called across the audience chamber. Now more than one in the ranks of ruling lords exchanged overt glances, many of which hinted at jealousy. Lady Mara had professed to be a fair regent, but now, not a few presumed, she would show her venality by having her husband appointed to some exalted station or office. Yet, if that were true, Hokanu's face as he approached the imperial dais was fixed in lines hard as rock. He looked neither pleased nor annoyed, only determinedly neutral, as he made his bow before the light of heaven. His obeisance was made to Justin, yet his eyes, as he arose, were turned immovably toward Lady Mara. Neither did she appear overjoyed by the subject of her husband's scrutiny. Stiffly formal, even more pale than she had been earlier, she stared woodenly ahead as his Imperial Majesty formally made proclamation.
Let all present hear and take heed. Your Emperor does as he must for the good of the Empire. It has been duly noted, according to a ceremony in Jiran's temple yesterday, that the child Kasuma has been dedicated by her father to become the heir to the mantle of the Acoma.
Justin paused, swallowed, and, with a manhood beyond his years, forced his voice to steadiness.
This has drawn our attention to the Shinzawai, now an heirless house. By Lady Mara's bequest, for she has been pronounced barren by the priests of Acoma. She has petitioned for divorce."
Justin lowered his eyes and regarded his feet in discomfort.
"As light of heaven, for the good of the Empire, I have seen fit to grant her request."
Murmurs swept the packed chamber. Hokanu looked stunned, but he did not change expression. Only his eyes, locked with Mara's, showed a silent scream of pain. Justin made a noise behind one wrist that might have been a smothered sniffle.
"Shinzawai is too great a house and too important to this empire to invite internal strife by remaining heirless. Lord Hokanu is hereby commanded by his emperor to seek out a bride and remarry for the purpose of begetting sound children."
It was Mara who descended the dais to deliver the divorce papers with their crust of imperial seals. She moved against a shocked silence, and then whispers, for all could plainly see that she loved her lord. Her sacrifice stilled the petty thoughts of even the most ambitious ruling lords. She was not, as they had presumed, but a true servant of the Empire, acting selflessly even where necessity left her wounded. Former lady and husband met before the dais. Naked to public regard, they could not fall into each other's arms and weep. For this, Mara was grateful. Only the pride of her ancestors prevented her from shouting for appeal. Her heart wanted no part of this brutal choice. She yearned only to cast herself at Hokanu's feet and beg him to plead for a reversal of the papers Justin had tearfully signed that morning. She had meant to say nothing, but words burst from her without restraint.
"I had to. Dear gods, I love you still, but this was—"
She stopped, reining back tears.
"It had to be."
Hokanu grated back, his voice as shaken as hers.
"The Empire demands all our strength."
His clear understanding of necessity was a sword that cut, a gift that threatened to undermine all of her resolve. Mara held the scroll with its cruel words and official seals as if it were glued to her flesh. Gently, Hokanu took the document from her.
"You will ever be my lady,"
he murmured.
"I may breed my sons upon another, but my heart will always be yours."
His hands were shaking, causing the gold ribbons to flutter and flash in the light. His eyes were hard with distance and pain, and he was recalling the priest of Hantukama who had once accused him of loving his lady too much. At the expense of himself, that gentle holy man had rebuked. Bitterly, and only now, Hokanu understood the extent of this truth. Almost, he had allowed his care for Mara to set House Shinzawai in jeopardy. The Empire could ill afford any weakness, far less one caused by an affection of the heart. Mara was right, hurtful as her petition was to him in this their hour of triumph. She had recognized the need for this parting. He had unknowingly made her choice the more compelling by his own hard-headedness concerning his disposition of Kasuma. His course was clear, if sorrowful. He must accept at once lest courage fail him. For the good of the Empire, he too must make his sacrifice. He reached out with a gentle finger, tipped up Mara's chin, and forced her eyes to meet his own.
"Don't be a stranger, lady servant,"
he murmured.
"You are always welcome to my company and my counsel, and you will ever be first in my affections."
Mara swallowed, speechless. As always, Hokanu's faultless understanding held the power to captivate her heart. She would miss his constant company and his tender, solicitous presence in her bed. And yet she, too, knew if she did not force this decision upon him, he would die without a son, heirless. that he should not pass on his gentleness and his ability to choose right and merciful action when necessary would be a crime against humanity. "I love you," she whispered soundlessly. But he had already bowed and taken his leave, his step as firm as if he marched into battle. The watching lords were awed. Hokanu's courage humbled them, and Mara's silent pain left them abashed to a man. The Empire was entering a new order, and it appeared that the remarkable couple who had arranged its renaissance were themselves to become a shining example to them all. Men who had greeted such change with resentment were forced to re-examination. They had just witnessed the epitome of honour. To fail to live up to the standards Lady Mara and Lord Hokanu set was to relearn the meaning of shame. On the golden throne, a boy who had just renounced a beloved father swallowed a lump in his throat. He flashed a glance to his bride Jahilia and swallowed again. Then he straightened the shoulders that seemed suddenly weighed down by the drag of the imperial mantle and waved to his herald. Next to be summoned was Lady Mara of the Acoma, servant of the Empire. She seemed at first not to hear, her eyes fixed upon the empty aisle where Hokanu had lately departed. Then she too straightened and climbed the stair of the high dais to give her bow to the light of heaven. Justin was through with practice speeches. He could not bring himself to adhere to the forms he had rehearsed. "Mother," he called out, a grin curving his impish mouth, "to you, who have surpassed every prior servant of the Empire in service to our nations." Justin paused and was elbowed in the ribs by Jahilia. He flashed her a surprised glance and went on. "You will accept the regency of our rule until our 25th birthday." Polite applause swept the audience hall, swelling in volume until a cheer erupted, first from the Acoma Honor Guard, then echoed by the Imperial Whites and the Shinzawai warriors. Then lord after ruling lord surged to their feet and shouted in appreciation of Lady Mara. Justin waved to restore decorum, but order was a long time returning. Into the ripple of reluctantly suppressed admiration he called, "To you, Lady Mara, greatest among the servants of the Empire, we see fit to create a new title." Justin rose to his feet, hands upraised. "We name Lady Mara Mistress of the Empire." The noise became deafening. Mara stood at the centre of all admiring eyes, looking stunned and pleased and saddened. She had never asked for power or public adulation. All she had ever striven for was to keep her family name alive. How strange it was that in the course of the life the gods had given her, she had come to see all of the nations as her family, and her son, child of a barbarian slave, take the supreme throne and title Light of Heaven. Lord Kedda's curiosity concerning the mysterious man who wore the armour of an imperial white was not satisfied until afternoon, when the young emperor called a select closed meeting in his private study. The room was no small chamber but a grand hall in itself, sparkling with gilt-trimmed screens and appointed with ancient paintings. Justin had doffed his imperial armour. For this meeting he had donned a robe edged in gold, borrowed from the wardrobe of his predecessor. The fabric hung off his youthful frame, pinned up at the hem and shoulders with rare metal fastenings. Lord Kedda entered. He bowed before the low dais upon which the boy Light of Heaven reclined on cushions, then glanced with interest at the other assembled personages. Lady Mara yet wore her mourning red. With her was the mysterious bodyguard, his hair damp from a recent bath, and his poised, gaunt body no longer disguised in white armour. He now wore a nondescript robe that was subtly bordered in green. The man's face was guardedly still. Clever hands were folded neatly in his lap. Only his eyes betrayed his intellect, and they watched, missing nothing. Quick the fellow would be, Lord Kedar assessed. He had a talent for judging men. This one would react well in a crisis, except that about him at this moment was a haunted air of abstraction that made him seem one step removed from the people in his presence. Mara noted Lord Kedar's keen study.
"Let me introduce you to Arakasi, a valued servant of the Acoma who commands our highest respect."
Lord Kedar's interest sharpened. This nondescript man, with his almost inhuman attentiveness, could he be the fabled spy master that had kept the Acoma so miraculously well informed? The man answered directly, as if uncannily he could read Lord Kedar's thoughts from the play of expressions on his face.
"I have resigned from my former post,"
he admitted, his voice like velvet rubbed on stone.
"Once I was spy master for the Acoma. Now I have discovered that life and nature hold secrets more profound than intrigues fashioned by men."
Lord Kedar considered this remarkable statement, fascinated by the man who had uttered it. But the Emperor they all attended was young yet for subtle nuances. He squirmed impatiently on his gilded cushions and clapped his hands to his runner.
"Fetch in the prisoner."
2 Imperial Whites entered, flanking a slender man with bitten nails and shrewd eyes. Lord Kedar recognised Chumaka, who had served the late Lord Jiro as first adviser. The Imperial Chancellor frowned, wondering why he had been summoned to this private council, since his was not a judicial office. His appointment was more an administrator's than one of tribunal authority who could seal an accusation of treason. For surely Lord Jiro had been behind the assassination of the Emperor Ichindar. Ometchen had inherited the siege engines, and Ometchen armies had been in place to back the Anasati plot to seize the throne. Chumaka could not have escaped involvement. All too likely, the deadly plan had been of his own design. Mara responded to Lord Kedar's trepidation.
"You have been called here as a witness,"
she explained quietly, then faced forward as Chumaka awarded the Emperor a deep bow. He followed with an obeisance to Mara, murmuring,
"Great lady, I have heard of your reputation. I cast myself at your mercy and humbly beg for my life."
Lord Kedar frowned. The man had been Lord Jiro's adviser. He had surely been party to the murder of Hokkanu's father, as well as to the poisoning of Lady Mara herself. That Mara knew this was mirrored in her face. The expressionless line of her mouth hinted at underlying pain. But for this man's meddling, and a nearly successful attempt on her life, she might still be capable of childbearing. The husband she had been compelled to renounce might yet be at her side. Chumaka held his pose of prostration, his hands trembling slightly. There was no arrogance in him. His humiliation seemed deeply genuine.
"Justin?"
Mara murmured, her tone husky. The boy gave his mother a glance that hinted at rebellion. Mara braced herself, but it was Arakasi who coached the boy in her place.
"Majesty,"
he said in a tone that grated like old rust,
"there are times to hold grudges, and other times to grant clemency. I urge you to choose as a man and as emperor. Consider wisely. This man who throws himself on your mercy is the most brilliant foe I have ever known. You have already pardoned every other enemy in the nations, but this one must be specially exempted. Either order him executed, banish him for life, or swear him to your service and give him a commission.
He is far too dangerous to let run free inside the Empire.
Justin's red brows gathered into a frown. He thought long and hard.
"I cannot decide," he said at last. "Mother, this man has been responsible for more pain than any other. His life is yours to dispose of as you will."
The lady in her red of mourning stirred. She regarded the thinning hair of the man who crouched at her feet. It took her a long time to speak.
"Rise, Chumaka."
The prisoner obeyed, all of his cleverness absent. He regarded the lady whose choice would determine his fate, and, by the deep stillness in his eyes, all in the chamber could see. He knew of no reason under heaven why she should grant him reprieve.
"As my lady wills,"
he murmured in a dead voice. Mara's gaze bored into him.
"Answer me on your honour. Swear by your spirit that will be bound to the wheel of life after this existence shall end. Why did you do it?"
She did not specify which of his crimes he should answer for. Perhaps naming them separately was too hurtful to her. More likely, she was too numbed by events to care, or else she was guileful, leaving the selection to Chumaka that she could divine his deeper motives from his choice. Chumaka's quick intellect floundered. He sighed, conceding her the match. As she had questioned, so he answered in general terms, and, for the first time in his long and disingenuous life, he spoke the plain truth.
"For my master's service, in part, but in the main, for my love of the great game, my lady. In this, I served myself, not Jiro or Takuma before him. I was loyal to the House of Anasati, yes, but also not. I did my lord's bidding, but the joy of manipulating politics was always my own private thing. You were the best the gods had placed upon the soil and under the sun, and to defeat you," he shrugged, "would have been the most glorious triumph in the history of the great game."
Arakasi sucked in a breath. Too plainly he had understood the words of the antagonist who had come nearer than any man to besting him at subterfuge and wit, murder and plotting.
"That was my miscalculation,"
he murmured, as if he and Chumaka were alone.
"I presumed that you acted for your master's honor. There was where you nearly had me. Your motive was ever your own at heart, and Jiro's honor be damned."
Chumaka inclined his head.
"To win, yes, was always the goal. The honor of the master is in victory."
Then he turned back to Lady Mara.
"No one understands this better than you, mistress, for the winner decides what is honor and what is not."
He fell silent, awaiting pronouncement of his sentence. The mistress of the Empire clasped taut hands in her lap. She did not, in the end, speak for herself.
"Would you serve the Empire, Chumaka?"
A fiery light shone in the former Anasati advisor's eyes.
"Gladly, mistress. Despite vows of obedience and loyalty, many of those at your banquet drinking your wine tonight will be plotting your overthrow tomorrow. Keeping this new empire from crumbling would be the greatest challenge any man could face."
Mara's gaze shifted to Arakasi.
"Would you entrust your network to this man?"
The spy master of the Acoma narrowed his eyes and answered with barely a hesitation.
"Yes. Better than he could run my agents. His pride in his work would keep them safer than I ever could, even before I lost my touch.
Mara nodded to herself. So I thought. You had never found your heart. We need not fear this happening to Chumaka. He has none, save for his work. She faced Chumaka. You will take oath to serve your emperor as spy master. As punishment for your past crimes against this empire, and as penance, you will serve your new light of heaven to the last breath in your body. Lord Kedda stands as witness. As Chumaka regarded the remarkable lady who had large enough heart to forgive him for some of the greatest sorrows in her life, and as disbelief gave way to dawning joy, he lost the chance to thank her. She dismissed him summarily in the care of Lord Kedda to swear his oath of fealty and set the words under the imperial seal. As the imperial whites and the chancellor left the chamber, Mara and Justin were left alone with Arakasi. The lady regarded the remarkably talented man who had taken innumerable guises, from the lowest scabby beggar in the gutters to the glittering gold-edged armour of an elite warrior in Justin's retinue. All that she had achieved she owed in part to him. His ability to perceive without prejudice had served her more than loyalty, more than duty, more than treasure or wealth. There is only one post left unfilled, she said at last, her mouth showing signs of a smile. Will you take the mantle of Imperial First Advisor? I very much doubt there is any other man living with a fast enough mind to keep Justin out of mischief. Arakasi returned a grin that was startling for its spontaneity.
What does Justin think?
Mara and her former spy master glanced at the boy whose face was utterly crestfallen. He thinks he will lose out in his escapades, Mara concluded with a laugh. Which decides the issue? Will you accept, Arakasi?
I would be honoured,
he replied solemnly, and then delight showed through his facade.
More. I would be pleased.
Then prepare to begin your duties tomorrow, Mara finished. Tonight is yours to seek out your Lady Camleo. Arakasi quirked up one brow in an expression no one present had ever seen. What is it? Mara asked gently. Has the girl rejected your suit? Arakasi's manner became bemused.
She has not. In fact, she has agreed I may pay court to her. For a former courtesan, she certainly desires a large measure of propriety. Her moods are still changeable, but she is no longer the sullen child you took with you into Turil.
He shook his head a little in bemused wonder.
Now she has discovered her self-worth. It remains to be seen whether I am a match for her.
You are, Mara assured him. I have seen. Do not doubt. Then she looked closely at the man whose thoughts had stimulated hers to new heights and long leaps of revelation. You wish to ask a favour, she guessed. Arakasi looked uncharacteristically chagrined.
As a matter of fact, yes, I do.
Name it, Mara said. If it is within my power to grant, it is already yours. The man in the unobtrusive green-bordered robe who would soon wear the white and gold of imperial service smiled shyly.
I would ask you to assign Camleo's service to Isashani of the Zacatecas,
he said in a rush of embarrassed words. Mara laughed outright. Brilliant, she said, when next she could speak. Of course. No one, man or woman, has ever escaped the charm of the Dowager Lady of the Zacatecas. Camleo will do well with her, and you will gain a superbly trained wife.
Arakasi's eyes glittered. She will certainly become a manipulator equal to my best effort.
Mara waved him away. You need a woman of wit to keep your acuity, she chided fondly. Now go and tell Lady Isashani that the most difficult match in all the Empire is her bag of knots to untangle. She'll be delighted to oblige, I am sure.
Why, Justin demanded outright, as Arakasi made his graceful bow and habitually silent exit,
do all women amuse themselves in such fashion?
The mistress of the Empire sighed and gazed fondly upon her son, whose frankness could be an embarrassment, for his ability to set words to truths that were a breach of good manners and all too often resulted in reddened ears.
Visit your predecessor's harem sometime, and you will see, she said.
Then, as Justin's eyes took on an unholy gleam of mischief, she added hastily,
On second thought, that part of your education can wait until you are grown. You are too like your father to be set loose among rival women at a tender age.
What do you mean? Justin demanded.
Mara gave her son a faraway smile. When you are older, and I am no longer your regent, you will see.
The garden was secluded, a green haven of shade surrounded by flowers and fountains. Mara wandered its paths seeking peace. Hokanu walked at her side, from time to time speaking, other times wrapped in silence.
I shall miss you, he said in a heart-wrenching shift of subject. And are you? Mara said quickly, lest she lose her voice entirely. More than I can say.
Hokanu gave her back a brave smile, his loss carefully walled away.
You have certainly enlivened the gossip, and given Lady Isashani pause for thought. She will be busy writing letters, and I will have to fend off the results of her matchmaking.
Mara tried to smile at his humour.
You are the best a woman could wish for in a husband. You gave love without condition. You never held me back from my destiny.
No man could, Hokanu admitted wryly. Unspoken behind his words was an anger for the works of Jiro's assassin. If not for the Tong's ugly poison, he would not be losing the only woman who would ever match him in spirit. Mara plucked a white flower, and Hokanu gently took it from her. As he had once done before, he wound it in her hair. There were light strands amid the black now that matched the hue of the petals.
You gave me a beautiful daughter to follow after me, Mara said. One day she will have brothers who are your sons.
Hokanu could only nod. After a long moment of just walking at the lady's side, he said,
There is a certain elegance in your being succeeded by Kasuma as ruling lady.
His smile was bittersweet.
Our daughter. My father would be pleased to know that our children will rule 2 great houses.
He is,
announced a voice. Lord and Lady spun around in surprise. Deep in mystery, in his black robes, Fumita offered them both a bow.
More than you know, my son.
The admission of kinship was not wrung from him, but a glad pronouncement that the changed status of the assembly now made possible. The magician's stern face broke into a startlingly brilliant smile.
Lady Mara, always think of yourself as my daughter.
Then his manner became impassive as he delivered his official message.
I ask to be the one to inform the Great Mistress that the Assembly has voted. The decision was reluctant, but the magicians concede to her demands. Our order will be answerable to the new law as set down by the Emperor Justin over the nations."
Mara inclined her head in respect. She half expected Fumita to effect the same abrupt departure that was his habit when he saw his part as finished. But, as if his admission of kinship with his son had opened the floodgates of change, this one time he lingered.
"My son, my daughter, I wish you both to know that your courageous actions are approved. You have done Acoma and Shinzawai honor. I only wish my brother, Hokanu's foster father, were still alive to bear witness."
Hokanu kept an impassive face, but Mara could sense his great pride. A crooked smile finally cracked his warrior's facade, matched almost at once by a mirroring one from Fumita.
"I guess none of the scions of House Shinzawai are adept at keeping tradition,"
the magician observed. To Mara he added,
"You may never know how difficult it has been sometimes for our kind to give up the life we knew before our power was recognized. It is worse for those like myself who were grown men with families when our power manifested. The Assembly's secrets have crippled our emotions, I sometimes think. That has been a tragic mistake. We were forced to wall away our feelings, and as a consequence, acts of cruelty seemed removed from us. As change refreshes us, we will reawaken to our humanity. In the end, we of the Assembly will grow to have cause to thank you and to bless Lady Mara's memory."
The Mistress of the Empire embraced the magician with a familiarity she would never have dared before. "Visit the Imperial Court often, Fumita. Your granddaughter must grow with the joy of knowing her grandfather." As if uncomfortable with the rush of feelings for the gift of a family restored, Fumita bowed brusquely. A heartbeat later, he vanished in a breath of air, leaving Mara and Hokanu alone to share a last moment of each other's private company. The fountain sang, and the flowers released their perfume on the deepening evening air. The page who arrived was an intrusion, as he made his bow and announced, "My lady, the Light of Heaven requests the presence of his father and the Mistress of the Empire for his council." "Politics," Mara said with a sigh. "Is it the dance or ourselves that are the masters?"
"It is the dance that masters us, of course."
Hokanu smiled.
"Else I should never be leaving you, lady."
Then he turned and presented his arm to his former wife. With a dignity born of profound courage and unshakable inner peace, he escorted her toward the imperial suite and her new role as regent and mistress of the empire. Epilogue. Reunion. The herald struck the gong. Lady Mara, mistress of the empire, resettled her weight on the gilt-edged cushion that failed to soften the unyielding marble of her official seat on the imperial dais. Hers might be less brilliant a throne than Justin's gold-overlaid one, but it was no less uncomfortable. In 2 years of presiding over Justin's public duties, she had never grown used to it. Mara's thoughts drifted. Gaining in his experience on the Golden Throne, Justin was more and more capable of managing the decisions presented on the day of appeals. He had his mother's talent for seeing the pattern in complex issues, and his father's ability to cut to the heart of the matter. Most of the time, Mara served at his side more in the role of advisor than regent. Sometimes she sat lost in memories as she endured the lengthy hours of state councils, trusting Justin to let her know when her attention was needed. Sundown was near, she saw by the slant of the light through the dome in the grand hall of audience. The day of appeals was at last drawing to a close. The last few of the Emperor's petitioners approached the rail on the floor below. Mara resisted the urge to rub tired eyes as Justin, 92 times Emperor, called out the traditional words that acknowledged his approaching subject's right to be heard.
Lord Hokanu of the Shinzawai, know that you have the ear of the gods through our ear.
Justin's voice was breaking to the baritone that would be his in manhood, but joy at the arrival of his foster father caused him to forget to blush at the roughness that had invaded his speech.
Heaven smiles down upon the felicity of your visit, and we bid you glad welcome.
Mara startled sharply from reverie. Hokanu was here. Her heart leapt as she looked down to see how he fared. Months had passed since their paths had last crossed at a state function. The Shinzawai lord had left the court, she recalled, to attend upon his lady wife, who had been pregnant with his heir. Heirs, Mara was forced to correct herself, as the Imperial Herald called out 2 names, and she reviewed the pair of bundles born in the arms of their father. A nurse and 2 servants hovered nearby, and another, a slight, pretty girl, whose eyes were downcast and shy before the presence of her emperor. Justin was grinning. Another trait he had inherited from his outworld father was spurning the Surani bent for stiff-faced protocol. These days, some of the younger nobles were imitating him, affecting his animated expressions and frank speech, as unmarried women might follow popular fashion, much to the discomfort of the older ruling lords. He gave his stately mother a mischievously unroyal poke in the ribs. "Mother, you must have words for this occasion." Mara did not. She could only smile down on the proud father for a long minute, close to tears. The babies were beautiful, perfect. If they could not have been hers to bear, she blessed the gods that the quiet Elumani's fertility had granted her husband's fierce desire. "Sons?" Mara managed to whisper at last. Hokanu nodded, speechless. His eyes mirrored the joy in her own, and also the aching regret. He missed Mara's quick mind, and the ease of her company. Elumani was a gentle girl, but she had not been chosen for fiery spirit. Still, she had given what Mara could not. The house of Shinzawai now had children for continuance of the line. Hokanu had his boys, and they would grow and come to replace the companionship he had lost. The Imperial Herald cleared his throat. "Lord Hokanu of the Shinzawai, presenting to the light of heaven his heirs, Kamatsu and Maro." Justin voiced the official acknowledgement of the children. "May they grow in joy and strength with the blessing of heaven." Mara found her voice. "I am happy for you both. Lady Elumani, I am especially flattered and proud." She paused, deeply touched by the unexpected gift of having a namesake of Hokanu's blood. She had to force herself not to weep as she continued. "When your sons are old enough, I would be pleased to have them visit the Imperial Nursery and to enjoy making acquaintance with their half-sister Kasuma." The tiny auburn-haired girl at Hokanu's side gave a graceful bow. She still did not raise her eyes, and the skin of her cheeks blushed pink at this royal recognition. "I am deeply honored," she said, in a voice like a mellow songbird's. "The mistress of the Empire is too kind." All too soon, the Shinzawai party were making bows of parting to the Emperor. Mara gazed wistfully after the blue-armoured figure that strode out with all the warrior's grace she remembered. Then her emotions overcame her. She raised her ceremonial fan and tipped it open to hide her sudden tears. Sons for the Shinzawai. They were now a fulfilled wish, more than a dream for the future of the Empire. Twins! Mara shook her head, bemused. It seemed as if the bounty of the gods outdid itself to make up for the poor infant of hers who had died before birth. Her loneliness was now well worth such rewards. Seeing Hokanu, spending time with him, was no longer possible, and she missed him, but a time would come when they could visit without pain, because deep friendship had formed the heart of their marriage. Again the gong chimed. The Imperial Herald's voice rang out, announcing the presentation of the newly arrived ambassador from the Kingdom of the Isles on the world of Midkemia. Mara stole a peek at the group who approached, then raised her fan swiftly as her heart twisted yet again. Never could she behold a group of men in outworld dress without thinking of the barbarian lover who had tossed her life tempestuously into change. 3 of them were slender and tall, and one even walked with the barest hitch to his stride. That flawed movement tugged at her memory. She chided herself. Too much today she had allowed herself to become maudlin over past affairs of the heart. She braced herself to endure greeting a man who would be a stranger, who might speak Sirani with the odd nasal twang of a Midkemian, and who, though tall, would not be Kevin. That these men did not wear slaves' grey, but rather the fine silks and rich velvets with the blazon of the King of Isle upon the tabards of the officers, made no difference. Mara looked away, avoiding even imperfect reminders of personal loss. The ambassador from the Isles and his company reached the rail. An official who had visited repeatedly in establishing this exchange of envoys, Baron Michael of Krondor, addressed the court.
Your Majesty, it is my honour to present to you the ambassador of the Kingdom of the Isles.
The sudden silence caused Mara to look. The ambassador had one hand half raised to sweep off his plumed hat and bow in the style of his homeland. But there he had frozen. His knuckles obscured his face. The watching courtiers stilled also. A few of the nearer imperial whites peculiarly struggled to hide amazement. Then the barbarian ambassador doffed his hat and bowed slowly, his eyes never leaving Justin's face. A murmur swept the court as he did so. Mara looked again at the new ambassador, and her heart again seemed to skip. The man who had reminded her of her lost love was replacing his outlandish hat with the white plume and gold badge. Her eyes again threatened to betray her, so she quickly fanned her face, lest rumours sweep the city this night that the imperial regent had been given over to unreasonable bouts of tears for no good reason. She heard Baron Michael finish the introduction. "Emissary from His Royal Highness Liam, King of the Isles." "You may approach," the light of heaven allowed, sounding all boyishly treble. Mara heard movement as the Imperial White stepped aside and opened the railing, inviting the ambassador onto the dais to present his credentials. The Midkemian ascended the first stair. His booted footfall rang across a chamber arrested into stillness. Carefully, Mara closed her fan as the emissary from the Kingdom of the Isles mounted the last steps between them. He paused 3 paces from the throne and swept into another bow. This time his hat stayed off as he straightened. Mara beheld his face. A soft cry escaped her. The profile of the man and that of her son in his gold-edged robes of state were mirror images. But where the boy's features were yet unlined and only lately beginning to mature into the firmness of adulthood, the man's were well scored with creases, as fair skin will age with passing years and too much sun. The once red hair was frosted now with white, and the eyes were wide, stunned. The Mistress of the Empire saw fully.
She was forced to confront what all the lords in the court had seen from the instant the ambassador had made his entry. Only the hat and the high angle of the dais and the weak moment of cowardice that had caused her to hide behind her fan had made her the last to discover just who stood before her with an air of exasperated startlement.
Kevin,
Mara mouthed soundlessly. Arakasi, as Imperial First Advisor, stepped forward to receive the ambassadorial credentials. Showing an unusual grin, he said, "You've changed." Recognition registered. With an answering laugh, Kevin said, "So have you. I didn't recognize you without a disguise." With only the barest glance at the documents, Arakasi turned and said, "Your Majesty, before you stands the ambassador from the King of the Isles, Kevin, Baron of the Royal Court." Justin nodded and said, "You are welcome." But his voice showed he, too, was close to losing decorum. For before him stood the blood father he had only heard about. Mara's hand went to her mouth, as if to prevent words from escaping unbidden. That smallest motion from her caused a shiver to chase over Kevin's flesh. His eyes, so much bluer than she recalled, turned toward her. His smile warred with a frown on his familiar face that the years had changed little after all. "I expected I might find you here," he said, in husky, pent-back emotion that only those atop the dais could hear. "Who else in these nations could fit the title Mistress of the Empire? But this, your light of heaven," his large, capable hand indicated Justin, and his eyes brightened to a knife point of intensity. "Lady, why ever didn't you tell me?" The pair who had once been lovers might have been alone in that vast hall. Mara swallowed. Too clearly she recalled their last parting. This man in the street, scuffed and half-beaten, as he resisted the slave-handlers who had acted on her orders to send him by force back to his home-world. She had lacked capacity for speech then. Now words came to her in a rush. "I didn't dare to tell you. A son would have kept you this side of the rift, and that would have been a crime against all that you taught me to profess. You would never have married, never have lived for yourself. Justin has been raised knowing who his father was. Are you angry with me?" "Justin," Kevin repeated, trying the name out on his tongue. "After my father?" As Mara gave back a timid nod, he shot a glance that glowed at the boy who sat straight on the golden throne. Then he shivered again. "Angry." Mara flinched. He always had spoken at inopportune moments in a tone that rang too loud. He looked at her, quieting his voice, though his inflection was no less harsh. "Yes, I am angry. I've been robbed. I'd like to have watched my boy grow." Mara blushed. He had lost none of his ability to throw her off balance. Forgetting to show demure Sirani poise, she defended herself. "You would never have had any other children had I done so." Kevin slapped his hand against his knee. While still low, his rejoinder was starting to carry to those standing at the bottom of the dais. "Lady, what is this talk of children? I have none. I never did marry. I took service in my Prince Aretha's court. For a dozen years I have been fighting goblins and dark elves with the border barons at High Castle and North Warden. Then, out of nowhere, I'm summoned to Krondor and told to my chagrin that when the Emperor of Ziranuani requested an exchange of ambassadors, I was overqualified for the post. I'm noble-born, but beyond any chance of inheritance, with older brothers and near a dozen nephews, and I speak fluent Sirani, so my king commanded, or rather Prince Aretha appointed on his brother's behalf, and suddenly I'm a beribboned court baron, bowing like some sort of trained monkey before my own son."
Here, the Midkemian ambassador turned to regard the emperor. His irritation modulated as he said,
"He does look like me, doesn't he?"
Then he grinned and tossed a wink at Justin. The gaze he turned back to Mara was edged as ice as his merriment faded again.
"I hope that your husband doesn't come after me with a sword for this," he finished in that tone of dry mocking that could either delight or enrage Mara.
The Mistress of the Empire blinked, realizing how little Kevin would know of the past 14 years.
"Hokanu fostered the boy knowing the truth of his conception."
Now Kevin looked dumbfounded in turn.
"Didn't I just see the Lord of the Shinzawai outside with a child bride and 2 babies?"
Mara nodded, past speech. Never one to be caught speechless, Kevin said, "You're not married?" Mara could only shake her head no.
"Yet you had a husband. What Sirani convolution of traditions is this?"
"It's called divorce on grounds of barrenness. Hokanu needed heirs for the stability of Justin's reign and the good of the nations. You just observed the result."
Mara shook off the play of feelings that threatened to knock her dizzy. She was in public, in full view of the court. Her image as a lady and a Sirani must be laughable at this moment. Taking his cue from Mara, Arakasi called out,
"The day of appeals is at an end. Let all retire and give thanks for our light of heaven."
Then began a very slow withdrawal, as most of the court nobles lingered, curious to overhear the strange exchange taking place atop the imperial dais. The cadre of Midkemian nobles who had accompanied Kevin exchanged uncertain signals, unsure if they should wait for their leader or withdraw without him. Mara saw 100 pairs of eyes turn toward her to see how she would react next. And then, suddenly, she did not care. She assumed her most dignified formal posture.
"Kevin, Baron of the Court, Ambassador of the Midkemian King of the Isles, I have been remiss in my duties as a mother. I present to you your blood son, Justin, 92 times Emperor and Light of Heaven of Suranuani. I humbly pray he is fair in your sight, and an honour to your family pride."
The senior imperial herald, eyes wide in astonishment at what he had just heard, glanced at Arakasi for instruction. The imperial first adviser shrugged and nodded, and the herald raised his voice to ring out over the assembled Sirani nobles,
"Kevin of Rilanan, Ambassador of King Liam, and father of our own Light of Heaven."
Lady Mara was jolted almost out of her skin by the noise of a resounding cheer from the younger nobles of the court, who were halfway to the great outer doors. They flooded back toward the railing and began stamping and clapping their approval. More than any other thing, that impressed upon Mara how swiftly 2 short years of changed policies were taking deeper root. For there was but one way for a Midkemian to have become the father of a 14-year-old boy, if he had visited the Empire previously as a slave and a prisoner of war. It had not been long in the past when the idea of a slave's child becoming emperor would have been cause for bloody rebellion, a war over insult and honour that had no point beyond an excuse for each lord who harboured secret ambitions to see his house triumph over his enemies. But as Mara studied the faces on the floor below, she saw mostly bemusement, surprise, and honest admiration. To all but a narrow-minded few, the laws of the Great Freedom were already coming to replace the game of the Council. More sons of nobles sought out imperial duty rather than serving with their families' forces. It was these young men, breaking free of the traditions of their ancestors, who cheered the loudest. Once again, Mara had done the unthinkable. Her people of the Empire were coming to expect that of her, so adept had they grown at taking such turns in their stride. And then Justin was off his throne, discarding his mantle and headdress into the care of his body servant. He flung himself into the arms of the father he had never known, but whose name had become a legend, spoken in awed tones by the older Acoma servants. Mara looked on, new tears brightening her eyes, until Kevin's huge arm hooked out and hauled her off her cushion to share in a three-way embrace. The lady was startled into laughter. She had forgotten how impulsive he was, and how overwhelmingly strong. "Mistress of the Empire," he murmured over a redoubled volume of cheers, "you are a lady of surprises. I trust I will have the chance to spend time in the imperial suite getting to know my son, and renewing old acquaintance with his mother." Mara took a deep breath, smelling the odd taint of off-world fur and strange spices and velvets that were woven on looms far away in a colder land that someday she must journey across the rift to visit. Her blood quickened to a beat of passion that all but swept her from her feet. "You will have a lifetime to share with your son," she murmured to Kevin, so that only he could hear. "And all the years you could desire in the company of his mother, so long as your king permits." Kevin laughed. "Ham's glad to be rid of me, I think. Things are too quiet on the border for a troublemaker like me." Then he pulled her tight against him for the simple joy of holding her. The temple gongs rang out over the holy city at that moment. Sweet music sounded over the imperial precinct as the priests of the 20 greater gods sang their devotions at evening. Officially, the day of appeals was at an end. Kevin drew back and smiled upon the lady who had, never for a day, lost her hold upon his heart. "You are mistress of far more than this empire," he said, laughing, and the cheers from the lords of Sranuani did not stop as he led her and his emperor son, hand in hand, down from the high dais. That's the end of Mistress of the Empire by Raymond E. Feist and Janny Wurts.